as we gather for a conversation that is deeply personal, yet so often unspoken. The journey of women's fertility. And this is happening at the first Stronger Together Women's Health Conference 2025, which is happening at the UGMC Medical Training and Simulation Center. Now here's what. A woman's is unparalleled. We are the nurturers, the caregivers, the backbone of families and communities. Our bodies are powerful, capable of bringing forth life, sustaining generations, and holding stories of resilience, hope, and love. But with this strength also comes challenges, silent struggles, unasked questions, and moments of uncertainty that many of us carry alone. For some, the journey to motherhood is smooth, while for others, it is marked by unexpected detours, loss, waiting, or the search for answers. There are emotions that words fail to capture, yet they weigh heavily on our hearts. So today, we come together not just to discuss this journey, but to hold space for every woman's story. The joys, the pains, the hope, and the triumphs. This is a safe space for understanding, for learning, and also for support. No woman should ever feel alone in her journey, and through open dialogue, shared knowledge, and unwavering support, we remind each other that we are seen, we are heard, and most importantly, that we are not alone. So let's begin this conversation with open hearts and minds, knowing that every experience shared today has the power to uplift and empower another. My name is Natalia Ando, and I'm going to be your MC moderator for this event. And I'm so happy that you all honored, this was not an invitation, this was a registration, that you all decided to register and join the conversation, because today there's going to be a lot to take away. There's going to be a lot of inspiration, a lot of empowerment, and definitely you will know that you have a tribe that will stand with you through it all. Now we're going to start with ministration from Minister Charlotte Appiah. Please, let's give her a round of applause.
Hello, good morning. We are going back into the days, amen, a cappella. We are doing a cappella this morning. We are going to sing in the next 10 minutes. We want to bless God, amen, before we commence this program, amen. We give you glory, Lord, as we honor you. We give you glory, Lord, as we honor you. For you are wonderful. You are worthy, oh Lord. You are wonderful. You are worthy. You are wonderful, saying you are wonderful. You are worthy, oh Lord. You are wonderful. You are worthy, oh Lord. We give you glory, Lord, as we honor you. We give you glory, Lord, as we honor you. For you are wonderful. You are worthy, oh Lord. You are wonderful. You are worthy, oh Lord. We give you glory and the honor. You are the Lord let your name be glorified. We give you glory. And you are the Lord, let your name be glorified, for you are wonderful. You are worthy, oh Lord. You are wonderful. You are worthy, oh Lord. Monto Yehowa kwai hojom sene nyonyam no ye kese ononi ye crying tabia ore mapone to ye monto Yehowa kwai hojom sene nyonyam no ye kese ononi ye crying tabia ore mabone to ye monto aye idom mano nani nyuma yano kware inshi ranka onya kopon monto aye ijom mano nani nyuma ya no kware inshi ranka onya kopon monto aye jijom mano nani nyuma. His ways are beautiful. Inshi ranka onya monto mano monto aye ijom mano nani inyuma ye no kware inshi ranka onyankopon mema woso oh eurate every say watch me free my time for some be so frail now me samnya you when you know mommy me why na ese oh hey mema oh so eurade every say watch me free my time for some be so frail now me samnya you when you know me why na ese no bazo mizonu ebegizemza namlazi zobala ebuzweni bako pidukulu memoya oingwele oh pidukulu mengo sia.
Very beautifully done. One of the things I wish I could do was to sing, but unfortunately, everybody's good at something, innit? Mine is definitely not singing. If I started, that will be the end of the show. We'll do our, thank you everybody, and we'll all go home. So please give a round of applause. Minister Charlotte up here. Now we're going to have our impartation and prayer from Dr. Michael Boedi Nyameche, who's the General Overseer of the Maker's House Chapel International in Ghana. Please, let's give him a round of applause.
All right, thank you. I'm told I have 10 minutes. When I walked in here, I was quite intimidated because I didn't see men. So I normally get shy when I see only ladies in a place. Somebody told me when you see a lot of ladies in one place, then something is cooking. And whether they are thinking of overthrowing a government, domestic government. Charlotte, you did very well. You sing so well. I was wondering why you didn't ask us to stand. Maybe you wanted to be gentle with us. Before I pray with you, I want to invite your attention to the book of 1 Samuel, chapter number 1. There was a certain man of Ramathaim Zophim of the hill country of Ephraim, whose name was Elkanah, the son of Jeroham, son of Elihu, son of Tohu, son of Zuph, an Ephrathite. He had two wives. He had two wives. Did the Bible say that? All right, but he had two wives. He had two wives. Okay. All right. I'm not making any advocacy. I'm just reading the test. I'm just staying on the test, please. No distractions. Stay on the test. The name of the one was Hannah, and the name of the other was Peninnah. And Peninnah had children, but Hannah had no child. Now, this man used to go up year by year from his city to worship and to sacrifice to the Lord of hosts at Shiloh, where the two sons of Eli, Hophni and Phinehas, were priests of the Lord. On the day when Elkanah sacrificed, he would give portions to Peninnah, his wife, and to all her sons and daughters. But to Hannah, he gave a double portion because he loved her, though the Lord had closed her womb. The verse number 6 says, and her rival used to provoke her grievously to irritate her, because the Lord had closed her womb. So it went on year by year, as often as she went up to the house of the Lord. She used to provoke her. Therefore Hannah wept and would not eat. I want to jump to the verse number 11, where she vowed and said, O Lord of hosts, if you will indeed look on the affliction of your servant and remember me and not forget your servant, but I'll give to your servant a son, then I will give him to the Lord all the days of his life, and no razor shall touch his head. She continued praying before the Lord. Eli observed her mouth. Hannah was speaking in her heart, because sometimes when you are overwhelmed with the troubles you face, you won't have words to express them. It's not every prayer that it's audible. Some of the prayers are actually the contemplations of the heart. And that was the situation that this lady was in. And so Eli observed that, went to the lady, and because she mistook her for a drunken woman. And Eli said to her, how long will you go on being drunk? Put your wine away. But Hannah said, my Lord, I'm just a troubled woman in the spirit. I've drunk neither wine nor strong drink, but I've been pouring out my soul before the Lord. And do not regard your servant as a worthless woman. For all along, I have been speaking out of my great anxiety and vexation. Then Eli answered, go in peace. And the God of Israel grant your petition. And I pray that after today, if anybody has a petition, the God that you serve will grant your petition to you. And she said, let your servant find favor in your eyes. Then the woman went her way and ate, and her face was no longer sad. They went home, and Elkanah knew his wife, and the Lord remembered her. It's a prayer. I'm not going to even attempt to preach, because then you have to deal with all the nuances of the text. But it just tells you that it's not everything that is demonic. Because we live in a generation whereby we have been sold a gospel that God is so powerless that everything that is happening to us, we have to call people to die by fire. And we are failing to appreciate that. I was talking to a group of people yesterday, and they were talking about delay, and I feel that this has delayed. I feel that my marriage has delayed. I feel that this has delayed. And it's interesting that we have bought into that cotton candy gospel, and we think that. So I was asking them, so if you say you are delayed, on whose clock? Whose clock is that? Because the fact that somebody got something at 25 doesn't mean I have to have it at 25. And if I'm 30 and I don't have it, it means I'm delayed. Because, of course, the allotment of time is a construct that God only superintends upon. There is nobody in this world. Even if you came into this world at the same time, in no time, the exit of people are going to be different. Let's say somebody had a breakthrough at 30, because the person is supposed to live like my mom. My mom died my mom had me when she was 19. She died when she was 41. And so when my mom died, I remember I was doing my first degree. And so my mom didn't have the opportunity for me to even buy a pencil for her ever in her life. But when my mom had me, and my mom, we of course, my mom had siblings. One of her sisters, I remember, did not have a child then, and everybody was okay. Now she's the one that we look up to as our mother. And so all the things that my mother could not have, we have channeled everything to her. But I believe that in those times, because it took her a longer time before she had her own child. And I'm thinking, if everybody was saying that she had delayed, could it also be that her lifespan was so long that if God was doing the allotment, she didn't need a child at 25? Because the unnecessary pressure we put on ourselves, of course, I understand the biological clock, don't get me wrong. I do understand that. But the unnecessary pressure we put on ourselves is we try to dictate for God what he should do in our times. And so people don't have even conversations. People have command centers. If you read the account, the Bible says that, and the Lord had closed their womb. So it's possible. So that somebody doesn't have it yet because the Lord has closed her womb. And when a womb is being closed, it means the womb is being prepared to birth greatness. Because the premier prophet that Israel produced was produced by this same womb that was closed. And so oftentimes we might misjudge the circumstances around our lives because we think society is putting pressure on us. You are putting pressure on yourself. Sometimes even the people you think are worried about you are not. It's almost like hearing people talk about you on social media and you think the whole world is against you. It's not true. Because sometimes when you hear that something has gone viral and you ask them, okay, so how many people have watched it? Oh, 50,000 people have watched it. I ask them, do you know the population of Ghana? So it is unnecessary pressure we put on ourselves. But fast forward. The lady knew that what you're doing now is important. She went to pray. But afterwards, before we pray, she went to pray, but she also knew the husband. It means that we have to always come to the place where we understand that there is a role or a place for our natural endeavors, and there is a place for the divine hand. God will not do for you what you can do for yourself. In fact, the time of implantation by the Holy Spirit is over. You are not going to be another Mary. There should be an implantation. There should be a fusion of the male and female gametes to form a zygote. There should be the coming together of the man and the woman. People should have carnal knowledge in that regard, because if she prayed and God had remembered her, God had said that I'm going to give it to you, and she did not work on it, it wasn't going to happen. What I mean is that there is a place for science, there is a place for God. There is a place for your endeavor, there is a place for God. Don't relinquish everything to the divine, because you are in a natural world. So if you have to, whilst you're praying, if you need a fertility center to also visit, you do that. Please be upset. The way you are looking at me, I don't like it. Unfortunately, my time is up. So can I please get you to be upstanding so we can pray together? And the Lord remembered her, and she conceived. My main prayer today is that God will remember you, that your endeavors will not be in vain, that God himself will remember you. I mean, I was saying in science and your abilities and God and all of that, but I also know that there are people who even go through IVFs and all of that, and it doesn't work. Somebody can go through IVF and all of that, and once and twice and three times and four. It doesn't work. Because we also have to understand that, and if God hasn't opened the womb yet, there is no amount of implantation that will stick. For if the Lord doesn't build the house, the builder builds but in vain. So before my able MC who can't sing throws me out of this place, let me just pray with you. At least I have Charlotte to help me. Please lift up your right hand. You want to pray a very simple way. God, remember me. That's the only prayer I want you to pray today. Lord, remember me. Remember me. Remember me. Lord, remember me. A very simple, but let it be a heartfelt cry. Our Lord God, remember me. Remember me. The Bible says that, and her rival provoked her sore. She irritated her. She was always on her case. Oh, you think you are all that, and yet you cannot conceive and bring forth a child. But the lady knew that that wasn't the time to trade words with a rival. Because sometimes we spend our energies in the wrong places. But she went to God and said, God, remember me. You might be standing in for even another person. You can pray and mention a name and say, God, remember her. You can be standing in for somebody else and you can pray, God, remember. Just remember. Remember her. Remember. Remember. Lord, remember. 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 That's all that we are asking of you, God, that you will remember. That you will remember. The Bible says that, and then Hannah conceived. And so we pray that even after this, there will be multiple conceptions. There will be a lot of conceptions. You are not just getting information or direction, but there will be the divine enablement. There will be the enabling grace of the Spirit of our God to help you on this path, that God will bring you to the place where you'll be fruitful and you will multiply. Father, we come before your throne and we pray thee, O God. We ask, Father, you open the heavens over your people, and that you remember each and every one of us, everybody that is here, even those that are connected, not physically, but they are connected, oh God, to our prayer. People that are far off, people that we are standing in for, names that are being mentioned, thoughts that are creeping into the minds of your people with regards to divine visitations. We pray that, Father God, that will be said, that this meeting produced results in the mighty name of Jesus. Father God, bring us to the place where we can say you did it. Oh, frustrate the enterprises of hell. Just as you told us today, you closed the womb of Hannah. If you've closed the womb of anybody, Father, we beg you. We pray thee, O God, open the wombs today. Let every womb be opened. Let every womb be opened. Let every womb be opened. And those that are not being closed by you, but are being done by any satanic agenda or anything in the realm of the spirit coming from a satanic or cultic camp, we pray and we speak, oh God, that no weapon formed or fashioned against your people shall prosper. And any tongue that has risen against them, oh God, is condemned in judgment. Father, we pray, fruitfulness is of you. Multiplication comes from you. Everything good comes from you. The Bible says every good and every perfect gift comes from you, O God, the giver of life, in whom there is no variableness nor shadow of turning. And therefore we pray that, Father, you give them the good, the perfect. Father, you give them what their hearts are yearning for. For the Bible says the expectation of the righteous shall not be cut off. We pray that the expectations will not be cut off. Father, that what you have said will be done in 2025 will be done, and nothing can stop it in the matchless name of the Christ. We pray that you bring your people testimonies. We pray that you bring a turnaround. We pray that you establish the feet of your people in your divine counsel and will, that when it is all done and we look back, we can say, not unto us, but unto you be all the glory. Father, let this and everything we've prayed for be done in the name of the one who rules, reigns, and has regency, Christ Jesus, the Son of the living God. We have prayed. Amen. God bless you. Thank you so much.
I'm really grateful. Doctor, definitely something that will stay with me for a very long time. And this is not just about the conversation we're having this morning, but life in general will throw things at you and will make you question whether or not you're getting any growth. And I really, really like where you have taken us this morning, because really, when you ask yourself about delay, I think the answer should come immediately that on whose clock? I'm sure if we're able to go with that, we will have much more peace than we have. So I think moving forward, whenever any challenge comes to you, or whenever you feel like you're left behind and everybody's leaving you and life is running at a very fast pace and you feel like you cannot catch up, ask yourself that this delay I'm feeling, whose clock really is it on? Because you have your own clock, and things will happen for you at the right time, at God's own time. And if I know nothing at all about the Bible or about God, I do know that in his time, he makes everything beautiful. When God shows up, he shows off. He makes everybody see that this is me. I'm here, and I want everybody to see it. So this is where we are at. This is the very first, and I am so proud of this very young woman who has such audacity and decided that, you know what, I'm going to have this conversation with women and talk about the challenges we face and see how we can hold hands and support each other. And this is not my place to tell you why we're here. So please, ladies and gentlemen, help me as I welcome Adjoa Osei Amofa, or Adjoa Amofa Osei. I don't know which one comes first. She is the one who has put this beautiful event together. So please tell us why we're here.
Hi, everyone. Good morning. I'm overwhelmed with all the love and support that I have received for this event. So for me, a few years back, specifically 2019, right from 2nd January 2019 up until July 31st, 2019, I bled every single day of that year. And I kept running around. I went to about 9 hospitals, including Fertility, and I did about 12 gynaes, and it was one diagnosis after the other. Everyone was just telling me something different. And then eventually I met my current gynae, who will join us later. He's on the bill. And in fact, at some point, one doctor who I went to see, I just walked into his consulting room. He asked me what had been done, what drugs I had been given and all. He just looked at me and said, "Jama, when you cervical cancer?" Just like that. I bet if I wasn't very strong-willed, I don't know what would have happened before I left that consulting room. And so the very first time that I went into the theater on 4th September 2020, afterwards, when I recovered, I decided that I wanted to do this event. But nobody procrastinates more than I do. And so every time I think about it, I'm like, no, it's not the right time. And we had this year, and it kept coming back to me. And then I was talking to my friends about it. I was talking to my sister about it. And then I made a few posts on social media about HSD, laparoscopy, hysteroscopy, and all those other procedures that I and some of you have been through. And the conversations started to come into my inbox. Within 4 days, I had received not less than 200 messages in DM on Facebook and Instagram. And then I decided that I was going to make this a virtual conversation, but upon second thought, I said, why not meet? All of us meet as women and have this conversation. I think it will be more fruitful when we have it in person. And so we decided to put this together because when I was going through my ordeal, one of the people who really suffered at my hands is Dr. Wedin. I will call him at dawn, at night, anytime. Like, I don't even know what was happening to me. Just unless something triggers me, I'll just call him, Doc, I don't know what to do. And then eventually when I was asked to go through HSG and all that, he encouraged me. He and my gynae, they have suffered in my hands. I will call them at 2 a.m., 6 a.m., whatever time I felt like there was something going on with me, but they were there together with my family and my friends. They supported me through it all. Maybe sometime later, I'll have time to give the full account. But today, I and my team and all of you that have supported, we gathered here to have these conversations that is oftentimes just ignored and is very sensitive to talk about, and people don't know who to turn to, who to talk to. So this is more like a support group. Let's have these conversations, let's learn, let's educate ourselves. During the time when I was receiving the messages, I spoke to a few people, some even over 30, and they did not even know that they had to do a pap smear at their age. And so these are critical issues that we need to look at as women. And so that is why we are here. I hope that by the time we end, we would have been impacted, we would have been informed, and we would have been educated. I wish you all a good stay. Do enjoy yourself.
All right, thank you very much. So like she rightly said, we're here to support each other. And I did say in my opening statement that this is a safe space. You know, at some point we're going to have people who have stories to tell, and there'll be a lot of questions and answers. And I'm sure before we all leave here, our hearts will be so whole, and we will know that this definitely was not a Saturday wasted. I usually love my Saturday mornings in bed. You know, Netflix, hot chocolate, shut the door, and then, yes, I know that I'm living the life. But definitely, this will be worth it. I promise you that. So we're going to start the conversation proper. Before now, everything has been, well, you know, but we're going to start the conversation proper. And I'm going to invite, you know, when I said to you that I can't sing, and it's something that I really look forward to. Another thing I look forward to doing was, you know, when I was young, I said I wanted to be a doctor. Oh, I want to be a doctor. It's like, you know, but at some point in everybody's life, reality kicks in, right? You realize where you actually really stand, you know, in terms of things like everybody has a different head. Obviously, mine is not in that direction. And I had to accept it, you know, and see that, Charlie, let me just do my thing in my corner. But this young woman that I greatly admire, because she was one of the youngest. And sometimes I wonder how that happens, but that's another conversation for another day. So please, ladies and gentlemen, help me as I welcome Dr. Vanessa Aseye Atikwi, and she is going to talk to us about sexual reproductive health.
Please do listen attentively, because when she's done, we're going to do our question and answers. The way we want everything to run, we won't wait till everyone is done. So just, pay attention to bits and pieces. And if you have any questions, once she's done, we'll just go through everything. Okay? Thank you.
Well, thank you very much, and good morning to all of us. Thank you for making the time to sit with us and have this conversation. Just as Adwa mentioned, it's a conversation that we don't have enough of, but then each and every one of us here has at some point experienced a little bit of menstrual issues or fertility issues or issues regarding your change in your hormones that time of the month. And so we have to really talk about it so we can throw more light, educate, and be aware. So I am Vanessa, and I will be discussing sexual and reproductive health as well as mental health matters. So this is just briefly a table of content. It's going to be very brief. I think I have 13 slides. So first we have to understand the female reproductive organ. What you don't know, what can you do about it? So we have to understand what it is. So what you see there is the female reproductive organ. So it has the womb, that's the uterus, the vagina, the cervix, the fallopian tubes, as well as the ovaries. The little general science we all did gives us an idea of what each function of this is. So just for an overview, the ovaries is basically the eggs, and when it's that time of the month, they move through the fallopian tubes, and then they hover around if there is no fertilization. Before that time of the month, so that time of the month basically happens in preparation for pregnancy. And when there is no pregnancy, in the absence of pregnancy, then you have menstruation. That's the shedding of all the things that were set up to prepare for a baby. So it's as if you're moving into a new house and you are not able to move. What do? You don't keep the items there. You move it, and then hopefully when you get another place, then you set up. So that's what happens. It moves through the fallopian tube into the uterus. If there is no fertilization, then that and all the lining of the uterus would shed through the vagina, through the cervix, and then out of the vagina, which is what we call menstruation. So good sexual and reproductive health is important for women's general health and well-being. It is central to our ability to make choices and decisions about our lives, including when or whether to consider having children. The issue about women getting to a certain age and, when are you going to have a baby? It's even worse for the married women, end quote. Because after a year, after 2 years, the questions come. When is the baby coming? When is the baby coming? As if that is not enough. After you've had the first one, now won't you add the second one? That conversation, you are delaying, don't you want to have the second one? Hurry up, do it quickly while you're young, etc., etc. Without putting into perspective what maybe the person's plans is, or if they're having any difficulties. These are the things that people tend to just throw around. Sometimes it can come from a place of genuine care and concern, but we have to be a little guarded in our utterances towards each other, especially as women. So it basically encompasses the well-being of of individuals' reproductive system and sexual function, including access to contraception, safe abortion. These are things we don't talk about. You go to the hospital, you even get pregnant, and then it's like, how am I even going to announce it? Worse if you're not even married. It's like, into Wobuawi. That kind of stigma and misconception, you don't know what happened. And that happens, but at the end of the day, we need to be able to provide a safe space to enable women speak up. If conversations are had, if safe spaces are provided, then we would not have to deal with the challenges of unsafe abortions. Does that make sense? If you provide safe spaces for women to go seek contraception where they need to, they will not have to deal with the quack doctors, and then in 10 years, they go back trying to have children, and then they realize that they had complications from an abortion that they had years ago. So it's more or less like a rippling effect. When we provide that space, thank you so much. We're able to create that environment, and we all live quality, healthy lives. and also the sexually transmitted infections. We'll get to that. So the sexual and reproductive health of women have been long spoken about secretly and in hushed tones. About 10 years ago, even to menstruate was a big deal. To say that, oh, you're on your menses was a big deal. Now times are changing, which is very good. You can't even go to your teacher and then be like, oh, it's that time of the month. If it's a male teacher, it's even worse, because how would you go and speak to him about it? So you'd be hoping that it'll be a female teacher that you can just go and tell, okay, it's that time of the month, I want to go change, etc. You can't even speak to your male colleagues about it because they're like, ew, don't touch me. You're dirty, you're this, you're that. These conversations are being had so to reduce that stigma and to educate and empower us as women. So I spoke about birth control and then contraceptive methods. There's several types of contraception. Besides the good old abstinence, which is the most safest, we have other contraceptive methods. Most people only know about the condoms or maybe the coitus interruptus called the pull-out method. Yes, that is actually a form of contraception, coitus interruptus, but it's not effective. Go and ask those who have had pregnancies, unwanted pregnancies because of that. Some people's pull-out game is not strong, so yeah. And some women are very fertile. So there's different types of contraceptive methods. There's the condom, there's female condoms. How many of us have seen a female condom? Okay, that's actually very impressive. But the sight of a female condom would actually put you off. If you've seen a female condom before, it's actually very off-putting, but then it's there. And because of the nature in which it is, where it is, the nature of where it is going into, that's why it's made in that way. There's the male condom, there's the pills, there's the rings, the IUDs, and then there's the long-term ones, which is the implants, etc. And then the permanent ones, that's the BTL, bilateral tubal ligation, and then the hysterectomies. So women go through different life stages, from menstruation to childbirth and then to menopause. So you can imagine each and every stage of a woman is involved with some swinging hormonal imbalance, one thing or the other. That is in an ideal situation, devoid of any other complications such as diseases like endometriosis, polycystic ovarian syndrome, etc., etc. That is a whole different ballgame altogether. So there's the menstruation, there's the fertility. Menstruation I did mention when I was talking about the reproductive health organ. That's the start of womanhood. So once you start menstruating, that's when your mother, or before you start menstruating, that's when your mother or your aunties or grandmothers will tell you that don't let a man touch you. So you come home crying that, oh, your friend has touched your arm, so you are pregnant. You know, that level of education is not enough. I mean, to an extent, they were pretty much shy, which is what we, the upcoming generation, are trying to avoid. They're pretty much shy or felt like it shouldn't be something that should be spoken about in detail because they didn't want to spoil us. But then what good did that do? It left a lot of stigma. It did not educate us properly, unless maybe you went into school or you had a higher education that gave you more of an idea of what it actually is or how people get pregnant or how we are even born. They told us it was a swan that brought the basket and blah, 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 all of those things. And then there's pregnancy and there's screening, sexually transmitted infections, menopause, unplanned pregnancies, and then abortion. So these are the female and sexual and reproductive health issues that there are. And with each and every one, there is a different attachment of poor education, lack of awareness, and then the complications associated with it. Okay. Right. So prioritizing our sexual and reproductive health. So sexual and reproductive health is not only about physical well-being. It includes the right to healthy and respectful relationships, health services that are inclusive, safe and appropriate, have access to accurate information, effective and affordable methods of contraception, and access to timely support and services in relation to unplanned pregnancy. I mentioned the issues relating to not speaking about pregnancies and what the complications would be, finding ourselves in quack doctors, not having the right procedures done, and then contraception. Contraception is very much available. Once we speak about it, we're able to get the right one for us. Many of us tend to go for the emergency contraceptive pill, which is not healthy. It's an emergency contraceptive pill for a reason. And so if you're a sexually active adult, it's important that you get on the right pill for the right reasons. So you don't always just after every sexual intercourse or your concern, you run to the pharmacy and then get a pill. That would be too much. So if you're going to have your menses 12 times in a year and your unsafe period basically 12 times in a year, if you have sex at every single time, that will be 12 emergency contraceptive pills. And I can't even express to you how alarming and dangerous that is, the complications associated with that. So don't be shy, don't be ashamed to walk into your healthcare facility and then ask for contraception, or even a nearby pharmacy. Say you want to be on a pill, or what are the available contraceptive methods that are there so you can have the right one given to you. And not all contraception is good for every person. So speaking to a healthcare provider, you'd be given one that is best suited for you depending on your needs in that moment. Some people might go for the implants because they don't want to get pregnant within the next 5 to 7 years. Some people will just do the pill because maybe for the next 3 months, they don't want to get pregnant. And so these are discussions that you have to have with your healthcare provider, putting into consideration also all other comorbidities that you may be experiencing. Because some people, because of underlying health conditions, will not be on contraception A, but would rather be on B. And the whole thing about sharing contraception with your friends, please don't do that. We don't only share medications. You go to the hospital, oh, you had this infection, the doctor gave you this. You find out that your friend is having similar symptoms and be like, oh, the doctor gave me this, don't go to the hospital. Let me just save you money and time. You might be doing that person a great disservice. So let's not do that. And it applies to all other things. As much as possible, when it comes to your health, get the right information and then get the right support. So basically, I've spoken about getting the right help when needed and then knowing your body. Knowing your body allows you to spot anything that may be unwell. If you know your body, if there's something off, you'll be able to tell immediately and then get the support that you need in time. Now, mental health and ill health. Mental health is something that we all, at every single point in life, have experienced. Whether you're feeling a little anxious about an examination, or you're feeling depressed because maybe you didn't get what you wanted, or you're just feeling off, let me put it that way. That, in its own way, is mental health related issue. So the WHO defines mental health as a state of mental well-being that enables people to cope with stresses of life, realize their abilities, learn well, and work well, and contribute to their community. So anything that impairs any of these abilities of you as an individual has an impact on your mental health. So if you're not able to socialize simply because maybe you failed an exam and you want to be closed off, that is an impact on your mental health. Or you've lost a dear one, or you've heard some bad news and you can't move out, you can't study, you can't socialize, you can't even eat, you can't do the things that you would normally do, that is an effect or an impact on your mental health. So mental health is more than the absence of mental disorders. It exists on a complex continuum, which is experienced differently from one person to the next. Depending on our social upbringings, our social factors, our physiological and biological factors, we all deal with mental stresses differently. How someone might deal with a loss is different from how another person will deal with a loss. Someone might fail an exam and be like, well, I can always rewrite it the next time. But then someone else would fail that same exam and would just be all over the place because they can't even, associate themselves with the fact that they failed that exam. So it's on an individual basis, and we need to accept and understand that. So when someone is complaining about something, you don't utter, oh, just a small thing and you're worried like that. That would even contribute worse to their mental state. And so let's be empathetic, let's be kind, let's listen as much as possible. So there was a study that said it takes only about 8 minutes for someone to feel that they are not alone. So if someone reaches out to you, I think each and every one of us, no matter how busy our day is, we can have 8 minutes to spare for a friend, for a family member, or even a stranger. Just 8 minutes. Just let that person vent and then listen. And those utterances of, oh, but this, and please avoid there, oh, but I went through the same thing, oh, and this. Like, just, it's not your moment. So give that person that space to vent. Just 8 minutes. So if you're not going to take anything home today, at least the fact that only 8 minutes can make someone else not feel alone is something that you should take home. So if someone reaches out to you and asks you, oh, do you have some time? Just 8 minutes of that time would make the person feel like they are not alone. Now, women and mental health. After speaking about the different stages that women have to go through and all the other things we have to deal with, motherhood, marriage, work, taking care of families. If you are a first daughter and you have your siblings or even a daughter in the house and you have your siblings to take care of, you have your families to take care of, etc., you can imagine the burden. And then you have to deal with your own biological and physiological processes. That is a lot to take on, don't you think so? You're menstruating and yet you have an exam. The exam is not going to, your menstruation is not going to wait for you to finish your exam before it comes. Well, sometimes it can wait because depending on how stressed you are, it can actually affect your menstrual cycle. And that can also affect your mood because then you'll be worried. What is happening? If you haven't had sex, you'll be like, hey, am I the next Mary? Am I pregnant? Am I this? You know, but then if you are sexually active, then now you're panicking. Maybe I'm pregnant. Maybe I'm this. Maybe I'm that. So it's a lot to take on. We deal with quite a lot as women, and it can be overwhelming. And so it's very much important to pay attention to your mental well-being. So we as women experience mental health challenges at higher rates than men. That is a fact. Like, nobody should even argue with it. Simply because of all the things we have to deal with together with our physiological and biological processes. Often facing unique stresses and societal pressures that impact their well-being, including hormonal fluctuations, abuse, and economic disparities. Today is International Women's Day, and well, yes, happy International Women's Day to all of us. I think we should give ourselves a clap because we've done well. So today being International Women's Day, we're yet again reminded of just how far we've come and how far yet we have to go. There are so many barriers that we still have to break, so many challenges that women face, the inclusivity, the poor education, we still have all of that to deal with. You go to your offices, how many offices have pads or sanitary towels in their restrooms? Even your university washrooms or your halls, how many of the public restrooms have sanitary towels? Or even safe places to dispose of your used sanitary towel, or you wrap it up and put it in your bag so you can get home and do that. Exactly. That's the inclusivity we're talking about. So imagine even you here in University of Ghana or KNUST, you don't have that. Or even the prime schools in Accra, they don't have that. How about the girl in the village? She'll definitely have to stay at home. The stigma associated with all of that. She's missing out on school. She's not going to be that woman that she wants to be because she's missing out on school. And her male counterparts are getting all the education because they're not going to say because Amma is not in school, they're going to stop teaching. Because if there are 5 girls in the classroom and each has a different cycle, are they going to stop? And so inclusivity is very important, providing safe spaces for girls and women to make sure that they feel seen, they feel heard, and they feel catered to. And I think that once we as women are given the best of everything, we're able to give off our best. Imagine an ideal world where women have the best of everything. There is no societal stigma, there is no abuse. They don't have to worry about wearing a short skirt and walking down the street and being blamed for someone else's lack of discipline. So just imagine, should be able to go to school, should be able to give off her best, and should be able to add valuably to economic matters. So these are the things, these are the conversations that we need to keep having. So taking care of your mental health is very, very important. So taking care of your mental health as women is very important. So these are just a few statistics that have been developed. Women are 2 times as likely as men to develop depression. And 1 in 12 women will develop alcohol dependency during their lives because of the issues that they face. Some tend to different moods or ways of dealing with the stresses. So it could be alcohol, it could be drugs, it could be bad company, you name them. And women have consistently higher rates of anxiety disorders than men. Our mood swings, our hormones doesn't help us, unfortunately. And women are twice more attempting suicide than men. And women are 3 times more affected by eating disorders such as anorexia and bulimia. And these are more common in women. I think the societal pressures for women also does not help regarding the eating disorders because you're getting fat. What is the problem? Can you not exercise? Or you're looking too slim. Why are they not feeding you? It's not easy, but then we're navigating it well. So the factors that influence the mental well-being of women are biological factors, hormonal changes during menstruation, pregnancy, and menopause. I spoke quite a lot about those. There's psychological factors. Women are more likely to experience abuse, trauma, etc., which can lead to mental health problems such as anxiety, depression, and PTSD. It's rather unfortunate that we live in a society that does not protect women enough from abuse and trauma. And having to deal with abuse and trauma and still going on to adults must be the most difficult thing any woman would have to deal with. Societal factors such as gender-based violence, discrimination, and economic pressures. How many of us have walked into a room and people will just think you are only there because you're a woman? Or you've gotten an opportunity and the first thing is, oh, you have pretty privilege and that is why you're there. If we can only remove that aspect, I think we'll be able to thrive much better in society and give our input much better. Social support. There is less social support networks and resources further exacerbating mental health challenges. I must congratulate Adra for this because it is a social network and providing support to women. Because the more we speak about these issues, the more we throw light on the challenges that we as women face and how best to navigate these issues. So Adra, well done. And then mental health awareness. Lack of awareness and understanding of mental health issues can lead to delayed diagnosis and treatment. So if we do not understand what is going on with us, how then can we get the help so we can get treated? So awareness and education is very important. I'm personally of the view that when it comes to health, ignorance is not bliss. Because you'll be sitting down there and a lot will be going on with you. You just be thinking, oh, this one is, it's okay. You'll be postponing. And if it's one thing about disease progression, it progresses very fast. And if you don't do anything about it, if it's maybe a viral thing, it can possibly go like an upper respiratory tract infection, a common cold, or blah, 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 blah. It can probably go. But then there are some viral infections that you don't want to play with, like HIV. Yes. And then HPV, the human papilloma virus, that causes, some of them, the strains that causes cervical cancer. These are things that you don't want to play with. So knowing your body, having awareness, and seeking the help that you need timely can help give you the treatment that is required of you. We shy away from the hospitals, and I can understand because sometimes, like Adra said, how many times did you say we went to the hospital? 9 times. Or was it 12? Yes. Sometimes it gets tiring to even go to the hospital because you feel you're not heard, you're not listened to. And then if you go to the clinic and you meet someone that is just like, but all women go through this. Why are you stressing? Why are you fussing? Then you just go back home and then you're crying, you're in pain, you're bleeding, and you're not getting the help simply because someone stigmatized you or stereotyped you. And that's something that we need to break. So the awareness, the education gives us a lot of insight of knowing when to go to the hospital, how to help, and getting the right timely intervention. So taking care of our mental health, a community approach, it's important for early interventions. Recognizing the signs and symptoms of mental health conditions early on is crucial for effective treatment and prevention. So access to mental health services. We don't have enough mental health services, not even counseling unit, enough counseling unit. When you even find yourself asking about a psychologist, be like, hey, why? I don't know about them. You know, I don't know about them. So we don't talk about these things enough. But then maybe I just want someone to speak to. So please remember the 8 minutes. Just speak to someone. But then also, once we educate ourselves, we identify the signs. And so you'll be listening to your friends speak, and certain things will prompt you to either ask the person to seek help or get help for that person. Like the person tells you that they want to kill themselves. That is a big deal. You don't want to play with that. Once someone utters that, don't just sit down or make fun of the person and be like, why, what is going on? You're tough, deal with it. It would get over. No. Identify certain alarms for yourself and also the next person. Once someone says, you find your friend who is very bubbly, who is exciting and stuff like that, would go quiet, you haven't heard from the person in days. Reach out, find out what is going on. Is everything okay? The person might make fun of me like, oh, why? Is it because I'm just quiet or this? Like, yes, it's actually because you're quiet. I know you to be this kind of person. Is everything okay? I'm happy to speak to you if you want to. The person be like, oh, it's okay, I'm fine. Check in again. On the third time, if the person says they're okay, maybe you can give them a breather, because sometimes it can be bothersome. Like if you're bothering the person to an extent, it can be bothersome. But identify certain alarm signs so that you can get help for the person or encourage the person to get help. And our mental health facilities are not friendly. Have you been to Pantime before? It's not funny, but it's a sad reality of how we treat patients that have mental health related disorders. We don't create a safe environment for them, such that even when their family members take them there, they see them as condemned because they don't see them to be able to recover or even have a fruitful life after that diagnosis. And you send them to Pantai, nobody visits them, nobody goes to check in on them, and then the burden is left on the government. How else will the government be able to provide for them the quality care that they need? And if it's one thing about mental health, social support plays a very key role in recovery. So it's very important that we don't just sideline people simply because we think they're going through something that we probably haven't gone through before, or maybe in 5 years we'll probably be going through this, but the same way you treated someone, because we didn't make provision for safe spaces, you would be treated that same way. Now, stigma reduction. Once there's awareness and education, we reduce significantly the stigma. Those women that are found in witch camps, simply because someone has said, oh, she's acting a certain type of way. If you have experienced someone that is going through menopause, the heat flashes, it's on another level. And then dealing with old age and maybe other comorbidities. And then you subject that person to a witch camp where they've changed them down, they're probably lashing them, or they've shaved their hair, or they're walking them through a market naked. That is humiliation on another level. And I don't think it's something that we want our mothers to go through. So why would we encourage that for other people? So improving mental health literacy, being informed about mental health issues, enables us to spot the signs. I spoke about the alarm signs. So educate yourself enough. There is a lot of literature that is out there that you can verify and then spot a few things, not just for yourself, but for your neighbor, for the next person, beside you. And then identifying underlying factors. To identify, reduce, and then to treat. I'm almost done. I see 2 more slides, so I'm almost done. So an individual approach. So limit how much news you consume. There's a lot of news out there. There's a lot of news out there. And it's scary, it's frightening. But the good thing is, you decide what you listen to. If you have your phone, you can always change your algorithm such that it will not feed you what you do not want. So make that intentional effort to change that. Be intentional about your well-being. I know there was a period where there was a lot of, murder, killing, this. It actually was getting to me. And the thing about our phones though is once you click on it a few times, it will bombard you from unsolicited. You open and just unsolicited. I'm sure even as I'm speaking, it will probably pick up some things. And this evening when I pick up my phone, I'll see something somewhere. But be intentional about what you consume. Stay active. Social media and luxury, let me put it that way, has left us in a space where we sit down for a long period of time. We can stay in bed for 4 hours laughing, giggling, that also helps with our mental health, but be intentional about being active also. A little walk at a time would help. It will also reduce the effect of non-communicable diseases. So like hypertension, diabetes, etc., cholesterol levels, etc. It would influence that too. So be active. And the more active you are, you release happy hormones. And these happy hormones make you feel refreshed. So be active. And don't wait it out. Waiting can further worsen your symptoms. I spoke about waiting, not seeking help immediately. Waiting would only worsen your symptoms. And don't be afraid to ask for help. Have a good social network. Have good friends. Don't go and I'm not advising to go and have 20 billion friends, but have few people that maybe you can call and they would meet you up. Occasionally you can go have fun in town, etc. Something just to lighten your mood or to give you that social network. And then bad habits such as alcohol consumption, drug abuse, and then indiscriminate sexual practices. As much as possible, let's curb that, because alcohol consumption, drug abuse would only lead to other illnesses that you do not want to deal with, especially at a young age. You are 30 and then you're having to deal with end-stage renal disease. That's going to impact your mental health. Now, get the help you need. The first image is what our mind sometimes can be. It can feel like a clutter. But then getting help would help you declutter anything that is bothering you. And it's okay to ask for help. There's nothing wrong with asking for help. And don't be afraid to seek help for your mental health. There's absolutely nothing wrong with that. So 8 minutes. Let's remember 8 minutes. I think we've been sitting for a bit. I'm done with my presentation. Let me prove it to you. See? We've been sitting for some time. So can we stand and then just stretch a little bit? You can just, yeah. Don't you feel good standing? Right. So stretch. The space is limited, so just move. Right. You can put your phone down for 10 seconds. And then stretch. They don't care about you. Can you imagine? Yeah, so just stretch a bit. Just stretch. You can do a little wiggle if you want. Yes. All right, so thank you so much. You may please sit. I'm open for questions now, or we'll do the questions after. No. Okay, sure.
So we're going to take 3 questions. Did I see your hand up already? No, okay. That's you. Can you turn it off? Okay. Thank you. Mm-hmm. Yes. So 3 questions. Reproductive health, and then she has spoken a lot about mental health. Maybe give me a minute to share something that she mentioned that I think is so profound, is that earlier, beginning of the year, I self-diagnosed as having anxiety. You know why? Because I was feeding myself so much of my phone. You know, like you rightly said, I'll open my phone and there's some teacher beating some child so terribly, and it stays on my mind. And I open my phone and there's some gory accident and it stays on my mind. So much so that I'm driving to work and the slightest something that crosses me, I'm like, oh my God. You know, so you are imagining the worst for everything. And you're so afraid to the point where I couldn't sleep at night. So I'll stay up 9 p.m., 10 p.m., 2 a.m., 5 a.m. And then I have to go back and do life for the day. And it got really bad. So I had to stop and then reset. So now, when you go on my phone, I have deliberately set my algorithm. It's just happy stuff. You know, I'm training my mind to move away from all of that. Because trust me, everything, there's a thing about your mind. When you see something, you can't unsee it. There's no delete button for your mind. When you hear something, you can't unhear it. So we have to be very deliberate when we look at what we take in, because all of that's ingestion might do you more harm than good. So 3 questions. Are we going to wait it out and do later? Do we want to put everything together and do later? 3 questions. I've just shared my experience with you, how I had to reset. Obviously, 2025, we're resetting, so you know what I mean. So I've had to reset, but let's talk about things. Like I said, it can be anything. Anything, a little experience you've had, a question you want to ask, anything. Yes, please.
Hi. Hello. So I'm going to talk about, is there a question? I don't know whatever it is, but it's on the mental health. So you were saying that we should talk to people maybe just for 8 minutes, or we should give people 8 minutes to talk to us. But sometimes, just sometimes, you trust someone so much that you talk to the person and then the next thing is it's out. I'll use my mother's younger sister as an example. So I told her, we discussed about something, and then I didn't want my mom to know about it. The next thing, my mom got to know about it, but this woman hid it. When we had an argument, and then she brought it out, I felt so bad. This thing has been like 8 years now. And trust me, I'm someone who don't like telling my problems to God. I don't like telling people about my issues, and it bothers me a lot.
It's okay. It's okay.
I could be going through things and I don't have anybody to share with, not even my mother, because at a point in time she'll point it out. That's why you're this. That's why this is happening, and it hurts so much. And talking about Panta, you can't go there because you feel like, okay, when I go there and people get to know that I've been here, the stigma alone. Oh, she has issues with her brains. So in these cases or in these circumstances, how does one deal with themselves? Because there are many times I go through issues and I cannot talk to anybody because, trust me, I trust nobody now. Not even somebody I call a friend. No. Because I can't trust my own family. I can't trust any friend. So I keep issues to myself. I've gone through miscarriages like 3 times. I'm saying this for the first time. I don't know. My mom even doesn't know about this. The first one she got to know was when I got to Legon, and not here, the other side, and they didn't care for me from 3 a.m. to 10 a.m. So my mom I had no option than to call my mother to come around. 3 times I've had miscarriages, and I have never discussed it with anybody, and it's really, 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 really hurting me. Next week, Wednesday, I'll be 35. And I'm like, God, who do I talk to? I think I feel a little bit relieved saying this. Who do I talk to? Because maybe I consider Ajua my friend, and I go and tell her, Ajua, this is what I'm going to, and maybe she has awkward mouth. Eugenia will hear about it. Eugenia has awkward mouth. This witch here will hear about it, and then it will keep spreading, So in circumstances like this, what do you, the individual, what do you advise someone like me do? Thank you.
Well, thank you. You didn't share your name.
I'm sorry. My name is Najeli Tete Alimatu.
Okay. So, are you okay if I call you Na? Okay. Great. So, Na, thank you for sharing your story. It's very brave of you to even share with us for the very first time what you have gone through. From what I gather, definitely you have some form of trauma because of that experience 8 years ago, which has gotten you to the point where you can't even trust any person around you to speak to. What I would advise for you as an individual, it doesn't apply to every person here, is to seek professional help to help deal with that trauma from 8 years ago. Because I'm sure there'll be people that would be able to listen to you without spreading it out. But then, for you to come to that point of identifying those people, you need to get over that trauma. And you can only do that by getting the help that you need, which is professional help. So that would be my advice to you in this moment. Yes, life throws at us very different challenges. And like I mentioned, we all have different ways of dealing with that challenge. And identifying when you need professional help is very important. So what I would recommend is to get professional help, because there's some level of trauma which you're still dealing with. When you mentioned about the story about your mom, I was thinking maybe it was just a week ago. Until you said 8 years ago, then I thought, no, that is trauma that you're still dealing with. You have not overcome that. And so you can't identify people that genuinely care for you. Definitely the experiences then are different from now, and you see things differently than you did over there. And that prompted you to go to that auntie, because in that time she was the one you trusted. So get professional help and get through that trauma. And in speaking to that professional, you also be able to let out a number of things that can be identified, and you'd get the right help. So thank you again for sharing your story.
Thank you. I would want to ask a question.
Yes.
It's not even a question. I wish you had, my name is Wendy. I wish you had spoken about puerperal psychosis and puerperal depression. I feel it's an area we don't talk about enough. I feel like if I had a baby and I'm struggling to hold a baby and I'm struggling to take care of the baby, and society thinks automatically once I've had a baby, I personally suffered puerperal depression, and the people around me didn't even notice. So I wish you had spoken about that. And then on another note, you see this circle, I'm not the only crybaby, they are all crying.
Yes, I've spotted them. Well, yes, indeed. Postpartum psychosis and depression is a big deal. I mean, we're in a society that says that once you've given birth, it's a blessing, and so deal with it. But then the hormonal fluctuations you have to go through after you have given birth is not easy. And then you have to wake up literally every hour to feed a baby. And then you're feeding the baby, you're told exclusive breastfeeding, blah, 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 blah. And you can't even put baby to your breast because you're going through so much, and that period of breastfeeding is painful. So imagine you're dealing with all of that. You have to feed a crying baby. You have to change a crying baby. And babies, they poo a lot. My goodness. They poo and they eat a lot. It's like, can you stop, please? Mommy needs a break. I completely understand and I can completely relate. But I would love to talk a lot about it, but my colleague would touch more on that. So don't worry. So next question, please.
I am a cement.
Hi.
I would like to ask, is it professional for a doctor to carry out a surgery and then tell you that the womb looks very nasty and that you can't do anything with it? And then again, he goes on to tell you that you have to think about it, even when one tube has been taken out. And then he goes on to tell you that it is better for you not to give birth again because the other tube doesn't look good and all that. I want to ask, because it's something I've been asking myself, if it is in a professional way to tell your client or your patient that
This is look. Look. Well, whenever we have discussions like this, it always brings to light the lack of professionalism of our healthcare providers. There have been several times where I've had to listen to those I'm speaking to complain about, and the doctor said this. I mean, we all heard Ajwa. She said when she went to one of her doctors, all he said was, "Jamawenya cervical cancer." I mean, what? And there's ways of discussing complications, because we need to be able to receive that information properly, to be able to do with that information what we can. And if it's not delivered in the professional manner or in a manner in which it should be done, you risk the person going into depression. You risk the person even going to commit suicide or even doing other unthinkable things. Healthcare should be a holistic approach. Unfortunately, we don't include mental health enough. And so even if you had a procedure done, which meant that maybe one of your tubes had to be taken out, or a part of your uterus had to be taken out, or even the entire uterus had to be taken out, there's a way to go about it. There's a way to discuss the surgical procedure, the perceived complications that may happen, and then getting a counselor involved where necessary. That's how we should approach things. Unfortunately, I don't know if it is the patient burden, but that should not be an excuse. Because how many patients are you going to see with the same issue? It's not, even to discuss malarial complications should be done in a certain way, but just for context, I'm not just coming to tell you you have malaria. I'm coming to tell you that there's the possibility you may not conceive in the future. And that's a burden to carry. And so we need to know how to approach discussions like that. So I apologize, literally, for that form of delivery for you, because it was not professional at all. And you shouldn't have to carry that burden of not having the right message delivered to you, such that you've had to battle, or any person has had to battle, different moods of depression, anxiety, not being able to sleep at night, or the possibility of harming themselves simply because a professional did not deliver a message the right way. She'll need some tissue. Someone please give her a hug. So we need to be intentional about the way we deliver issues. Even the death of someone, we don't just call someone and say somebody is dead. I mean, sometimes we talk about the cultural things that are bad, but we fail to acknowledge the good ones. Back in the day, or even now, when there is a loss of a family member, we wait until everybody is home. We even tell others. That's why now social media is really doing us a great disservice. I mean, there was a recent death of a student. Imagine the parent or siblings of that student had to find out via social media. We need to have some decorum. Whoever that videoed that thing and posted it on social media or took pictures and posted it on social media, to be honest, shame on that person, because it's completely unfair. Because it means we're selfish, we're only thinking about what is going to trend, we're only thinking about, I'm the first to deliver the news. It's completely unfair. And there's ways in which to deliver news and messages. So we need to do better.
Thank you so much. So I'm Irene. And back to your 8 minutes. I consider myself as an empath. And I tend to bring people's issues into my issues. And I'm available for my friends, literally. And I want to ask, at what point, and I want to seek your professional advice, how do I draw a boundary? Okay, so, such that if I'm not in a position to help a friend, I don't beat myself up. Because it looks like I am there for everybody, and then I tend to call into my shell when it gets to my turn, because I think no one can be there for me like I am for others. Yeah, and it's across board, family, everyone, and sometimes even my husband complains, you are there for everybody. Who is there for you? And you have to be there for yourself. When it comes to myself, it looks like I don't go all out for me like I do for others. Yeah, so what is your advice? Yeah, how do I draw the boundary? And if I'm not there for the person, am I doing bad? Because it can get to me. Thank you.
That's the thing about empaths. We feel guilty for drawing a boundary. Healthy boundaries are okay. And identifying how much you can do is self-love, and also an extension of love to that person. Because the worst thing you can do is be available when you can't be available. Then the person is not going to get the full version of you, and the person might end up leaving your presence much worse than they got in. So healthy boundaries are very important. If you feel overwhelmed and someone comes to speak to you, it's okay to tell the person, I'm not able to listen as I would love to. Can this wait? If it can't, then you try to identify with the person who else can be there for them. Sometimes just as little as doing that would go a long way, so you don't end up taking on more than you can. And another thing that you should notice, that if there is nothing left of you, what else are you going to pour? And just as much as people love you, they love what is in you. So if you have a cup of milk and you keep pouring, you keep pouring, you keep pouring, once it's empty, there'll be nothing else to pour out of. So use yourself as that cup. Take care of yourself so that the people you love the most will be able to get the best version of you. Because it's sad if you're not able to give the people around you what you would love to. And you can only do that after you have taken good care of yourself. So taking care of yourself does not mean you should go on a luxury trip. Social media, the pressure is bad. But taking care of yourself involves being intentional, knowing your boundaries, what you can and cannot do, and also little things. It could be good rest, hydrating, taking a walk, listening to good music, probably just being by yourself. That's self-care. Self-care will think, oh, I'm going to Kempinski for their luxury spa treat. I mean, it's luxurious though, but is it sustainable? And then if you're not able to do that over time, then you start to feel bad. There are very little things that we can do individually to fill up our cups so that we can pour into the people that matter the most. And if you are not able to assist someone like you would, don't feel guilty about it. It's the best thing you're doing for that person. So don't feel guilty about it, but take care of you. Because to be honest, the world would move on if you are not there. And you need to realize that. If something happens at your workplace, we've seen people pass at workplaces and at school. Their best we'll do is 1 minute of silence. Yeah. So take care of you, because you've only got one you. And this life is meant for the living. I mean, it is. So take care of you, importantly. Do identify little things. It could be a book. Maybe you like to walk. You like to just maybe go window shopping. You like to do little things. We all know the things that would bring us certain amount of joy, a little bit of happiness. So identify those things and do a lot more of that so that you don't empty your cup too much. Okay? So I can sit.
Yes.
Thank
you very much.
That's it. My feet were
Yes. Thank you very much. Please, a louder round of applause for Dr. Vanessa. And I see how the questions kept coming. I'm sure if I had allowed it, I know in the beginning nobody wanted to, but I'm sure if I had allowed it, everybody would have asked a question. See, that's a mental health thing. You know that, right? All right, so all the videos and photos that you're going to take here, I want us to keep the hashtag going, okay? The hashtag that we have for today is Women's Health Matters, hashtag Women's Health Matters, and hashtag Stronger Together 2025. For those of you who came later, maybe I didn't introduce myself. My name is Natalia. I think that's enough. Just Natalia is fine. Now, or Natalie, my God, some people even call me, oh my God. I'm sorry, what is it with Ghanaians and changing people's names? Just please give me a brief moment to address this. Why do people do that? I've been to places where I've been addressed as Letitia. And for a moment, and the person said the name like 3 times. And I'm sitting right here and I'm just, my mind is everywhere. Because obviously my name is not Letitia. And then he actually looks at me and said, Letitia, and I'm like, oh my God. Now this is where we are. I've had it all. I've been called Nathaniel, Natalie, Natasha, but my name is Natalia. And I it's so simple. I'm like, which part of it is the problem? But anyway, that's just by the way. So yes, Natalia. So we are moving on. Don't forget the hashtag Women's Health Matters and hashtag Stronger Together 2025. Before we continue calling our next speaker, please, again, let's give a round of applause to Ajua. Because I see that a lot of you actually really needed this. Because people are actually expressing for the first time things that they have kept to themselves, not knowing where the right time will be, when can I say this? And to think that people would actually open up in the midst of seemingly strange people should tell you how much of this we need. I think Ajwa, moving forward, because you said this is a support group, moving forward, let's do these ones. Have a monthly meeting in some small corner where people can just sip on, where there are no cameras, where people can just sit together and proper pour out. Because that's also therapy. That's a way people feel better. Because Na said that, I'm relieved. She's carried that burden for how many years? And all she had to do was say it. That's all it took. And so, Ajwa, I think that, oh my God, I need to buy you something when I get money. I beg, slow down. All right, so we're going to move on and talk to, call on our next speaker. who is Aja's doctor, that she's talked about so much that for those of us who don't know him, we know him. All thanks to her. She's mentioned him on social media, phone conversations. Listen, literally anyone who is willing to hear would hear about Dr. Kwabena Apiakubi, because he's like, oh my God. She's talked about him so much, and this morning, it's still morning, yes, we are so lucky to have him here, and he's here to address fertility issues. Please, a round of applause for him.
Yes, so how do I get belly? It's not a difficult thing, is it? Just before we start, I'm going to introduce myself. My name is Dr. Apiakubi. Apparently, I'm Adwa's only doctor. the one that fixes all her problems. First and foremost, I'd like to thank you for the opportunity. I think you've done a wonderful job putting this together, because we need a lot more of these groups for women to vent out and, express themselves. So I think this is the maiden edition, and I think so far what you've put together is commendable and something that can be, emulated. Secondly, happy Women's Day to everybody. I'm not part of the fraternity, but happy Women's Day to all of you. The way I want to do this presentation is going to be interactive, so I brought my towel. I know by now the tissues are finished, so if you have questions, that you want to ask, if at any point I say something and you want to jump in, just feel free to jump in. I'm not gonna take offense. So I'm going to get the show on the road. The first thing, I have no conflict of interest except to say that I address my friend. And an overview of my presentation. I don't know, can we dim the lights in front here? Because otherwise you're not going to see many of the pictures that I'm going to post. All right, okay. No P. All right. All right, cool. So the presentation I'm going to do today essentially is under 4 themes. We're going to first talk about, I'm going to introduce the topic, and then we're going to talk about the definition of infertility. We'll talk about the incidence of infertility. Then secondly, we're going to talk about the causes, because I think it's good to know what causes infertility before you can treat. And I think where there's a depth or a lack of information is in the causes of infertility, because if you really think about it, it's not that deep. And so if you understand the causes, whenever you go to visit a doctor, you'll be able to understand better what can be offered to you. So we talk about the causes, and that can either be from the female side or it can be from the male perspective. And then after that, we're going to talk about the evaluation. And evaluation is very, very broad. I think I gave myself this topic, and later on I was like cursing myself, because it's a very broad topic, and I've tried to condense it as quickly as possible so that within 20 minutes we can do a little presentation, and afterwards we're going to do question time. I think the question time would benefit all of you more than just me going on and on about different management approaches. So when we talk about evaluation, we're going to talk essentially about the history, the examination of both partners, the female assessment, male assessment, and then finally, for me, my question time is going to be the management, because I don't want to go through the whole gamut, and I don't want to run the risk of saying something and making it seem as if it's stereotypical, because what tends to happen is I say something, you go to your doctor the following day, and it's like, AK said this, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. When in actual fact, there are various ways you can fix the problem. So it would be fortuitous on my part just to give you a rigid thing. So I think the best thing I'm going to do is leave the management part for just a question time, and then we can interact, because I see people want to ask questions. So just to start, the definition of infertility has changed. I think 2 years ago, there was a new definition, and it's the inability of a couple to conceive with apparently normal ovarian function, fallopian tubes, uterus, cervix, and pelvis, and typically for a lady younger than 40 years of age, and with adequate coital frequency, an apparently normal testicular function, genitourinary anatomy, and a normal ejaculate. Okay? So essentially, for you to be called infertile, everything must be going on normally. And this thing happens typically for a period of 1 year. Now, we can't just say 1 year for everybody. So typically for women above 35 years of age, we don't want you to wait for 1 year before you get this or, have this situation, because your clock is ticking or your tick is clocking, whichever way it is. So when you're above 35 years of age, when you've had previous surgery, when you've had obvious tubal function injury, you don't wait for 12 months to now say, okay, I've crossed that threshold of 12 months. Let's now call ourselves infertile. So usually for 35 years and above, we say 6 months is an ideal period to say, look, we've had enough exposure, and so it's time to get investigated. And then usually when we come to the clinic, from a doctor's perspective, because it really doesn't really matter what, from your perspective, it's not your main interest, but from a doctor's perspective, we always try to classify it as either primary or secondary infertility, okay? So primary essentially means that you've never been pregnant before. Secondary means that you've been pregnant before, but then now you're having difficulty getting pregnant again, okay? Right, so the incidence of infertility, in most cases, 70% of cases, a cause can be found, okay? So this is one of the pictures that you should take home today, that if you look at all the segments, a good chunk of them are caused, or the infertility can be female-driven. So we have ovulatory causes as the main cause of infertility. That's 26%. Now, if you look at the male factor, that's also another 26%. Okay, so one thing that I do a lot, so you look at the 26% here, male factor 26%. But if you add everything, obviously there's a lot more female causes, but at the back of your mind, you should remember that the infertility affects a couple. Okay, so a lot of you, what tends to happen is you come to clinic on your own. And usually when I see people for the first time on their own, and I'm suspicious in the back of my mind, is there a problem really at home, or is it a collective decision to get pregnant? Because it takes two to get pregnant. It's not just one person. So for me, most of the time, I like to stick with the male factor first. You realize down the presentation that the male factor problems or investigations or evaluation is much, much easier, much, much more straightforward than the female side. So I like to get rid of the male factor problems before we deal with the female, okay? Obviously, the males have an ego issue, and so don't like to follow their wives to the clinic, the stigma and all that. But, I mean, if it's a collective decision by the couple to get pregnant, I just feel that it's easier for the male to get sorted out first before we start dealing with the female. So with the female, we're talking about ovulatory dysfunction. That's the main issue. In Ghana, the second most common issue is tubal disease, followed closely by endometriosis, which is very difficult to diagnose and underdiagnosed in our settings. And the last thing is uterine disorders. We see fibroids every day, but you realize that it accounts for only 3% of all causes of infertility. So these two diagrams are two diagrams that I think you have to understand. I mean, if you understand these two diagrams, then you can really understand the crux of infertility, okay? The diagram on the left talks about ovulatory dysfunction. And ovulatory dysfunction essentially is an axis. So we start from the hypothalamus. It's in the brain, okay? In the brain, there's a hypothalamus, and then there's a pituitary gland. It's a small gland in the brain that produces two hormones. The two hormones are FSH and LH. And these two hormones essentially determine your reproductive life, okay? And they work in a cycle. So there's a balance between the two hormones that causes ovulation, etc., okay? And funny enough, this same axis occurs in the man. So we still have FSH, LH. In place of estrogen, we have testosterone in the male. But it's the same cycle. We call it an axis in both the male and the female. And it's this axis that we play around with. So when you're doing the treatments, it's this axis that we're playing around with, okay? Ultimately, all of this works on the uterus, okay? So the way I see it, if you come to my consulting room, I'll always show you a similar diagram. We have the vagina. The vagina here represents semen. So first and foremost, I'll ask you, where's your semen? Like, do you have a semen analysis? Do we know what we're working with in the first place? Okay? The next thing we talk about the cervix. Beyond the cervix, we have the endometrium. That's the lining of the uterus where the baby would eventually sit. And then we talk about the tubes. Okay? In this diagram, I don't think the ovary is here somewhere, but it's there. Okay? So essentially, you can? Oh, okay, cool. So essentially, we need to see if you're not fertile, there's a problem with either this system or this system. That is essentially what it's all about. Okay? So anytime you go to the clinic, that's what we're playing with. And ovulatory dysfunction, as you saw previously, is 26%, accounts for 26% of all the causes. And as I said, it's an axis. So this is a diagram that's just to tell us the different causes. And there are many causes. That's why, on reflection about this topic, I was like, why did I even do this? It's a long thing. But to summarize, the commonest ovulatory dysfunction is PCOS. Okay? Apart from PCOS, you have all the genetic issues, autocrine, cancer cases, not very common, infectious diseases, those things. But the commonest cause of ovulatory dysfunction is PCOS. Okay? So, we're going to list, or we're going to go, or I'm going to try and go through the individual causes for infertility. And after we've talked about ovulatory dysfunction, we come to tubal disease. Now, the commonest cause is PID. PID is pelvic inflammatory disease, okay? So if you have vaginal discharge, recurrent, you don't treat it properly, what tends to happen is these tubes get blocked, okay? So the reason why I wanted the lights off is for these pictures, because I think it's essential to understand the pictures. So this is this is from a laparoscopic approach. So this is your uterus. See, I told you. I told you. So this is your uterus, okay? And this is a very cute uterus. So this is the tube here, and that's the ovary here, okay? So this is essentially the whole system. This is what you need, okay? Now, common causes of tubal factor infertility, PID, recurrent infections, and if you don't treat the white, if you don't treat it properly, eventually this tube here, it's a very thin tube, gets blocked. It can also become hydrosalpingotic. What happens is it can also accumulate fluid, so it becomes infected. If it becomes infected, it balloons out, and then the tube essentially becomes useless. You can get adhesions. Sometimes you get reports saying that your tubes are fine, when in actual fact, it's from an inaccurate investigation of the tube. And the least common cause in this part of the world is TB. Now, this is what it looks like when you have adhesions and PID. Okay? So you can imagine, I think this is a no-brainer. With this environment, it's going to be difficult to get pregnant. Okay? So in most cases, we will treat with medication. In many cases, you then need to do surgery. Okay? To correct the anatomy before you can then consider doing IVF. Try to get spontaneous pregnancy. Okay? So that's tubal disease. Now we talk about endometriosis. Endometriosis is another deep issue. And because it's not a disease that's widely diagnosed, it usually comes after many years of going to the hospital without a diagnosis, and then eventually you pop up one day at AK's place and it's like, it's an endometrioma or endometriosis. And there are three types of endometriosis. There's the superficial type. So the superficial type is very difficult to pick up, and essentially it just sits on the tissues. It has a penetration of less than 5 millimeters, so it's very, very superficial. But anytime you have your menses, your bladder is bleeding, your rectum is bleeding, your diaphragm has a problem. You still have when you breathe, sometimes you can cough out blood. It can be superficial. Explain what endometriosis is. All right, so endometriosis is a chronic inflammatory disease, okay? And basically it is when you have your endometrial lining. So if I go back to this picture here, when you have the endometrial lining here, when you menstruate, typically you go out this way. When you have endometriosis, it goes back up the tubes, out here, and the first point of call is your ovary. Okay? The second point of call is the back of your uterus. The third point of call is everywhere in your abdomen. Okay? So that's how you get the superficial endometriosis. Now, later on, I'm going to talk about adenomyosis, which is the same thing. It's endometrial tissue that instead of going outward like this, goes sideways into the muscle of the uterus. Okay? So when it gets into the muscle of the uterus, this is excruciatingly painful. Every time you have your menses, it is not a joke. So endometriosis, that's the pathophysiology. And we have 3 types of it. As I said earlier, we have the superficial type. We have the deep infiltrating type. So deep infiltrating basically means that it's going into your uterus, it's going into your bowel, it's invading your ligaments that support your uterus, it's going into the tissues deep. So superficial is 5 millimeters. Deep means it's going beyond 5 millimeters. And then we have the endometrioma. This is the commonest presentation. And this is how the endometrioma looks like. So as I said earlier, you can see on this side, the ovary here is unaffected. But on the left side, you realize that there's this blackish collection of fluid. And it's essentially old blood. You've menstruated into your ovary. That's what it basically is. Okay? And so this also is very painful. But not as painful as adenomyosis. But this is also very painful. The funny thing about endometriosis is that if you identify it early, there's a medical approach to treatment, there's a surgical approach to treatment. Whichever way it is, it always looks like it's affecting your tubes, but in actual fact, it doesn't affect the function of the tube. So it's very easy to treat once you pick it up and you fix it. Uterine disorders. We all know about fibroids. So fibroids cause infertility to 3% of the extent. But what it tends to do is that it has a mechanical obstruction. So sometimes if you have a fibroid in the wrong place, so let's go back. When you talk about fibroids, we literally talk about 3 things. We're talking about the number of them, the location of them, and the size of them. Those are the 3 main issues with fibroids. So you can have fibroids which are asymptomatic. So they don't cause any problem whatsoever. But you can have one single fibroid that's sitting in the wrong place and it's just going to cause you to bleed for 2 months non-stop. You can have one fibroid that's minding its own business and it's supposedly subserosal. When we say, I'll discuss subserosal later on, but subserosal basically means it's sitting at the junction of the tube. So even though it's not in a place you suspect is going to cause any problem, it's actually blocking the tube. Okay, so fibroids come in various forms, shapes, and sizes, but the reason why I didn't want to talk about management of specific cases is that one person will say this, the other person will say something else. And the fact that you have fibroids doesn't mean the treatment is the same. I think that's one thing we should all get today. The fact that you have fibroids doesn't mean we need to do surgery. There are lots of people that I turn away because the fibroids they have are inconsequential. That is also a problem because you tell them today it's inconsequential. You tell them to make sure you get routine checks every 6 months. They fail to do it. And then after 3 years, they come back and the fibroids have just gone out of, So when you have a problem, the best thing is get advice and try and get a solution or a plan to manage a situation because concoctions don't fix fibroids. Okay? It's only surgery that does. I think we need to get that thing out of the way. Concoctions don't fix fibroids. It's only surgery that does. You can manage the fibroids with medication to a point, but ultimately the fix is surgical. Other causes, as I mentioned earlier, we have adenomyosis, we have the uterine anomalies. So usually these ones are congenital. So you're born with them, and typically you pick them up before or around the time of puberty. So 13-year-olds, 13 to 15-year-olds, they come to the clinic and they have blood collection in the uterus, maybe because the cervix hasn't fully developed. So those things, we typically pick them up earlier on. The other common cause are polyps. We also have intrauterine adhesions, and we have cervicitis, in fact, inflammation of the cervix. Polyps seem innocuous. Polyps, I didn't put a picture up, but I don't know why. Polyps seem innocuous. They're basically overgrowths of the endometrial lining. So if you go back to this picture, the same endometrial lining, what tends to happen is you have overgrowths. And when they overgrow, they tend to bleed on their own. So what typically happens with polyps is that you have your menses. If essentially it's 3 to 5 days, with time it goes to 7 days. With more time it goes to 10 days. Before you're aware, you're bleeding in between your cycles. So you've had your 7 days bleed, then in the middle of your cycle, all of a sudden you start bleeding. You don't know why. Typically there's a polyp sitting in there that's living a life of its own. Okay? So in the same vein, because it's sitting in the lining of the uterus, in terms of fertility, if you have implantation in or around the space of a polyp, you tend to get a miscarriage. So when women have been investigated for infertility for a while, we try to get rid of polyps. There are many people who've delivered or gotten pregnant with polyps in situ, no big deal. But when in the picture of infertility, it's something that we tend to treat as soon as possible. And then lastly, we have genetic and immune causes of infertility. So you can have somebody who comes to the clinic looking like a lady, but when you actually do the genetic testing, you realize that they're not a lady because they do the chromosomal analysis and it's an XY. And you ask yourself, how did this happen? It's a long story. I'm not going to talk about how that happened. But this is somebody's ovary. This thing here has the same color. It's an ovary, but we call this a streak ovary. Okay? This ovary is non-functional. Okay? So when you're doing investigations and you're pushed to the wall, sometimes it gets to a point where you need to do genetic testing. It can be very expensive. But sometimes I always ask myself, are we going to spend the money investigating the problem, or are we going to spend the money fixing the problem? But these are some of the things they need to keep at the back of your mind. That Turner syndrome, Swyer syndrome, the picture you see there is Swyer syndrome. You can also have endocrine problems, particularly with the thyroid. The antiphospholipid syndrome is typically something we look out for when you have recurrent pregnancy losses. So there are a whole host of causes. Once you get to the clinic, it's pretty easy to pick up what the problem is, then we fix it. But as I said earlier, for me, I like to investigate the male first because it's pretty straightforward. And once you fix the problem, usually when you fix the problem with the men and the woman has no problem, the solution is time to pregnancy is pretty short. So I always like to start with the male factor. The commonest male so this is how we're going to do it. I put a diagram here of the testis or the scrotum, okay? And then we're going to think about it in 3 ways. So to the left is anything before the testis. In the middle is the testis. To the right is the ejaculatory duct or the outflow tract, okay? So you can have pre-testicular causes. So anything that's higher up. So usually, you remember I talked about the axis. So if there's a problem up in the axis, you can get low sperm count, okay? One cause that's not on the board is, is there, pharmacological. The guys who go to the gym a lot and they're pumping in testosterone steroids just to buff up, okay? It's a huge cause for low sperm count. But internationally, the commonest cause for a low sperm count in the men is varicocele. And varicocele are, there are blood vessels that take blood away from the testes. So on this side, you can see the testis is even here, and the blood supply taken away is intact. But on the right side, you realize that the veins have become engorged. When they become engorged, it increases the oxidative stress in the testes. Or basically, the environment in the testes becomes unfriendly. Because it becomes unfriendly, it affects the testes, and sperm production is impaired. So the commonest cause in our part of the world is the varicocele. But I've listed all the other causes there. I'm not going to go through each and every one of them. Now, so we've talked about the male cause, we've talked about the female cause, and then ultimately we need to talk about the combined cause. So the main thing is advanced age, and we keep talking about women postponing childbirth or getting pregnant to a later age because of job opportunities, social freedoms. At the end of the day, it comes with a price, unfortunately. It comes with a price. So I put this chart here because I think if there's another takeaway message you need to go home with, it's this particular chart. So we're looking at the percentage live births, and we're looking at age. And you realize that using your own eggs, you're most fertile between 32 and 34. Actually, it's a little bit wrong, but your most fertile period is between 32 and 34. When you get to 38, there's a significant drop. The slope here is not as steep as the slope from here onwards. Once you get to 38, it's a slippery slope downwards. Okay? And when you get to 45, you should temper your expectations. So if you're in the business of, well, I have economic empowerment, I have social freedom, I want to progress at my workplace, so I'm not going to get involved and get pregnant, you need to keep this graph in your mind. The solution is pretty simple. All you need to do is freeze your eggs at this point. Because what happens with egg freezing is that you're most fertile or virile around 32, 34-ish. When you want to get pregnant at 42, the eggs that we're going to use are equivalent to a 32-year-old egg. The quality is much better. The chances of success are much higher. Freeze your eggs. Okay? If that's the trajectory you're on, freeze your eggs. Otherwise, when you get to this point and you've amassed all the wealth that you want, then you come to a guy like me and you now want to get pregnant using your own eggs. And I look at you and I'll be scratching my head. I'm like, why did you wait? There was a week when I posted this issue about egg freezing. And for that week, I had, I think, 18, 40-plus-year-olds coming to my office. And everybody cried. Everybody cried because, obviously, there was a lack of knowledge about freezing. Okay? So I know it's not something that we talk about frequently. I know it can be expensive, but you need to be aware of it when you're on this trajectory of financial independence. I have no problem with women being financially independent. I think it's actually good for everybody for women to be financially independent. But you must have at the back of your mind that if you do want children down the road, freeze your eggs so that you can have peace. What tends to happen a lot is you freeze your eggs, you find a partner down the road, maybe 38, 40, thereabouts. You can get pregnant on your own. Nobody's saying you can't. But as a backup, just freeze them so that it doesn't become an issue down the road. So that's a major cause of a combined, when we have the discussion about combined causes of infertility. Poor sexual practices. So couples come to my office and you ask them, when was the last time you had sex? And some of the answers you get are mind-boggling. It's like, oh, because we've been trying for a long time and we are fed up, I don't really have sex anymore. So then why are you here? Or it becomes like, the last one was, I only want to have sex. I want to have sex when I know I could get pregnant. So we haven't tried, but you've come to my office seeking a solution. something you should bear in mind. I'm not here to judge anybody. I'm not here to judge anybody. So we come to the point of evaluation. So usually when we're doing the evaluation, we start with the history and examination. And usually the history and examination will bring out all the issues. So typically we like to do it in a relaxed setting. There should be ample time to sit and talk. One thing that Ajwa does is talk. So usually when I'm scheduling her, I put it at the back of my list for the day. So we can have a good 1 hour. We can talk about all the kokonsada that's going on in town. But essentially, we want to talk about your menstrual cycle, your sexual prowess, your previous infections, if any. Typically, I take it. It's a good opportunity to do a pap smear or a breast exam, and we just want to find out your fertility wishes. It's always good to vent and know what exactly you want, because what you want is the solution that will be professed to you. Okay? Obviously, we talk about if there's any surgical history, blah, blah, blah. What we don't do in this town is the same for the men. So that's why I like it when the couples come together, because when they come together, it's a good opportunity to examine the man as well, so that we get it over and done with. Oh, yes, turn it back on. Sorry. But are you not enjoying it without the light? Yes. Stream. Oh, they don't know me. they don't need to hear my voice. I hear what? So when we evaluating the female, we always want to find out about whether you're ovulating or not. I mean, that's just a prerequisite. And when you're ovulating, we can find out from your history. Typically, a lot of women these days now use ovulation test kits. It's because of social media. People have read Dr. Google and all their TikTok. TikTok is a new one now. I need to get on TikTok. But it's always from Dr. Google, TikTok, and ovulation prediction kits are okay, but they're not sacrosanct. So in medical terms, we talk about sensitivity and selectivity. Okay? So in as much as they can tell you that they're good at telling you that you haven't ovulated, but they're not the best at telling you that you have ovulated. Okay? So when you use it and you get a negative result, well, fair enough, you haven't ovulated. When you get a positive result, the problem there is, when did you ovulate? Because the actual window period is 12 hours. Okay, so the positive that you've got right now, is it at the beginning of the 12 hours, the middle of it, or you're the tail end of it? So you don't actually know when you're ovulating with the prediction test kits. So yes, you can use them, but when it gets to a point where you're seeking treatment for infertility, I don't think that's where you really need to be. I think at that point, you need what we'd call follicular tracking. And follicular tracking is basically you put in a transvaginal ultrasound, and you actually look at the follicles, because you can predict based on the size of the follicles when you're going to ovulate. So that's when you need to come into the clinic and then have that tracking done, so that we can assess the veracity of whether you're ovulating or not. Because even women who have supposed normal cycles, 21 to 35 days, 10% of them don't ovulate. Okay? When you have PCOS, obviously, we know you're having anovulatory cycles. Okay? So tracking sometimes just sets the record straight, so we all know what we're dealing with. Because there's no point fixing a problem that you don't know you can't get a solution when you don't know what the problem is. Okay? Then we need to assess the uterus. And sometimes I always say, let's do the uterus and the tube together. So what do? Most of the time, it's just a basic transabdominal or a transvaginal scan. And these days, most of the scans that we do are two-dimensional. So if you can get a place where they do a 3D scan, that's fantastic, because then you can actually see the real architecture of the uterus. After doing that, so those scans do not tell you it doesn't give you any information about the tubes. No, that's a wrong statement. So if you did a transabdominal or transvaginal scan, if you had hydrosalpinx or disease of the tube, the scan will pick it up. That's about it. So then you need to go further and investigate, are the tubes working? Because the picture I showed you is an axis. You need to make sure everything's working. And what do we do to check the tubes? We have saline infusion sonography. Okay? We have the famous HSG, which everybody loves. Oh, I hear dissenting voices. Nobody likes the HSG. That means, you see, when somebody says they don't like HSG, it means their tubes are blocked. No, it doesn't mean that. HSG is painful. So what's been developed is a new system we call the hyphosi. Okay, and usually it's done by an ultrasound machine. We put a Doppler on the tubes. We put in there's an agent that we use that is visible on the ultrasound. So without the agent, you won't see the tubes. With the agent, you will pick up the tubes and whether there's flow or there's no flow. The last investigation, obviously, is hysteroscopy. Hysteroscopy is putting a camera inside the uterus. I should have put a video up there. I don't know why. Is to put a camera in the uterus, and you can actually see the real architecture, the structure of the uterus. Some places they talk about laparoscopy as an evaluatory tool, and unfortunately, I disagree with the diagnostic, the concept of the diagnostic laparoscopy, because with all these investigations that we have here, laparoscopy is an invasive procedure. So it means you need to go to theater, they need to cut you up, and then just to look at your tubes. So you saw the pictures I posted earlier. Just to do that, to have a look at your tubes, for me is a bit far-fetched. What I actually propose is we do what we call a see and treat laparoscopy. So you go in there, if you suspect there's tubal pathology, can you fix it? Because there's technology to unblock tubes. So if you can't fix it, then for me, going to do a diagnostic laparoscopy per se doesn't really save anybody. So something that we should all think about. Then we come to the male. When we're evaluating the male, again, it's all from the history. We do a basic semen analysis and urine exam. In some cases, we can do a hormonal assessment. And you see, I didn't put any hormones we're going to assess here, because some people will say, hey, Charlie, the last time I went to the doctor, they didn't do testosterone, no, they didn't do LH. I'm not going to leave it out. Essentially, the reason why you would ask for hormonal assessment is dependent on what you find on the semen analysis. Okay? So if I suspect that you have pre-testicular causes of oligospermia or low sperm count, then I would then go ask for your hormonal assessment. If it's getting worse, I would actually go and do an ultrasound of the scrotum. Sometimes you can have somebody with no sperm, azoospermia. And in actual fact, there's an absence of the vas deferens, which is it's part of the tube. So you need to do an ultrasound of the scrotum. In that case, you probably have to do an ultrasound of the renal system as well. And sometimes you need to do the scan through the rectum. So it depends on the cause. And if you identify the cause, then you do the appropriate investigation. When it gets really, really bad, then we go back to genetic testing. And sometimes this is where there are some controversies. So where I was practicing in Cape Town, we did this routinely. So you come azoospermia, and there are links with it. When you do a genetic test for somebody who's not producing sperm, the treatment is actually to cut up the balls. Okay? I'm just being nice. You cut the balls and you look for sperm. But the problem is, the sperm that you get from that procedure, obviously you're going to do IVF. But then you have to do sex selection, because if you have a problem with the sperm of a specific sex and you put it back, that boy is going to come back with the same problem. So there are stages in the whole gamut of investigations. Again, it gets pretty expensive. And so it's not for everybody that we do that for, but it's dependent on the cause. So I've been speaking for too long now. I'm going to stop at management. I'm going to make this the question time. And essentially, when you're doing management, we treat based on these 4 principles. It's either a lifestyle modification, it's a medical approach, it's a surgical approach, or it's assisted reproduction. Okay? There are way too many different situations that I can't put on the board. So I'm just going to stop here. I'm going to allow for questions because I know people are itching to ask questions. And then we shall see how best we can solve the situation. Thank you very much for your time. We have your own.
Yes. Hi, thank you. AK, I can call you that, right?
Yes, yeah,
okay.
Yes.
So, question time. I have a pending question. I have to just start with you.
Thank you. My question is a bit funny. I don't know how to put it, but I'm going to talk about it anyway. So my name is Araba, and I know a little bit about genetic analysis because it came back to bite me some time ago. So you mentioned that sometimes factors that cause these issues has to do with genetics. It has to do with genetics. But then again, in your last your conclusion, management, you mentioned all of these. So I'm wondering if it's genetics and I'm changing my lifestyle, I'm doing all the things that you're recommending, it's still not going to help. The reason why I'm saying that it's still not going to help is that imagine I am predisposed to some factors that is automatically going to make me not be able to have children in the future. Is it advisable for me when I get to know that problem? First off, we don't practice genetic analysis here in Ghana. They just started a course, and I know when you have to do the testing, you have to go outside the country to go and do those testing. So I'm asking, imagine I do the testing and I find out that I have these issues. Ideally, we are told that you have to do the genetic analysis so that if it is a female-related issues, we track. If you've ever had a child or your mom, we can track. Then it means somebody in the line can have those issues. So I'm asking, has it ever been that you have an issue with genetic issue, you have a genetic issues, and your mom had the same issues, you are also predisposed to it, but your child, your mom had you, so your mom's issue didn't transfer to you, but you had it. Like there is a skip in the generation. I don't know if my question makes sense.
Your question is tortuous. So what I gather from your question is that you're asking a question, but you don't want to give me the facts.
Yes, I don't.
Because then the question becomes ambiguous for me.
Okay, so let me bring it down.
Okay.
So genetic analysis. If I find out that I have an issue that has a basis to genetics, do I do the genetic analysis to see if I can track from somebody in my family?
Okay, let me just off the cuff. When you were speaking, the first thing that came to mind was sickle cell. Am I close?
You are very close.
All right. So when you have sickle cell disease, I'm assuming you are AS, your partner is also AS or AC or SC, something like that, and you need to do PGT testing? Is that it?
I don't know so much about sickle cell,
Right.
but I do know a lot about diseases, specifically oncological diseases.
Okay.
So my question, like you said, I didn't want to toe towards that line, but
Right.
I wanted to be as ambiguous as possible.
Okay.
So there you have it.
So you have a genetic problem. Your question is it relevant or necessary to do that investigation or just go ahead with the treatment? Is that a good summary?
Okay. So, sorry, I'm going to make it about me. So, so let me be very clear.
Right.
I had a child who had leukemia, who died of leukemia. And going forward, I have decided not to have a child because when we started the investigation, yes, thank you. When we started the investigation, we did a first-line treatment here in Ghana, and then we traveled to India, and then finally we ended up in Singapore. Throughout, nobody saw that it was a matter of genetics, that my husband and myself had some cells that paired up and then eventually led to that very difficult type of leukemia. So that is when I got to know about the genetic analysis. And then India skipped it. India couldn't find it. Singapore, it took them about 2 months. They had to take all our samples from all over the world, bring them together, analyze the samples before they could understand that this disease is incurable. Why? Because it was a matter of genetics. So now, knowing what I know, I don't want to bring forth another child. Because if you are telling me that my husband and myself came together to make a child, a rare disease, that is leukemia, the normal leukemia, apparently there are subtypes that makes it, the longer it goes, the difficult it becomes to treat, and then becomes really resistant. And some of them come, the moment you get pregnant, the genes pair up, and then it happens like that. So in my son's case, my husband and myself, I gave 4 of my DNA, he gave 4 of his DNA, and then it came together to form my son. And then unfortunately for him, apparently when you give birth to a child, their DNA also pairs up with other DNAs and then chromosomal, I don't know. Yes, but unfortunately for him, he paired up with a gene that is incurable, which is the KMT2A, that type of gene. It's not common, but for some funny reason, it paired up with T10. So it made his leukemia a mixed lineage leukemia. So as compared to a child that will come with leukemia that is one line lineage, so I would have either acute lymphoblastic or I have acute myeloid. He had acute lymphoblastic and acute myeloid coexisting. So when you target the leukemia, the acute leukemia, the dominant one, which is the myeloid, comes up in a form of tumor. And so now, genetics, what is it for me? If I have any more kids, does that mean that, yes, it means that there is a very high possibility that I may end up. So that is my question.
You're well read, eh?
Very well read.
You're well read. So my first question is, was the pregnancy spontaneous? Was it natural or was IVF?
So I started the treatment so I was on Clomid, I did the HSG, and then when I decided to stop for some funny reason, I was tired. And then I took seed. That's what happened.
All right. So first and foremost, I think you've been through a lot. I think even from the way you ask your question, there's a lot of passion and pain behind the question. What I will tell you is that the one who gives up early is the one who loses. Okay? The simple solution is IVF with PGT testing. PGT testing, not for aneuploidy, but there's PGT testing for monoclonal diseases. And if you get enough embryos, what they would typically do is to do the genetic tree testing that you mentioned. Okay? When they do the genetic tree testing, they would find out where this thing is coming from. And as you rightly pointed, it's a rare disease. Rare diseases mean that in 1,000 people, 1 person would get it. So to use that as the benchmark to say, I will not get pregnant again, or to buy yourself from a bundle of joy, that's a personal decision. But for me, if you came to see me, I would say, if you can afford it, let's go for it. Because there are solutions available for such problems. And so, in that respect, genetic testing is imperative. You understand? The example that I gave about azoospermia, there was another gentleman who came to my office, has been all over this town, and where am I going there? Let me talk about, there's another lady who just came back from Cape Town yesterday. Husband is azoospermic. They've done testicular biopsies 4 times, haven't been able to get sperm, and the genetic testing isn't done here. But where I was trained, it's routine, commonplace. So I refer them to my folks in Cape Town. And they've been able to make headway. So the fact that the technology doesn't exist here, you did the right thing by going outside. But in your specific case, I just feel that giving up at this point is premature. If you don't mind me asking, how old are you?
I'm 34.
Yes, I was going to say 32, but 34 is the same thing. So 34 for me is a beautiful age. If you do IVF, PGT testing, they can isolate any embryo that has this genetic problem that you're talking about. It's expensive, but it's an option. Okay? What you had is a rare disease, but don't let that limit you.
Thank you. It's a personal choice, like you said. All right. Okay.
When it's coming, it's coming. You can just feel it.
Hello, Doc. Good afternoon. My name is Vanessa. I wanted to ask, is it possible for someone who has never been sexually active to have fertility problems?
Ask the question again.
I wanted to ask, is it possible for someone who has never been sexually active to have fertility problems?
Fertility problems such as?
All the things you mentioned, embryo and all those things.
Of course.
Okay.
So the fertility or the desire for fertility is what highlights or brings out all these problems. So if you're sitting minding your own business, unperturbed, Ghana boys are not good. Because Ghana boys are good. That's another discussion for another day. Of late, every girl that comes to my office says, Ghana boys are not good. I'm like, why? It's sugar and spice, just mix it. And here, so you can't have all these problems despite the fact that you're not actively looking to get pregnant. So for me, you need to develop this habit of just getting a routine medical exam. I worked in South Korea for some time, and I was amazed that you cannot get employment without a medical certificate to say that you've gone to do an examination, and you usually do it in April. So beyond April, everybody is scrambling to go to a hospital to get examined. And once you get examined, you're good to go. It's good for you, it's good for your employer, it's good for your family, because now we know what, if any, problems exist. So if you're not actively seeking fertility, I think it's still in order to just get a test or an examination to know what's happening with your system. And if you need to correct it before that Ghana boy comes along.
I have a follow-up question. It's about pap smear.
Yeah.
So what I know is, as a young woman from the age of 25, you should have it. But I heard somewhere, or people have been saying that if you're not sexually active, there's no need for a pap smear. But I don't know. I think you should still have it. But I want to hear your opinion on that.
If you're not sexually active at 25 years of age, is it necessary to get a pap smear? In the first place, if your hymen is still intact, it will be difficult to get a pap smear done. The principle is that a pap smear is necessary when you have sexual exposure, hence exposing you to HPV virus. Okay? Not that not being said, there are other ways you can get exposed to HPV infection. Okay? So it's one of those difficult things. It's an academic question if you ask me. It's not a practical question. You will get sexually active at one point, and once you do, that's when you need to start getting pap smear testing. And usually it's every 3 years. But you must know that the first time may be cumbersome, because once the hymen, they'll have to break the hymen. The bleeding around it will definitely compromise the results that you get. But it's something that that needs to be done.
Okay, so after her question, we have 2 more to go. So,
hello, good morning.
Morning.
My name is Sarah. Please, I want to ask, as a child, if you get molested and you get married, get pregnant, and you have multiple miscarriages, could it be that that molestation cause several miscarriages. And also, I want to example, I was molested when I was a child, and I've had 3 miscarriages. The third one, they later told me it might be my blood group. My husband is positive, I'm negative. It might be my blood group. We checked and it was nothing like that. And someone, a medical practitioner, told me it might be as a result of me being molested as a child, causing my cervix to have an issue. And I want to know if that can be a problem.
All right, so, sorry, the name again? Sarah, all right. Is it Sarah or Sarah? Letitia here said I shouldn't be mixing people's names. So I don't think there's any direct relationship between being molested and the miscarriages that you're having, okay? I think sometimes we need to segregate the problems so we can clearly manage them, okay? In this case, there's a social problem and there's a medical problem. So leave the social out of the medical, okay? When you have when you look at the medical, essentially what we're dealing with is recurrent pregnancy losses, okay? And there's a algorithm that you need to go through in order to be investigated to exclude why you're having these miscarriages, okay? It could be ovulatory, sorry, it's not ovulatory. It could be hormonal, it could be structural, it could be endocrine, okay? So you need to go through the algorithm to exclude the cause of the miscarriage. It's got nothing to do with being molested.
Hello. Oops. Please, my question is...
There's a follow-up. Where's the follow-up? Okay.
After the molestation, was there a pregnancy that was aborted? What if there was and the incompatibility started from there? Can it affect the future pregnancies?
So, Sarah, was there a pregnancy that was... But your principle is still the same. So when you're doing investigations for somebody with recurrent pregnancy losses, obviously you need to look at the HLA typing and you also have to exclude the rhesus isoimmunization. So in theory, that can cause recurrent miscarriages, but I wouldn't say the molestation is the direct cause of. Yes. Right. Yes. Right. Yeah. It can. Yes. It can. It can. Yes.
Yeah. Please, I want to ask, how do polyps behave? And also, is it true that not being sexually active brings all the pictures you showed us, or having issues with fibroids and infertility? A gynae once said. And also, you mentioned primary and secondary. Please, can you talk a bit about the secondary issues? Thank you.
I'm just trying to see if I have a video for just to answer your question. I'm just thinking through. How do polyps behave? That's the first question. Have you seen a polyp before? Let me take you to the next level. So I'm going to show you a video of what a polyp looks like. So this is what a normal cavity looks like. Okay? So when you do hysteroscopy, this is what a normal cavity looks like. It's bare, sakura. This is the opening of one tube, and this is the opening of another tube. You can tell, obviously, that this tube is blocked. Okay? Then, in this particular patient, she had cervical stenosis, so the camera couldn't even go through the cervix. Okay? That's another problem on its own. But the next one is the polyp. Okay? So this lady was bleeding for 2 months straight. These are polyps. Okay? When they can get aggressive like this, you can have your menses for 7 days, sometimes prolonged up to 10 days, and then in between your cycles, you're still bleeding. So your first question was, how does it affect fertility? Or how do they behave? Have I answered the question? So they are basically growths from the endometrial lining. Okay? And because the endometrial lining, it's a proliferation of tissue in the endometrial lining, they bleed when they feel like bleeding. There's no formula for their growths. That's when it's symptomatic. For infertility purposes, if you had these polyps in your cavity, the embryo ultimately has to implant somewhere. And in a vicious environment like this, you're going to get a miscarriage. So that's how polyps behave. Does that answer your question? Your second question was? No. Totally two different things. Social from the medical. You're not being sexually active. That's a decision you've made. It's got nothing to do with the medical problem. You can be a nun. In fact, I saw one 2 days ago. You just reminded me. I saw a nun on Thursday. She's 45 years of age, and it's only today that she started bleeding abnormally that she came to see me at 45 years of age. We did a scan, fibroids all over the place. So there are two independent events. No. Social, medical. Separate the two.
Twofold. So I have a friend who has been trying to conceive for some time now. And I work in a fertility hospital. I'm not a doctor. I'm not a medical person. And I asked her some few questions. So let's assume we walk into your consulting room with this fertility issue and you educate us about IVF. Now, apparently, the man has, is it azoospermia? No sperm at all. And the father has agreed to donate his sperm. That is the man's wife. The father has agreed to donate his sperm, and the husband doesn't agree. The husband prefers a donor sperm, and this has been a problem. As a medical person, what do you advise? My other question is, if you are sexually active for a period and then maybe after some time you are not active for a period, like say 5, 6, 7 years, would it have any effect on you? Because somebody said something. Unfortunately, I didn't get the term well, so I couldn't read that it can make this coil in, something like that. I didn't get the term. The person actually gave a term that when you are not sexually active for a while, it makes your clit go in something. Yeah. Unfortunately, I didn't get the term, so I couldn't go and read. Yeah.
All right. So, your first question. A lot of these medical legal issues are difficult to answer with a straight answer. The answer I'm going to give you is more of a personal opinion than a theoretical approach. Okay, so when you have the situation you've outlined, what you tend to have is a condition we call consanguinity. Okay, so, and it's something you want to avoid in a society where you're passing on genes. You see, the essence of you and your husband coming together from two different lines is that you create somebody that's completely different. But in this case, we are using your friend's eggs and her father's sperm. Is that correct? To create that for me, there's it's ethically not plausible. Consanguinity is the consequence you get. Personally, I wouldn't accept that. Okay.
No, it's the boy's father, the man's father. Right.
No, I heard. Okay, so the wife, woman, husband's father. And where do you think the isospermia came from? No, that's where the genetic testing comes in. You know.
So from what she's telling me, the man is okay and is willing.
Okay, in what sense?
Has he tested? I don't know, but from what she told me, the man is okay with the results from the semen analysis. And
Right.
can donate.
Right.
But they are saying that she's not in agreement.
So that's a superficial analysis of the situation. Okay? If you go deep into the situation, I would actually examine the husband and find out why he has the azoospermia. If it's not genetic origin, in principle, using the father's sperm, there's no problem. If there is a genetic problem, using the father's sperm doesn't fix the problem at hand, because you can easily put out an offspring that will be also azoospermic if it's a guy. That's where the genetic testing comes in. So you need to be absolutely sure what is causing azoospermia. Is it lifestyle? Is it smoking? Is it infection? Diabetes? So many. If it's those things that can be corrected, fix them. And so, in theory, using the father's sperm, possible. In theory, possible. The azoospermia, it depends on the cause. Now let's go back to the ethical part of it, because that's what we dealt with, is just the medical part. So when it comes to the ethical part of it is using your father-in-law's sperm for IVF. This one. There are no hard and facts rule about it, but in theory it can be done. Would I do it? No. I'd ask you to go somewhere else. I wouldn't do it.
I think your reasons are very important.
From the medical point of view, it's possible. From the ethical point of view, as I stand here, I can't find a reason why not to. But I just won't do it. Yeah.
Okay. So I'm Abna, and I had fibroids for 11 years, had surgery last year. And I'm being told that I have a year or two, I have to give birth. I mean, the moment I entered the theater, that was what they were telling me, call. But in my situation, I don't even have a boyfriend. So what do I do? What are my options? I can't just walk up to anybody and say, okay, I have just 2 years to give birth. So what are my options?
You don't like Ghana boys?
I love them.
So where are they?
I'm too good for them.
You think so? Hey, sister. Hey. Ghana boys are just smiling. So if you don't mind me asking, how old are you?
I'll be 33 next month.
So then why do you say you can't get pregnant? I don't get that part.
I can't. I don't have a boyfriend, so how?
No, that aside, but you said that when you go to theater, you were told to...
I have a year or two. I have to give birth.
Why?
So after surgery, I was being told that my walls were closed, so I think
Your-
the walls were closed. So I think normal routine had to go and fix IUD. That's
So
another
you had
wahala.
Asherman syndrome.
Nobody said anything.
Okay.
Yes, but after the IUD, there's been infections here and there, which is another wahala. But I'm being told I have a year or two to give birth. I have to give birth.
The context, there's a lot more to the story that we're missing.
They are not telling me.
Jose,
They are not telling me anything.
they're not telling you anything. All right. So the first assertion that you have a year or two to get pregnant, I think for me is a bit heavy-handed. Again, I don't have all the facts, but at 33 years of age, you're having your cycles regularly. I don't think you have a clock on your head. I think obviously you need to be assessed again, but I don't think there's a gauntlet that you need to be done by in the next 2 years. I think there's room for improvement. Just find a Ghana boy, that's all. I've answered the question. Okay.
Doc, a quick follow-up. I hear that a lot when people have fibroids and they're taking out, there's a certain message that is sent across as though getting pregnant will prevent the fibroids, like a regrowth of some sort. So people feel as though they are pressured to, get pregnant or try to have a baby to seal, because it looks like if the space is available, the fibroids will take over again. So it feels as though right after you're cleared and the space is empty, instead of the fibroids growing back, why don't you occupy the space with a baby? And that's a message that I'm sure we all have heard that. So how can you address that with us?
All right, so let's go back to the basics. So what is a fibroid, okay? So yesterday I went to cut my nails because of Adwa. I had to cut my nails. Your nails grow every 2 weeks. So does your hair. I did my hair too for Adwa. Every cell in your body has a cell cycle, okay? Your hair, your nails, typically 2 weeks. So every day there's division. In the case of the hair and the nails, it's 2 weeks. Your uterus also has a cell cycle, but it's not as short as your hair and your nails. So we assume that, let's say, it takes 5 years for the uterus to grow, okay? Now what actually happens is there's one cell in your uterus that decides, look, this 5-year nonsense, it doesn't work for me. So I'm going to do 5 weeks. So after 5 weeks, I divide. Eventually, when you come to do an ultrasound, you find a fibroid. A fibroid is a nice way of saying a cancer, because that's the principle of every cancer. It's just that this case is benign. It's not malignant. So when you do the surgery, you are basically taking out fibroids that have decided to divide over a period of time. In the history taken, you will know how aggressive this growth is. If it's been 10 years, 11 years, you know that, it's taking you 11 years to get to a 7-centimeter fibroid. It's a good indication of how aggressive this thing is. So when you take out the fibroid, all that you're basically doing is you're clearing off the uterus. Because the growth of fibroids is two things. There's a genetic component and there's an environmental component. Once you have fibroids, you are genetically exposed. There's nothing you can do about it. It's the environment that causes it to grow. Okay? That's why a lot of people talk about changing your lifestyle, your diet, exercise to try and minimize the growth. It doesn't eliminate. It just minimizes. Okay? So once you do the surgery, you take out the fibroids, we've literally reset. Okay? New fibroids will come because you are genetically exposed. Depends on how aggressive your environmental factors are. So if you're into red meat, high chance that it will come back within 2 years, 3 years. Okay? If you smoke, for some funny reason, it's protective. So don't go and smoke. There's so many things, but these are all, none of them have really been, what's the word? There's not evidence-based. It's anecdotal. Like, I did this and it had this effect. There's no evidence behind what these nutrients have. So another thing that causes the fibroids to grow is estrogen and progesterone. These are the same hormones that cause you to have your menstrual cycle. So the concept behind getting pregnant so that you don't get new fibroids is that for the 9 months you're pregnant, you don't have that fluctuation of estrogen and progesterone. So the uterus becomes immune to any new growths. That's the principle. But you can't use that as a way to treat. You understand? So for me, what I tell a lot of people is, first and foremost, you must deserve the surgery. So if you come to me and you're 23, you don't have a boyfriend, you heard on radio that let's go do a test, let's go do a scan. You go do a scan, you see a fibroid, 3 centimeters, intramural, innocuous, having no effect. You come to me, I'll tell you, come back to me in 6 months. That's where the problem is. Because the follow-up, a lot of people are lost to follow-up. You understand? If you come back to me in 3 months and we assess the fibroid and it's now 4 cm, you'll be like, this thing is getting problematic. In most cases, I'll tell you, until it becomes symptomatic before I'll touch you. You understand? But at least we all know that we have these fibroids and we're coexisting with them. Okay? It's the same way I would manage if I've done post-op. I'm not going to say, go get pregnant. All I'll say is, if you want to get pregnant, feel free, go ahead. I'm not going to stop you. But I'm not going to say getting pregnant is the panacea to not having new fibroids, because you're genetically exposed already. It will happen. It's just a way of monitoring and managing it. Sometimes you'd be surprised. What the evidence shows that women who've had deliveries tend to not have fibroids after delivery. So that's where the concept comes from. But it's not. It's not a plan of action that I give to. Yeah, okay. I'm done.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. This has been exciting. We have all learned a lot, and oh, please give us your details, where we can find you, your social media handles, maybe where you live.
Hey. This one. So just to touch on what she said. It's a story that's way too common. It might sound isolated, but it's a very common story where women have the fear of going to surgery and getting the problems fixed. Surgery has improved immensely over the years. From the period of my parents till now, anesthesia has greatly improved. So dying on the table is, in many places, a rare thing. But the actual fact of the matter is, when it might sound self-conceiting, but it's the fact. If you get a problem, try and do a research on your practitioner, so that you can get the solution that you want. You understand? Sometimes I see a lot of people who come for second opinions, third opinions. Get as much information as possible before you pull the trigger. The first thing is to make sure you know you need to pull the trigger. But get as much information as you can before you pull the trigger. Somebody was asking me about robotic surgery the other day. I don't do robotic surgery. So if I tell you what I think about robotic surgery, in all honesty, it's of no value. You understand? So speak to the right people, speak to the appropriate people, and get as much information as possible. But ultimately, you need to know from the get-go that this thing has reached a stage where I need to take a decision, but get as much information before you take that decision. That's all I can say. Kwabna Breku Apiakubi is my name. I'm on IG, aka underscore AK2. AK1 was taken by IG because of copyright infringement, so I'm now on AK2. But nevertheless, we're still infringing on copyright, so nothing really has changed. I'm at Ridge Hospital, and so if you want to see me, don't just come to Ridge Hospital. If you want to see me, best to reach out on IG or just give me a call if you have my number. Then we'll arrange an appointment. That's how it works. Yeah, my number is public. 0264 681 208. So if you want to get me, that's how you can get me. And then the number again. Sema to me. Sema to me. 0264 681 208. Are we good? And then any other details? I think that's me in a nutshell. Thank you for having me. And I think we should do this again.
Dr. Vanessa, can you quickly do it before we forget? Because I see that there's a lot of people who would love to have mental health conversations. So where can you be found? And your social media handles, your phone number, your restaurant, where you eat.
Would you like to know my salon too? Well, you can find me on social media. It's underscore Yeye, YEEYEE. I'm very open to my DM, so please DM me. Unfortunately, where I work is a private facility and it's only for registered members. So you have to be registered with us before we can attend to you. So I'm happy to share the details so that you can register with us. It's West African Rescue Association affiliated with International SOS. That's where I'm actively practicing. So for me to be able to, yes, it's at Laboni. So for me to be able to attend to you in a consulting room setting, you would have to be registered with us, book an appointment with me, and then I can see you.
Thank you. Thank you. Yes, please. All right. So thank you to Dr. Piakubi. Very insightful, and I see that a lot of questions have been answered. Now we're going to move on and talk about pregnancy and postpartum. I saw a post just 2 days ago that said that really for anyone who's gone through childbirth, they need to be rewarded just for postpartum chills. And I felt that. Because for anyone who has been through that, I'm sure you know exactly the feeling. And there are so many other things that, we really don't talk about. When people talk about childbirth and all, we just hear the joys, the joys of, oh, they had a baby. Did you have a boy or a girl? Oh, that's so cute. Oh, he's so cute. Oh, my God, he's so beautiful. And then we move on. And we forget that there's so many challenges that come with it. So please, ladies and gentlemen, help me as I welcome Dr. Enyonam Abiti, who's going to take us through pregnancy and postpartum.
Hi everyone, my name is Enyonam. Ajwa made me bring my pregnant self here. You can call me Nyonyo. Everybody calls me Nyonyo, so Nyonyo is fine. Before I go on, just give someone a hug. I know that we really enjoy the sessions, but maybe somebody's feeling heavy, Just give someone a hug. At a point, actually, I was hoping Dr. Piakubi will not finish. Vanessa gave us a really warm morning, start to the day. But Dr. Piakubi is my future. I want to be like him when I grow up. I won't take much of our time. I'm hoping he will still be around, and Vanessa as well, so that I'm very generous. I'll leave much of my time so that we can ask more questions. So we are about to look at pictures and pictures. We'll talk small, then more questions, and we'll take you from there. So thank you very much, Adjoa. Adjoa and I go way back, actually. I think from junior high school or so. But so as I was sitting down and listening to the other presenters, I was thinking, maybe what was the takeaway for me? Someone already mentioned that we should have more of these things, but I also think that there was something about who to talk to. Sometimes it's not enough knowing where to find the solution, but the right place to go for your solution. So for me, I don't know what you're going away with, but my homework is to make a list of all the good doctors I think I know as a medical doctor. So I'm not a specialist yet. So I'm the person you will see before you see someone like Dr. Piakubi. So we are the frontliners, the people you are likely to meet if you enter a government hospital. So I intend to do that. I'll forward it to Adjoa. All the credible people I know. I won't put any basa person in the list. In fact, going forward, maybe we should start naming and shaming them. You know, like how do you tell someone after surgery? I don't want to repeat or re-echo that comment. Say something like that to a woman about her uterus. I mean, it's unthinkable. So let's start naming and shaming them. And let's start putting out the credible people that we know people can go to. Most of the time, not everybody can afford a private facility, especially for young women like us who are, you know, in our prime, now starting life. You may not be able to afford a 2K consultation in a private place. But if you enter a government hospital, which hospital can you go to in which region? And who is good to speak to? Okay, so let's just zoom in quickly. My outline will be, we'll talk briefly about preconception care, we'll talk about pregnancy, and my main and most important part, the postpartum period. So preconception care, what is it? So let's take preconception care like SWOT analysis. I'm sure most of us in corporate spaces know what SWOT analysis is. So what do I do? What problems do I have? What will threaten me if I get pregnant? Do I know enough about my body? What strengths do I have? What resources are at my advantage as I want to take this step of pregnancy? And who is even around to help me? So it's like a SWOT analysis of your life and your body. So that is what we do for you. So one, do I have any sickness? Do I have any disease? Is there anything in my body? You know, most of us don't even go to. Yesterday I was seeing a woman and she says, "Oh, where you media?" And I said, "Just a message and some babium." Yeah, she came for her 6 weeks postpartum. Where you media? So maybe 1 year, 2 years time, I'm not seeing her again until she's pregnant. For most Ghanaian women, pregnancy is what brings us to the hospital, or wanting to get pregnant is what brings us to the hospital. But most of the time, someone may have HIV, someone may have hypertension, they may have diabetes, they may be rhesus negative, they may have a lot of other issues, which may not necessarily give you a fever or give you vomiting or give you diarrhea for you to know that, oh, I'm sick, I need to get treatment. But these are things that may impact you in the pregnancy period or in your bid to wanting to get pregnant. So when you have preconception care, you have access to some of these preventive care and screening. We'll look at you. So are you even in the right state of mind to have a baby right now? Who is your partner? Is your partner supportive? I will share a lot of stories as I go along. There was a woman who came by, 27-year-old lady, got pregnant, living with her boyfriend. Boyfriend gave her some concoctions to take because he wasn't ready for the baby. And then when she started bleeding, not everything came out, so she came to the hospital. Then the guy says he doesn't have money, so I'm going to look for money. And that took her 2 weeks again to come back. And took her 2 weeks again to come back. So I asked her, okay, so what do you want to do now? Please, anyone here who doesn't speak Chi, because I might be speaking a lot of Chi, because most of the time we do consultations in Chi. So I asked her, saying, how do you have sex with someone? You didn't have conversations about whether he was ready for a baby, fine. you got pregnant, he gave you something to take. He didn't even have money for your hospital bills. You come back 2 weeks later. I'm asking you what next concerning contraception. You say, "Be man in a betray." But what about you? What will you train me? What are you going to train me about? And I say, Madam Minister. So these are some of the things. Are you, even as a woman, on your own? So assuming some Ghana boy decides to show you spice and not sugar, are you on your own able to shoulder a pregnancy? How many of those can you do in a lifetime? These are conversations that we need to have even before we get pregnant. Are you eating well? Some people cannot even afford 3 square meals, but they have 5 children. They have 4 children. And before you see them, there's a baby at the breast. In 6 months' time, she's back again with another one, coming for antenatal book. Do you smoke? Do you drink alcohol? And these are some of the things that will impact your pregnancy or having a baby, because if you drink alcohol and you don't know that you are going to be pregnant before you realize you are 3-4 months pregnant and you are still drinking, it may have some complications in the pregnancy. Where do you even live? Can you calculate your menstrual cycle? Do you know where you are? Do you even know your body as a woman before wanting to make a factory, so to speak, out of it? Okay. So, pregnancy. Where can I go to for preconception care before I move on? So you can just walk into a hospital and then say that, most of the time, in places like where I work, we may not have that because there are a lot of seemingly sick people who need access to a doctor. And here comes a healthy-looking woman. BP is fine, pulse is fine, temperature is okay, coming to say that me person me funny instant, person me doctor didn't come. You may have a nurse or a doctor who would rubbish that, but like I said, my homework is to get places where we can get some of these things sorted in public spaces. So you get pregnant, and usually most of us will go and get a urine pregnancy test kit, and then we'll see the double lines, and then we are happy. The irony about the Ghanaian society is that if you are not married, this is your enemy. The 2 double lines, you don't want to see it. You never want to see 2 lines. But then if you are married, then you start praying for 2 lines. People are looking for 2 lines for you. Under your eyes, they look at your face, they look at your mood. Everybody's looking at your abdomen. They are looking down there, hoping to see that there are 2 lines have showed up somewhere. So now pregnancy is the period where a fetus grows in a woman. For now, in a woman. Maybe, hopefully, in the future, there may be men who get pregnant, but for now, in a woman. And usually, the pregnancy period is classified into 3 parts of 3 months each. So you have the first trimester, the second trimester, and the third trimester. In the first trimester, 12 weeks. Second trimester, same. The third trimester, same. And let me say that each of these trimesters are critical. I know that most of the time we say that, it's the first trimester that is critical. That's the most, once you cross the first 3 months, that's all. No, you're not done. Anything could go wrong in any of the trimesters. And so this is it. This is how we start. So the baby will start from something as tiny as a seed, growing into as big as a watermelon at 40 weeks, like a very big watermelon, like those huge ones. Yeah, and anything could go wrong. And as women, let me say that it is not in our place to blame other women, our sister-in-laws, our friends, about the outcome of their pregnancy. It's nobody's fault that they lose a baby. I had a miscarriage, and then I went to the hospital. Then the midwife said, na doc, opa na watina se na wenya miscarriage. As if being a doctor is protective. Or being a doctor or having a knowledge of something makes me immune from having a miscarriage. I mean, I'm a normal woman with a vagina like every other woman. Same thing. I'm even sick than some other woman who is not even a doctor. But and those words really got to me. I cried. I cried for days. So one of the things I want us to take away is awareness. Awareness of the things to say. And I don't know if she knew the impact of what she said had on me. But be aware. Sometimes our words as women, saying. I mean, who? Because if you don't want to have a baby, you have an abortion. Cool, fair enough. But if a woman carries a pregnancy to a point and you ask her, what do you mean by what are you expecting her to say? Because already she's blaming herself. She's thinking, what did I eat? What did I not do right? What could I have done? Where did I go wrong? Why did I lose this one? So as a friend, as a sister, if you come in as a colleague at work unsolicitedly, then you say that, dang. I think that change should start with us. There's a generation of women that should be different for ourselves and for the girls who will be coming after us. When Dr. Apiakubu was talking about endometriosis, I was thinking, I wish there was like an insurance. I have a daughter. I want to insure her ovaries, so I want to insure, and I'm going to look for money that if she grows and gets to a point, we'll free some of her eggs and keep for her. I mean, the frustration that women go through, what if there was a fund that you could contribute to for someone, contribute to for a daughter, contribute to for a sister, for a friend, that in the day that they find out they have such a problem, why should someone die because they couldn't afford surgery? Or people are desperately looking for funds for IVF. Sometimes that is the only chance between someone's bundle of joy. Money. Just money. Nothing else. Money. If they had their money, in a year, in 10 months' time, they will hold a baby. And all their nights, the nights of crying and all the alpha hour will cease. I mean, I'm not saying alpha hour is bad. I do join alpha hour too. I do join alpha hour. I pray. I mean, I'm a firm believer of God. But I'm saying that for most people, sometimes all they need is money to solve their problems. So as women, let's be aware of what other women go through. So even though pregnancy could go to term, things could get wrong. And the pregnancy period is not a straight one. So you may just be thinking that I'll get pregnant. Maybe I'll vomit for like a week or two. And then from there, I'll have my baby. But this is how it actually looks like. It may take you up, bring you down, take you up, bring you down. In one of my pregnancies, I had a boil under my eye. And I was afraid that I was going to go blind. I mean, who gets a boil here? From where? But it's weird. People never get sick until they are pregnant. You get pregnant and they tell you have gestational diabetes. You get pregnant and they tell you, you now have this from the pregnancy and something didn't happen or something happened. So now this is the result. And for most people, unfortunately, they may go on having diabetes after they have given birth. It goes on. Some it resolves, some it doesn't. Same as hypertension. And people even develop kidney diseases. You get heart failure just because you decided to bring another human being into the world. So pregnancy it's delicate. It's like, I say that it's a human sacrifice. This is another human, because everything can go right. And a lot of things can go wrong too. So if you see a pregnant woman or if you see someone wishing to be pregnant, we should really appreciate what it takes a woman to bring a baby. I have a friend at work who is also pregnant. She carries a notebook now. Why? She forgets half of the things she hears in 20 minutes. Intelligent girl, doctor, smart, top of her class, UCC. She's pregnant. If she doesn't carry the notebook, she'll forget what the boss said. She even forgets, she forgot her phone password. So she had to reset the phone. So a lot of things. And sometimes even the unthinkable. People lose their teeth. I remember praying to God, if I lose you let me be Sakura, but me say no dear. Hey, me say no dear. People, so imagine becoming like this. You lose your front tooth because you're pregnant. You lose your hair. Sometimes I look at my skin in them and I'm like, oh, this is my body. You have pimples on your stomach, on your bum, on your thigh, your back. Yeah, thank you. Then nose. Your nose becomes like something. Oh, God bless women. See, if you believe in heaven, join me. We have to advocate. God should let all women go to heaven for free. No matter what we do on earth. No matter what we do on earth. Like, we have to go to heaven for free if you believe. Like, we should just go if you believe in it. Because, Charlie, the game is not on the ground. Like, your waist is hurting for whatever reason, your feet swell. It's like you virtually lose your body. Everything changes. Even your skin color. Everything. Like, everything. So pregnancy is a very delicate period. And if you are a boss here, let me say this. If you're a boss here, please extend grace to your subordinates and your workers who are pregnant. Sometimes people are not faking it. I tell you. Sometimes they are not faking it. Sometimes it's real. I remember waking up and I was feeling basa. Then my husband said, just call in sick. And I said that, what is the medical diagnosis for basa? Who understand me? Like, which boss, which HOD that you call and say, and then me home family, there's nothing for it. So let's extend grace. And if you work with a woman who is pregnant, help them out, including those who are faking. I know that sometimes some of us overdo it, some are fine. And those who say pregnancy is not your area, you have no idea. And really, if you have an idea and you still say pregnancy is not your area, you will listen, but we don't judge. Antenatal care, very, very important. So after all that we go through as women, if you find that the magic has happened to you, what do? Antenatal care. And let's try and start early. It's important that you show up early. You'll be home thinking that I'm pregnant. It might be an ectopic pregnancy. Then you're just there one day, you pass out, you lose all your blood, you come and lose your tube, and all the complications, you have a surgery. People stay home till 6 months, 7 months. You know, there's this midwife at my workplace who says, how do you know everything is fine? So come early. Let's do the scans. Let's do all the tests. If everything is fine, we move on. If there are problems, can they be solved? Because sometimes coming in timely is very, very important. Sometimes it's not really because there's a problem, but it's because we're not timely enough. So after going through the 9 months, then we now come to the part that Ghanaians like a lot. Na ye child. Dear ye child, no, why body na ye child? And you know anybody. So I personally, like I'm saying, we need to have awareness. And that is one thing I am training myself on, and the midwives that I also work with, that there are certain ways you don't ask certain questions. Society is really changing. Now, who said every pregnant woman is married? Who said people even want to be married in the first place? It is you that are that you take it a World Cup and take it to heaven. That's every day. But really, not everybody is married. So when a pregnant woman comes into your space, then they say, now deben way. Sometimes it's safer to ask, how is your partner? Or are you doing this with a partner? Yes or no? It ends there. If they want to talk about it, fine. So our language really as Ghanaians is one thing that we need to relearn as well. Vaginal birth versus cesarean section. And even our medical terminology also needs to change. We call the vaginal birth, normal delivery. Then we call this one like cesarean, like in quotes, abnormal. I mean, but it's her body. Didn't they cut her? They're down one and they're here. Are they not all even down? They're all even down. There's nobody that they remove their own from their chest. I mean, and even if they were removing it from here, we'll still feel pain. Like, the truth is that each of them has their advantages and then the downsides. But it doesn't make anyone less, like less worthy or anyway. And there are even reasons why. And for some women, you cannot have a vaginal birth. Some of us want to do it at all costs, by all means, by fire, by thunder. These days when I turn on my TV and I see that, if I say can't count, I'll change the channel. Me who say, Wako hospital, doctor say you're the second back come, but you're second count or yes to demo. You know, I mean, sometimes, meanwhile, this woman is a 2 previous years. Meanwhile, this baby has done like this. There's no way one hand and one leg will pass before the other one will. Like, there are so many reasons. For you know, your placenta has taken the lead. It is lying down there. For so many reasons why we may want to have a C-section for you. But because Sofo has said, yeah, emphasis can't count. People even come to hospital with their anointing oil. They come with their sand. They come with their special water concoction. I mean, see, whatever you believe in, great, please. But truly, if you are in a space where a professional is telling you that you cannot do Hebrew woman, yeah, well, that you cannot do Hebrew woman, please. And let's also send the message across. I don't hate anybody. I don't think any doctor hates any patient. Then I'll look at somebody and say, Ajwa dear, ye be channel, but Vanessa dear, or no abe. I mean, so sometimes we think that, oh, they don't like me. And I mean, it's good to be a Hebrew woman. It's great if you can do it. People are Hebrew women, oh. They're angels with Hebrew names and Greek names in our Ghana now. So, I mean, each of them is important. Each of them have why we would want to allow someone to do it this way and do it that way. So let's encourage people. And when you go visiting someone who has delivered, please, don't go asking, why now we are a child? How does that concern you? If the person even offers the information, fine. Oh, maybe at a point the delivery got difficult, so I had to go through a C-section. Oh, congratulations, well done. How are you? How is the pain? Sometimes, I keep saying it, I think our culture, we need to relearn some of the... I mean, who comes home with a dog? Yeah, honestly. I mean, and these are some of the things. I think that sometimes we, our big sisters, our aunties, we should find ways when these conversations come up. Those of us who are privileged to be enlightened, because sometimes it's not coming from a bad place. They just don't know. They just don't know. When are you giving birth? When is the baby coming? Hey, na yen intemna sorry so. Na yen intemna sorry so na sanity me. Yen intemna sorry so. Oh yen intentema. Now where you want sa as if it's food that we are eating. Now where you want sa say. The truth is that personally, pregnancy takes a huge toll on me. Me personally, for me as a person, it takes a huge toll on me. So I'm not one that will go into it like I'm just walking around. Then in case I spend, oh, I'm pregnant. No, I think I calculate and I pray to God that my timing will, like it will fall in line with this, because I can't do this every year or do this every 2 years. I will die. Like, now if you're coming to people have gestational diabetes, they have diabetes, they have sickle cell. You see a woman with sickle cell disease. You are alive, you have survived your teenage years, you've grown reproductive years. You have 1, you have 2. This woman wants to give birth every year. She wants to have 5. Not even for herself, but for the partner she is with. Give your body a break. Do you want to die? And I think that women, autonomy. Let's begin to own our bodies. Let's begin to own the decisions that we make. It's good to consider your spouse. But what about you? If you die, he will marry another person. He will have another girlfriend. As you are alive, crying and that saying. So those are the things. Let's begin to think about, fine, it's good. I mean, think about your husband. But really, can you do another pregnancy? Can you do more than 2? Fine, he may die. You may get divorced. And these are things that we need to normalize. You may not end up with the man you are for the next 50, 60 years. Assuming you were alone, how many children can you care for as a woman? All of those should matter. It shouldn't just be because my husband wants 5 kids, my husband wants a boy. So now if you have 4 girls, then you do, then you get to 9, they are all girls and you are still doing. Okay, I think I've said enough about this. I just want everyone to just look closely at this picture. Please, can I move on? Postpartum period. So most of the time, the moment the baby is out, everybody forgets about the mother. Like, the second the baby is out, we even forget about the mother, how she's feeling, how her body, everything, whether she is bleeding. Everybody just, oh, the baby has come. It's a boy, it's a girl, it's a what, we are happy, and you are cute. It's good to be cute. But the person that brought the cuteness, let's give them some attention, whether they've eaten, whether they are cold, whether they are sick, and all of that. It's very important. So when you go visiting people, don't just go and carry baby and say, oh, my ovaries. And you not even ask your friend or your sister how she's feeling. There's only your ovaries. But for the person is dealing with a lot. And sometimes all it takes is, how are you? How are you coping? For someone to just open up. And sometimes you don't even really know something is wrong with you until someone else will go like, oh, how are you? Are you fine? Are you sleeping? Are you eating? Everything going well? Our bodies. We are expected as women to give everything for our children, including our very breath, our very lives. So it's the baby. Your nipples are cracked. Whether your wound is paining you, whether you had a tear or they gave you a cut, had an episiotomy that was sutured, you're cranky, you're not in the mood, you've not had nice sleep. When I had my daughter, I was always angry at my husband. Not because he had done anything wrong, but the baby cries and he's sleeping, like changing position. And I felt so much resentment. How can you be sleeping when I'm awake? Thank you. So sometimes I'll just use my elbow to like, and just spoil the sleep. Like, just spoiling the sleep for 5 minutes is enough for me. Maybe I'm wicked, or maybe I don't know. But that's how we feel. Like, sometimes I was angry for no reason. And I was also sad for no reason. And it's like in a matter of seconds, so I can be angry right now, happy right now, sad right now, the next minute. And there were times I couldn't understand myself. I would say, I need help. Then my sister would say, how can I help you? I don't know. I need help, but I don't know how I need the help. Maybe it's because we were not really allowed to verbalize growing up. So you see, sometimes you become an adult and you cannot really. I have expressed conversations with myself in my mind. But how to? I need help, but I can't really say what I want. And you look at your body, and your body has changed. You have stretch marks. Your hair is some way. Then someone comes and say, "Why you below? Why you below? Hey, no. Hey, where the yen static gym, wear a corset." See me, I don't give a wear corset again. I wear a corset and I got heartburns. I got gastritis from that. You are forced to a bowiem. I didn't hear me. You also mean boss. Like, I should bow me for what? Like, sometimes you see, society gives us unnecessary pressure, and sometimes it's good that we are having these conversations. First, so that we can build some mental resilience against it. If you are not comfortable with it, let no one force you. And also because let's be policing other people in society. Let's not allow other women to go through some of these things unnecessarily. How does a CS woman bore her yam? Who is she going to show it to? Whoever their partners are, aren't they empathetic enough to know that, this is a belly that has been like this for almost a year. So it's going to take some time to go back. After all, I have produced something cute for you. So, let's be mindful and let's love ourselves. Even your boobs will change, it will fall somewhere, it won't stand, then it will be filled with breast milk, it will be engorged, it will be painful, your nipples will crack. Postpartum period is very important. These days, it is fast becoming the 4th trimester. That's what we are now calling a 4th trimester, just so that women get the care and the love they need. There are a lot of hygiene concerns in those periods. And there are women who have hypertension and diabetes in pregnancy. They give birth and they forget to take their medications because they are breastfeeding. It's like we let ourselves go. She's not eating well. She's not even eating what she likes. She's only eating what they say will give her breast milk. We forget ourselves, like how to take care of our wound and all of that. A woman will forget to come for dressing, but she will be able to bring her baby to come for the injection, come for weighing, and wear all the things. But you open her wound and it's looking pacha. Then she say, I didn't have time. And if we have friends and family and people who have kids, let's normalize helping them. One woman, she'll wake up, she'll cook for the husband. By now, the in-law is around. The in-law that was supposed to come and help, she now will cook for the in-law. She now will wash for the in-law. She now will bath the baby. Then they'll say the baby has to bath at a certain time. If you don't bath the baby at a certain time, both you will do something. So after not getting night sleep, she has to wake up by 6, 7, bath the baby, cook lunch. There's another toddler to go to school, pack bag, go and pick. And we just reward suffering. Like women there, it's like suffer. Every day suffer. So our mental health is very, very important in those periods. So it's when I was talking about the preconception care, I spoke about social support. So let's try and find people who can support us in those periods. Let's get help. And our bottom, and our own, you're supposed to be happy. You know, sometimes we make it look like just because you become a mother, you're automatically some magician. Everything should fall in place. Everything should be all right. But things can go wrong. Let's get help. If you realize that you're unhappy, you are anxious, you're angry, you see, you know yourself. So if you realize that your mood is off, try and get help. Talk to somebody. Who can I talk to? Go to the hospital. These days, some people even want to kill their babies. I mean, not because they want to kill their baby, but because something is really wrong with them. And sometimes you begin to hate yourself and hate them. And you hate yourself for even wanting to hate your baby. Then it's like a vicious cycle. It continues. Then if you're not careful, the woman commits suicide. How can I be this bad of a mother? How can I not want to touch my baby? How can I not want to feed? But at the end of the year, so if you don't want to feed, you're a human being. It's normal to want to withdraw from pain. Nobody wants to go and embrace coals of fire. Yeah, so we have to get help. Mental health, it doesn't mean you're mad. It doesn't mean you're less of a woman. It doesn't mean you're less resilient. That's my message to you. Sometimes get help. Love you. Get help. In getting help, you're helping your baby as well. If there's any woman in this room who is hoping for a baby, I'm sending you baby dust. Baby magic. Plenty of it. Let it happen for you as you want it. So that's why this woman is there. Thank you very much. If there are any questions, I'm open.
Thank you, Dr. Nyonyo, for glittering the baby dust on us. We have taken it. And yes, and we will work with it. I think that before I open the floor for questions, this is going to be really quick though. One of the things I was saying just last week is, how do we tear away from, so you just had a baby, you're home, you're trying to go by what you've been told at the hospital. Do this to your baby, do that to your baby. And then you probably have your mom or your grandma there who's telling you a complete opposite. And then there's a bit of a conflict, because, and then they tell you, we're authority, but you that you're standing here, that you've been able to have a baby, how do you suppose you have been able to grow this big to have a baby? And I'm telling you what to do, and you're telling me what some doctor says, you should do. And so then it becomes a bit of sometimes it may not even be your mom. If it's your mom, usually you can argue with her. I mean, we can argue with our moms like that, and we'll say no, and we'll have our way. But sometimes it's your mother-in-law. And then there's a bit of a problem because they're trying to tell you what to do, you know. And if you're not lucky and you have a husband who's maybe, I don't know, 5-10 years older than you, you can imagine that already with him now there's a level of respect be there. So on top of him is his mother. You dare not. So how do we tear away from all these things that we know to be true based on the knowledge we have now and what our parents or grandparents will tell us to do based on what they did or how they raised us? How do we do it? Not in a disrespectful way, but to let them know, maybe in a way to also educate them. How do we make that happen?
It's very dicey if it's in law or in love or, you know, whatever we call it these days, mother-in-law, sister-in-law, mother-in-law. It's you need a bit of tact. I don't know if my profession helped me, but one thing I did was educate my partner. He was the one. Every time I gave him the antenatal book, he will read. So I made sure he sent the information. Nobody's coming to stress me. So he was the one doing the advocacy for me. So let me give an example called care. They say, oh, you know, like let's push a butter on the cord. That's the one that's good. At first, they were even putting cow dung on it. They didn't die, and that's how we did it for you. That's how I did it for who. So I always make sure to have these conversations with the person I have this baby. You know how much what I've gone through for us to have this baby. Then I'll show him picture of cord infection. Have you seen this? It's because they put in kutu. Because they went to make sand and put on it. And luckily, he is not a medical person, so most of the time he believes me. Right. They put in kutu. If you put in kutu, this is what will happen. The baby's abdomen will get rotten. The baby will die. After all that I've gone through, you want this baby to die. They'll say, oh, no. The other one is bad. Oh. It's the one that the hospital will say, what do they call? That's what we are putting on it. So even when they are bathing the baby and I am asleep, he's the one that will go and make sure, what are you putting? Put it all. Are you putting it the way Nyonyo said we should put it? Just put it like that. Have you washed your hands before you are putting it? So things like that, diaper change and all. So that is why having babies with supportive people is very, very critical. Because really, the truth is that I don't know how I would have gone to my mother-in-law to say, "Men kutonya so." You know how it will go, especially in our society. And sometimes it's even an auntie or someone. So it's a bit of tact. And if they are willing to go with you to the hospital, they may join in the education. But if they don't, then let's use our partners or our spouses.
Okay, so we're going to do 4 questions. And to be fair, I'm going to do 2 here and 2 here. Okay, so that there's not any imbalance.
Okay. Thank you very much. My name is Susan. I don't know how I'm going to say this one. I sat in a bar, stayed 10 hours to get here. So my first question that I didn't get the opportunity, I have to still ask.
Yeah, please. anyhow, ask all.
I worked 3 shifts for them to work my shift whilst I'm here. So I don't think
you for coming,
if I don't
Susan.
get to ask Dr. Venice. Bolga is far. Anyway, my first question was to Dr. Vanessa, which I didn't get the opportunity because of time. Now, as a northern woman, we are being trained to endure, to collect, take shege, look at shege, accept shege. We are all taking the shege. But when you put, excuse me to say, when you put a southern woman and you put a northern woman, we take shege. All in the name of you're a woman. That is how you're supposed to be. I grew up without my parents. I am half Burkinabe, half Ghanaian. This is not on record. I'm half Burkinabe, half Ghanaian. At age 2, I was taken by my aunt to live in Ghana, Bolga. I grew up half Bolga, half Techima. God being so good. Out of my family, I'm the first to go to school, first to go to university, first to do everything. First to own a business, first to run an NGO of 10 years. Like, it is just me. And I thank God. But we all hear of trauma. And you see, I'm shivering. We all hear of trauma. I grew up in a home of no love. And so the first guy to say, I love you, I got a baby for him at age 21, which was a biggest mistake of my entire life as I am sitting here. No, my baby is not, but the guy is the biggest of all that I can ever think of. I so struggle to mingle with people because growing up, I was like, even if a friend comes, they will beat you, eh? They will beat you. Even as I'm sitting here, hey, only God. Now, I go through things, even as an adult. I don't know how to talk about them. I see Miss Wendy. She's actually one of my prayer topics. Miss Wendy give that opportunity to people. I've touched her hand. This hand, I'm going to wear gloves. Nobody will touch it again. Now, I see people come out with stories, things that worry them. I don't know how to do that. And so, I grew up as a Christian. All I do is lock myself in the room. I will cry from morning till night and come out, and I'm still facing the same problem. I don't know who to talk to, because whoever you talk to, it will go back to where I don't want it to go back to. And that is what Auntie faced. It will go back to where I don't want to. So finally, I ran away from Boga, and I'm settled in Tamale, started my business and everything in Tamale, away from people, away from my family, away from anything that would draw me. Even if I know you, and I know that you know a thing about my past, I will stay away from you. Very, very far from you. And it is something that I'm really struggling with. And I don't know how to talk about it. I don't know who to go and talk about it. And people look at me because of certain running an NGO, and they feel like you are helping people. They feel like you are fine. You don't have problem. You too. This one too. But look at me. At least after my child, let me just give you a clear example that some of the things I wish to talk about. I had my son at 21. I'm 33 now. December I'll be 33. I also wish to be in a lovey-dovey relationship. I want to go. I want to do things. I want to I want to do things, but I am unable to. And every relationship I go to doesn't go well. This one, when you talk about it, they'll say, your family cry. It's like that. You see? So, Doc, my problem is people do not really try to understand. The few people you even try to talk to, they are not understanding you. And it's like, it's just the same cycle. You go here and, who may tell a problem they can. Like, nobody is seeming to understand. You are just struggling. So all you do is just put it on alpha hour. Then you pray and cry and come out. Now, my second question is to you, Auntie. I'm not a health worker, but God has put me in a certain position that I get to meet some of these village rural women under my NGO. We do medical outreach in Upper East region every year, except election year. And some of these cases come up. There was a woman, I don't know the medical term, the womb dropped. She had 11 children. She just sat like this and gave birth to 11. And the womb dropped. That name. This name. The womb dropped. And it's now we had to get money, like raise monies for her to go surgery. But you go to these villages and everything you've talked about is happening. I'm not a health person. In what capacity? How am I going to educate them, let them know that it is normal to be about your own body. Take care of your own body. Like you said, a lot of them are like, my husband, Masirake. There was one who died because she didn't want the man to marry another woman. So she gave birth because of her son and died. No, they are real stories. She didn't get the son. She died and it was still a girl. Why are you killing her? They don't know. These village rural women, let me put it that way, they do not know. And so they are into it. They are dying, and nobody is able to help them. In what capacity? How can I help these women out of this? Thank you very much.
I'm not a cry baby. I'm not a cry baby.
Are you sure?
I'm sure I'm the biggest cry baby in the room. No one. But it's because she brought out a lot of emotions. I don't share my life story, so that's why I won't share. But I'm sure anybody who follows me on social media knows how I'm sorry if I'm shaking, knows how I advocate for CS. I've seen too much. I've worked in a village for 15 years. I've seen just too much. Too much to even want to share my experiences. Not because it's directly related to me, but we're having a conversation yesterday that I even posted on social media and I took it off. The midwife in our clinic reached out to me and said, Abina, there is a post-dated woman, 44 weeks plus 1.
She doesn't want to go through CS.
Yes. So I have some sort of respect in the community. So she wanted me to talk to the woman, yeah? And I took her number. I called her severally. She didn't pick. So finally someone picked and the person said, Oko Ridium, Oko Papa. We all know she's there. I've seen it so many times that what the conversation we had yesterday is I'm traumatized, like thinking of what can happen to that woman. And I've had men come into my DMs and say that lazy women have CS. I'm a CS mother, so all my kids are CS. So I've had men talk to me and say CS. Sometimes I share some of the conversations for people to read because the ones I have permission to say, because sometimes you say it and people think you are lying. So sometimes I just share some of the messages for people to also so I could relate. This is a sensitive topic because right now some people are even telling me that I am advocating for CS. Why are you advocating for CS? You saw it. Why are you advocating for CS? I'm advocating for life. I'm telling another woman that, forgive me, the man, I don't mean to be rude. I'm telling another woman that you don't need anyone's permission. You need consent from your husband. We agree. You need them to. We will address their concern, but you don't need anyone's permission to have a cesarean session. You won't tell me how to make life. Are you saying like? You know what?
Okay, so breathe.
I'm not crying.
It's okay. So yes, I just take that first. Okay. Wow, there's really a lot of emotions going on, and it's good because we are discussing the reality of issues. The issue with vaginal delivery and cesarean section is a different topic altogether. And even with vaginal delivery, they'll come and ask you, did you get an epidural or did you do it by yourself? That is also another issue. Now, to my dear sister from Bolga, congratulations, and you've done very well on just how far you've come as an individual, knowing your backstory. But what I want you to take away from this conversation is that don't run away from your past. Whatever happened in the past was only a way for you to become the woman that you are today. So don't run away from people that know your past. Nobody would learn better from you than you sharing your story and how it has empowered you to make the steps or to take the steps that you have taken as an individual. If you had known better then, you would have made different choices. And that is okay. The thing about regret is that you are living with the current knowledge of what you could have done, which you did not know. So don't be too hard on yourself because today you know that 5 years ago, if you wouldn't have taken certain decisions or you wouldn't have taken certain steps, okay? But then that's the beauty of life. We are allowed room to keep evolving so long as we avail ourselves to learn. There's nothing wrong with your past. So own it, be empowered by it, and make better today and tomorrow. That's what I want to leave you with. Okay? Don't have any regrets. I mean, I can understand that, yes, the woman you are today will probably not have dated the man she met 21 when she was 21. That is very understandable because we grow, we add value to ourselves, and we see things differently at different stages in life. And each and every woman that is here, and to the man also, continue to add value to yourself. Because the people you'll meet at different stages in life, it would amaze you. And don't forget to always pray, have the right people around you. And if you feel like these thoughts keep recurring, keep coming back to you, get professional help to help you unclutter and then to shuffle through all the things that you're going through, to help unpack and then offload, and you learn lessons from each and every stage that you have experienced in life. It's very important. So your past is your past, yes, but there are lessons there to be learned. Own it. Because if you keep running away from your past, what are you going to tell your next child or the next lady seated beside you? Sometimes the stories that we share are very common, and we only would know how common they are until we share them. And in sharing those stories, we identify the loopholes and how to make better so that the people that are coming after us will not have to go through those experiences. Okay? So don't be too hard on yourself. And as for the love, dear, once is the will of God, according to the will of God for your life, it will happen. We all have a different trajectory in this life, and we keep comparing ourselves to people unnecessarily. Like Doc Reverend said, God's clock. On whose clock are you moving? If you're moving on me, my clock, then maybe you are probably far ahead of me or something like that. Or you're probably far ahead or far below than the next person or something like that. But you need to understand that you're not moving according to your clock. You're moving according to God's clock. And the best you can do as an individual is to keep learning. Keep being patient. We wait and then we're like, oh God, cry, da bang. When? You know, patience is not about waiting for a long period of time, but what you do in that moment. Okay? What you do in that moment, that is patience. So if you're being patient and all of a sudden you're checking the time, it's been 5 minutes, it's been 10 minutes, it's been 30 minutes, and you're tapping your fingers, you're tapping your hands, that's not being patient. But while you're waiting, read a book, add value to yourself, explore, because in that period, the people that you would meet, you'll be impacting someone's life, you'll be touching someone, and you wouldn't know until maybe in 10 years, the person will be like, oh, I met you, and because you shared your story, I did things differently. And when that time comes, we all know God. He shows up and he shows off. Yes, exactly.
Absolutely.
So those two things I would leave with you. Be patient, and while being patient, waiting on God, keep adding value to yourself. And the next thing is, own your past. Let it empower you and make better tomorrow. Okay,
so Dr. Vanessa, somebody just whispered a little something in my ear with regards to her. Someone says that they actually want you to go through therapy and they are willing to pay for her to. So that is
is beautiful. Thank you on behalf of her.
I just want to say that I'm glad you've met Wendy. I am a ghost follower of plenty people on Facebook. I may not necessarily post anything, but I do follow people keenly. Most of the time, share stories. For me, that is one resource I hold on to. Share your story, share the stories of others, get others to share their stories. Even Jesus, he used parables a lot of times. Storytelling has a very powerful way of sending a message across with an effect. You do not necessarily have to be a health worker before you do health education or promotion. So share stories, and there are so many platforms where you can get material, like get resourceful material. So if you need it, contact me, contact Wendy, contact any other health professional in this room. Don't go to Dr. Google, but you can go to WHO. World Health Organization, they have a lot of credible, tested information that you could use to educate other people.
All right, so I see that there are so many questions, but here's what. We're going to have to break for lunch. It's 1 o'clock. Our time is fast spent. I know there are many hands, in fact. Even before I saw hers, I've seen like 4 others. But here's what's going to happen. It is International Women's Day today, and we are going to take our solidarity message from... yes, but I don't know how to... Are you leaving now, or will you stay for lunch? Will you stay for after lunch? Because we also don't want to burden you because you're really tired. We can see that. So we don't know, because there's so many questions for you, but we're trying to also not take your entire day. So we want to be very, manage our time very well. So we're going to take, yes, please, you can take your seat. But we're going to take, before you go, do tell us, where you work, where we can find you, social media, just in case there are questions people would want to direct at you. They can do so even after you have left.
It's good that Joa is not here. She was chastising me for being a ghost. I think, was it 2 or 3 weeks ago? So that I will change. I'm a ghost on social media. But, how will you reach me? Okay, I work at Pentecost Hospital, Medina. So that's why I work. So if you can't afford a private hospital for now, and you need a doctor to talk to, you can come to me at Pentecost Hospital, Medina. Other than that, you can send me a message on Facebook. Yes. Send me a message on Facebook or Instagram. DM me. I'll reply. I've changed.
What is your handle?
I've changed. Yeah. Okay. So, Enyonam Abiti or Abiti Enyonam, I'm not sure. One of them. There's something like that. On Facebook to the same. So if you just type my name, some combination will come. At least I have a couple of pictures, so you look at me well. Maybe I might be a little fairer there, but it's still me. Yes, right. And you're not my beauty. So if you find me, you share with other people, but do get in touch. I would reply.
Okay. I know for the other doctors, I asked for a contact, but for you, I will not, because I don't want us to bother you with phone calls. All right, so we're going to take our solidarity message from Madam Fatima Abubakar Esquire, and we also have another message from Nanatima Boache, who's joining us on video. Please, a round of applause.
Thank you so much. First of all, let me say good afternoon to you all. My day did not start so well. My very good friend lost the husband a few weeks ago, and we had to do the burial this morning. So it's been difficult. But I wouldn't miss this event for anything. I believe there are so many conversations that we are supposed to have when it comes to women's health. And for those of us who are millennials, I feel we are in transition, because we were born during a period where many women were experiencing their first woman to become a pilot, first woman to become a doctor, first woman to become this. So after that breakthrough, we are also followed by a very woke generation. They know so much. They know everything. They are tech savvy. They are using AI. They are doing so much. And it leaves most of us lost. So when I saw this particular program that Ajua had spoken to me about, I said, at every cost, I have to be here. Not that I'm an expert. I am neither a physician or a counselor, but I'm excited that I had the benefit to listen through the presentations of our first 3 speakers, Dr. Enyonam, Dr. Apiakubi, and Dr. Vanessa. God bless you all. But the few things I would like to share are my reflections as a millennial, and within the period, what I believe are critical to women's health. And based on that experience, the direction that as young women, I believe we should go. As I said, I've lived through 2 periods. The first era had to do with my parents' era, my mother's era. what my mother will say in Chi Bajimibre. Because we had an era where women had to look to men for provision and protection. In law, property rights was not a thing. Even if you marry and there is divorce or demise, they say the woman, you were just supposed to come in and help. You don't have to live with anything. We also had that same era where for the many investments that governments, that WHO and other multilaterals had invested in medical research, they didn't have a lot of studies on women's health, especially on reproductive health. And sometimes some people say that it is a blessing that they didn't know. Because I want to come to our generation, or this generation, the woke generation, where more research are being conducted on women's health, where we have legislations and constitutions that are looking at the important laws that support women, where we have tools, resources on the internet, online doctors, APROCO doctors. We have AI, we have the trackers, from tracking periods to sex to pregnancy to anything. With this cocktail comes its own problems. Because women have also we've become our own doctors. I must say that it is important to be self-aware. If you feel sick, then you are sick. If you feel unwell, you are unwell. But the period that we are in, where every day we are bombarded with data, information, research, that we think we know so much that we don't have to even seek professional help. Within this period too, I am somehow conflicted, because some of the research findings also come out. And you say, so where do we go from here? They are saying hair relaxers are leading to ovarian cysts. Now they've even moved to stripes, the artificial stripes for braids. You try this, they say it leads to this sickness. You move to chia seed, they keep shifting the goalposts. And we are chasing, and we are spending. As a woke generation, you have some small fupa. All of a sudden, you've seen a few TikTok videos and you self-diagnose. I have polycystic ovarian syndrome, PCOS. And all of a sudden, you see one woman with about 20 supplements, the combinations, the concoction, they've not tested, they don't know what is happening. And seriously, the extent of information at our disposal is scary. You have conversations and one person is on myo-inositol, they are on berberine, they are on curcumin, they are on spearmint tea, they are on vitamin D, they are on zinc, they are on magnesium. They have to bring a bag to carry their supplements. More are coming. Elastine, because we think we know so much, we have to fix everything. Not just that. We also are in a work period where someone sees you with a big belly and assumes you are pregnant. Hey, are you pregnant? When is the baby coming? Who told you that everyone with just a bulging belly is pregnant? And then people are challenged. They go in front of the mirror. They don't recognize the woman in the mirror. Self-esteem is down. They are challenged to fix things. And people who don't even know what they are talking about are giving you advice. They are showing you someone in one kiosk can give you an injection and the hip will come small. Weight gain syrup, weight loss syrup, flat tummy tea. Hey. So I am always worried about what we are confronted with as our generation. especially the millennials and the Gen Zs, because we are bombarded with so much and we feel the need to fix things. Sometimes there is nothing to fix. We are not the same. We were created differently. If you don't feel sick, you don't have the migraines, you don't have the pains and the aches, nothing of that sort. You don't have mobility challenges. You can move, you can go and come, you can eat, you can perform your normal human functions. Don't go and complicate your life with anything. Then especially in our era, those in our 30s, mid-late 30s, early 40s, mid-40s, late 40s, you see some physical changes, and you have to go back and look at your pictures from SHS days. Your waistline, and start questioning what happened to the proportions. I used to gain weight in my hip, but now it's at my back. Now it's here. The arms, what is happening to me? And then you challenge yourself. And I don't know what the mobile phones are doing. The AI is really AIing. Because as soon as you think about a particular thing, you go online and they are pushing it to you, feeding you with everything you need to do, how to solve it. And immediately you are consumed. You can't sleep, you're on your phone. You spend more hours researching about those issues than even someone pursuing a bachelor's or master's in that field. And thirdly, then we get to the dangerous part, where we think we know so much, so we have to self-diagnose and self-medicate. Someone's sickness is not your sickness. Don't think about somebody's symptoms that they are speaking about and all of a sudden say, I need to get on that medication because that is my exact problem. When you haven't seen any medical professional, they have not run any lab tests, they haven't identified the actual problem with you, but you think you know more than the doctors because the exact symptoms, and no one hey, it's the same thing. Hey, as if they are talking about me, they are speaking about me. No, it's not about you. They are not mentioning you. You are an individual. They don't know your problems. So this phase of self-medication, to some extent, I believe, has contributed to all these kidney problems, medical complications, and the kind of sicknesses, even NCDs, which we thought should appear later in our lives. And we're experiencing everything now. Because of the disruptions, we are spoiling everything. And when I see any study on what GLP-1 medications are doing to loss of muscle mass and bone mass, so you see people posting everything. This is how you get snacked, move from 20 to 10 quickly within a month. And you start the injection. I must get there. I need a summer bod. I need a Christmas body. And then you lose your muscle mass. And now young people in their 20s, 30s are getting osteoporosis. And you are not sick. Nothing is wrong with you. But because of additional complements that you want, all of a sudden you are on a lifelong medication. Lifelong investment in some medication that you did not need in the first place. After the injections, they say maintenance. What is maintenance? Because if you don't do maintenance, you will go back to where you started from. Then you didn't need it in the first place. So my plea is that as we become knowledgeable, as we become so informed, bombarded with information, bombarded with pictures of those who look ideal, what we term as perfection. This is the dream. This is how I am supposed to get so that I can wear that bodycon. Bodycon was not meant for everybody. So in pursuit of the snatch body and everything, by the time you realize you're on dialysis, you are on something else, you have to do some reversal surgeries, and I don't think it is worth it. So if there is any contribution or any comment I thought was necessary for this conversation, beyond what all the professionals have said, because I've learned so much today, I didn't think there was the need to add anything at all, is that do not self-medicate. Don't do it. Someone can import some injections from Nigeria and get some 20-foot container somewhere and say, come and let me fix this for you, fix that for you. I will fix your nose, fix your thighs, your butts, your stomach. I'll snatch it for you. I can move this to this place. Some have the capacity to fix, but I'm saying whatever you think needs fixing, look for the professionals. But not everybody can afford the professional. So what do you do? What you do for those of us who will not put some $10,000, $20,000 to do any fixing? Is to work on the mind. To begin to appreciate what you have, rather than lament about what you don't have or what you could have had. Even our fingers are not the same. In one lifetime, there is so much you can achieve. And those that you can, do your best and enjoy it and enjoy life. Don't throw everything away in pursuit of a perfection that does not exist. Because there are those who fix and then they have to unfix. Because there will be that realization that eventually this was not even worth it. So we need to begin to appreciate this, whatever that looks like. Whether in a wheelchair, whether you have to hold a stick, whether you have to limp, whether you have to get support, whatever you have, so long as you don't feel sick, you have mobility, you have life, you are able to pursue your daily activities and earn a living, pursue that. And reflecting on what Dr. Enyonam and the earlier speakers said, it dawned on me that indeed women have a reproductive shelf life. And it's a reality check. So as we pursue our academic and career emancipations, if you still have baby making on your bucket list, make time to try. It's not for everybody. And as the doctor said, if you have to freeze your eggs, if you can afford it, if you have to get some interventions, if you can afford it, get those professional interventions. But don't sit there and let anybody deceive you with alternative treatments, the shortcuts. This is how you get it done quickly, with no hassle, with no money, with nothing. Eventually, you would realize that it was a complete waste of time. And even when you need a reversal, in most instances, it will be too late. So as we celebrate International Women's Day today, I would like to thank you all for making time for this very important conversation. I won't say presentations because they made it so lively. We had the opportunity to reflect, to cry, to laugh, to think about what lies ahead. and to see how best we can build a future for women where we are self-sufficient, where we are confident, where we are okay. Tell the person sitting next to you that I am okay. That we are okay. Yeah. If it's the looks, you all have it. If it's the dreams, let us nurture it. If it is the goal, we will all achieve it. But those that do not happen, those that fall through, we should say it's okay. Because we will not throw away what we've built, where we are going, all that we have achieved in pursuit of perfection. It's an illusion, and we may struggle in vain. I thank you so much for your attention.
I would first of all want to say a special thanks to Adjoa. Adjoa and I have been communicating for a minute, and I am grateful to God for the courage she's had this time. Natalia, remember when we were doing the production that you came for? I called Adjoa, Branebet Nasi. Adjoa said, Omba. So when I saw her finally opening up, I said, I'm so happy that finally you're willing to speak to people, because there's something that I think is one of the speakers, either Enyunam or Yeye said before she left, or either Honorable, that is sometimes when you share, you get to find out that you are not the only one in that situation. Yeah. You get to see that there are other people, and you begin to form a community, not a community where but you begin to talk about what you're going through and begin to find solutions to it. So I'm glad that finally you've agreed to do this. And like I said to you in that audio, it is not one-off. Get ready, it's going to be an annual one. Amen. Yeah, it won't be one-off. All right. So my story has played in a lot of faces, the truth, the untruth, and all of that. So it is not new. But I would try as much as possible to use my story, the survival journey, to talk to a lot of you out here. And I told Adjoa specifically that I want to dwell on the bullying we get as women. When I said that is where, because I have been bullied online, and you're barring, and because of what we do, you sit in the face of people and you're talking, asking questions, and because somebody, when it doesn't go the way they wanted, then they come and say, you are barren, go and have a child. When will you have a child? And you are sitting on TV and you're talking about other people. What about you? Go and have a child. So I've experienced bullying so much that it is one of the things that I would always want to talk about when it comes to childbirth and bullying. The subtle ones are also there. So let me start gradually before I even get to the subtle ones that we hear, even in churches. The subtle one is the most painful one, because you don't even know if the person is, or say, But let's start the story from the beginning. I've put together, I think, about 5 W's, and whilst I talk about them, I would use myself as an example whilst narrating them. I don't know how many of you here are looking for children or are looking for a child, but I know that the Bible says that children are heritage from the Lord, and so no matter how long it tarries, it will happen. And it will take you for it to happen. That is what you have to understand. It will take you for it to happen, no matter what the doctor says. So let me just tell you first what I put down. And doctor, with your permission, I said to myself that, ask them, what is actually wrong with you? Have you been diagnosed, or you have diagnosed yourself? Or you have tried, so you yourself have said, oh, how they say, there are things that we say with our mouth, and sometimes it becomes our reality if we don't take care. So I say to myself, and I'm using myself as an example, when people used to say, you're barren, I said, but what have the doctors told me? Did they say you're barren? Of course, they didn't say so. I gave birth at 39. I'll be 40 next month. So at 39, the worry was, you're growing, freeze your eggs, do this, do that, all sort of options. And I was telling her about my doctor, Dr. Atto. Thanks to Whitney, I don't know why she's not here though, but thanks to Whitney, I got to meet Dr. Atto. There was a time I got to Dr. Atto, I said, everybody is saying plenty things. He says, but your eggs are there. Everything is what, everything was okay. But I went to him one day, I said, oh, should we freeze the eggs? He says, take your time. So the first question is, what has a doctor told you? What have they said to you? Did they say to you that it is not going to be possible? If that is the case, what are you saying to yourself? Because me, I don't know, I think Adjoa knows, me, I am a fervent believer, I'm a staunch Christian, like you can't do anything. Me, the Bible says children are inheritance from the Lord. What are you saying to yourself? If the doctor had even said that, oh, it's not possible, it's not this, it's this, what are you believing? We sing every, whose report will you believe? We shall believe the report of the Lord. His report says, but you are not believing the report of the Lord. When they used to call me all those names on social media and all of that, I used to say to myself that, it will tire you, but me flauntibia. And I really flaunted. I have pictures I've not posted. Me mamu time kakra. And the same way they disgrace me, take the glory too. Whose report are you believing? Is it the people who have said it to you that, hey, oh dear, want to me? And you see, in believing the reports, and it's okay to say, the doctor will tell you this is the problem. What is the solution? They might give you the solution. Or sometimes the solution is not what you want to hear. But take that thing with you and go before God. Because I don't know, there shall be none barren amongst us. And I wasn't there. How will I come and now not be part of the inheritance of something that the Lord himself has given me? So, when you take that message with you, those who have been there and they say, oh, this cannot happen, when you get into your closet, whose report will you believe? What are people saying? People are saying, and that ben obewo, and unio, and what consider IVF, what consider IUI, what consider what? See, I've heard a lot of things that me I don't even know. I didn't know there was IUI. I don't even know what it means though. But people will say, hey, unio, yenao, and people say, like I was saying. These are people, maybe your friends, and they are saying in a subtle way that you don't know, say, did me who fell and now said then. There was a time in my life, that altar call for children. My friends would say, hey, now Gloria won't call. I stopped going for altar call for kids. Me and call. Hey, Gloria won't call. Hey, someone can come and tap you. Gee, won't call. In that case, I asked myself, or stray me and I say, but sometimes also, genuinely, they care. They care. Let me tell you what happened to me across over 2023. There was a lady in my church who was heavily pregnant. Crossover 2023, when they said, oh, when we cross over, go around, greet people. She brought her tummy to me, and she wrapped her tummy on my tummy and says, next year by this time, it will be your turn. Before I'm coming, you see it gets to a point when you yourself begin to tell yourself things, and before I'm coming, no. Makacho said me heba. But at that point I said, Amen. So talking about the subtle things that people do, it is the way I realize it's the way you are reacting to it that becomes the reality. How are you reacting to it? That ben oh ebeba. Me wa to ni diama wenhu.
So that if the person is even shading you, no response, no. And they say we should call those things that are not as though they were. When I was ready to start having kids, I told Adjo, I said, my doctor says, I had to go on ovulation medication. I took it twice. Dr. Ato gave me that twice. The second one, the first time I took, I started trying from December. It didn't happen in December. It didn't happen in January. It didn't happen in February. I think it happened in March, but I discovered in April. I was 4 weeks gone when I checked in April. And when I took for the second time that ovulation tablet, there was one NSPPD we did, and after I said, this is the last time I'm taking this tablet. I am not taking this tablet again. And that was it for me. One day, I just woke up with my mantle. I did my own praise and worship session for 30 minutes on my own. No. I danced, sang. So all through my pregnancy, you know what I was doing? When I go to, they say, your baby is not 10, he's not doing it. I say, God, I've already praised and worshipped you for this child. I won't hear any bad news. So what are you doing is the question. What are people saying and what are you doing? People are saying to you, say, oh, I want to be over, and I want. What are you doing? Where is your faith? Who is that faith in? When they say dress your miracle, I dress. When people are giving testimonies about baby, I tap in. It is not just for you to leave yourself and say, oh, me and a doctor say, and I say, and that bang, and then you do yourself mobo. Ah, sister. What are you doing? Because people will talk. They used to say, and let me give you an example of how people talk. They used to say, oh, and when I just give it, say, oh, that Ben will second one. So people will always talk. So if you are going to say people are talking, people will talk. We're meant to talk. So what are you doing about the talk? Are you taking the talk with you and say, I'm working? Say people have said, hey, and now, hey, would you later now 40 you say your own back to them. What are you saying to yourself? It's a different thing when people say, see, I got in trouble for this. Let me tell you. As of December, I was not pregnant. But there was a day I was dressing for work and the people were styling me. And I said, I had not seen pregnancy. I said, because they were trying the corset dress. And I was like, they was getting, I said, you kill my baby in my tummy. Like you're snatching me too much. I was not pregnant. The person ran with it. Telling everybody, oh, December. I was not pregnant. Oh, my friend said, hey, photo shoot. They say, photo shoot. So, I said by July, I was not pregnant. But I was confessing it with my mouth. Because not a female. So I was saying it. So the thing is that anybody can say anything to you, but what are you saying to yourself? And what are you doing towards what you are looking for? You cannot say that you are looking for a child. And so every time I didn't even used to calculate this. It's funny how now I know how serious it is to calculate. Say, me ovulate have time way. Me ovulate. When you are ovulating, you can't put your inside your demi-frame and be ovulating. You have to do the work. When I was ready to have a baby, like I said, I took the ovulation drugs 2 times. And I don't know whether it's funny to say this. We did the do every day. I mean, that window that I said this is the every day. And I pray that if you already have partners, you have kind partners. Kind partners that would understand that this is the cost we have. Because some people will say it feels like work. But if the person is kind enough, people say you are not in this alone. You have to do the duo. That window, it was funny. It's like every day we know that this is they say 7 days or something like. I've forgotten how many days Dr. Atta gave me, but every day we are on it. So you know what? That story. But you can't say you're looking for it and you not put you see, you can't just run with what people have said and you yourself, you are not doing anything. And that's why I said from the beginning that but it depends on you. It is not, for me, I'm not an advocate of Uber jumping from here to here, from here to here. It is okay to have a doctor or two. It is okay. Whatever they told you that is the situation or whatever it is, just know that that is the medical side. And it's okay to verify what your medical situation is. But when you are done that, what are you doing with yourself? You don't go and sleep. Oh. Me, I didn't sleep. Oh. Me, I wanted triplets. So when they said dress your miracle, my triplet, but they didn't come triplets. That's okay. But, just be crazy about it. And yet be hunamni moja. Some of these things you take it beyond, the report that you have. And I'm also not an advocate of you jumping from church to get abused by people, just you and your God. Who says when you pray, God doesn't hear? I said after praying my NSPPD, I told God, I'm not drinking that ovulation drug again. This is the last time I'm taking that drug, blah, 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 blah. Me and my God. And I said one day I woke up, 30 minutes. Me bonyum, me worshiping, with my mantle lifted, I was just all over the place. And I said, I have worshipped and praised God for this miracle. It's a done deal. There's a way, I don't know how crazy your faith is. There's a way you can deal with God, eh? I'm telling you, my sister. There's one thing I say. I say, God, you have brought me this far. You won't disgrace me. If you disgrace me, they'll say this guy is always making noise. Hey, Roy, the God that sees me. They'll say, which God has been seeing this one? It is you they will laugh at. I say it to God every time. I say, God, it is you they will laugh at. Because me, I do my Roy, Papa. I'll say, hey, God this, God that. They'll say, this guy has always been making noise about God. Which God? Is it the same God that has made this thing happen to her? It is you they will laugh at. That is how I deal with God. And I go back to giving him all the glory. So sometimes take yourself from the situation where they say you can't have this child and this is the situation. And go to God in thanksgiving. Oh, yeah. I have done my part. Please, do my part for me. Do your part for me. And sometimes it will amaze you. I mean, that's what I did. That's what I did that I can share. What I don't know, I won't share with you. And it worked for me. So sometimes take a break from all that people will say and all that you will hear, and that you are barren, and when will you have a child, and blah, 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 blah. And deal with your God. And just be reminding him of his own promises to us. Has he said it? Will he not do it? Once he said it, he has to do it too, because he needs to glorify himself in your life. So, my own is, no matter what people are saying to you, you have the right to say to yourself what you want to see and how you want it to go. And as much as possible, close your ears. Because sometimes, you see, like when I was giving the narration of people in church, you don't see them every day. And you can avoid them, actually. Say you will not look for them. Oh, you're gone. But your inner circle, your friends. Hey, Gloria, and unfortunately for me, my kid sister had 2 boys. They are 7. They'll be 7 this December. She had twin boys. So my external family can call and say, oh, and this one has given birth to you, that you are the senior, no, and you have not. If you don't take care, the child will not come again, no, because you'll be fixated on your nephews, and you might not be able to have your own, because Eya will say Nkola will fear. And so it got to a time I don't pick calls like that. I had a cousin who say, oh, I know somebody who how many ever are there? At that much now, at that much now, at that much low. Add that. It says a person. I hope if I say it in Chi, will sound oben nye drama or nye dropa umpe. When she calls, it might be out of goodwill, but you see, the more they keep telling you, there's a pressure. So everybody, I'm so you ready, because once you keep care, you offend people, but you need your sanity. So before sometimes they start, I say, oh, Enya, megbana my your back. Well, I'm coming. I'll call you back. I don't want to enter that conversation. You will distort my, what I am doing with my God. Pressure, that kind of thing. So it gets to a point. Please close your ears, because you will hear all things, the ones you don't want to hear. And if you are not careful, hey, and unfortunately, if you don't have kind people around you, they will frustrate you to death. You will be so edgy. The few months every time me check me period, but from that December to when I found out I was pregnant, hey, me period, so I can imagine somebody who say, oh, it is not a good feel. When I check, I say, hey, God, it didn't happen this month. It didn't happen that month. It didn't happen that month. I realized that people have actually been through a lot and people are going through a lot. But then I told myself that before I won Bebane, it depends on me. It is my battle to carry, but it should be at my own pace. Obi and mama is our pressure, no. Whether it's out of or normal pressure, now say it is out of malice, whatever it is, please at your own pace. Be careful, because you might end up where you don't want to end up. See, people have told me all sorts of things. Oh, but me and my check way out, way or bomb pie. I remember somebody sent me when I had the miscarriage. So I say, oh, meaning pastor be a bit me a conning chain, or be bomb pie ma meaning pastor. And I know God for myself as well. Apart from knowing pastor, I know God for myself. And that is where I want people to get to. Know God for yourself. No be on that down. Sefa insio we dry na mama powder be say so ki wonsio mu num ne say chale you will drink something that will bring you extra problem. So the big thing is know God for yourself. You need it because it's God that gives children. Apart from that, I think it's the devil. But devil nema or child and they also sister and so beji. Wanje krateti be obetiti uno. So know God for yourself and speak to him for yourself. Remember, it's okay to have a pastor that prays for you, but please, what about you yourself? God will hear you. And my trick is what I'm telling you. After praying, take whatever you use as your mantle and praise God, dance, worship him. We are not the biawa kaino. I read it 30 minutes so. My favorite film. I just woke up one morning. I won't lie to you. I woke up one morning with my mantle in my hand. And that was how I was gallivanting. Going here, praying, praising, worshiping. I said, this child will come. To the glory of God. The child will come. I will give birth. So please, this is my strategy. And I believe that it will work for you. Because the God we serve, his hands are not too short that he can't stretch it to us. He's not deaf that he can't hear us. He's not dumb that he cannot speak. When you hear people sharing testimonies, one of the things I do as well is listen to testimonies because I encourage myself. I'll say, hey, God. When Pastor Jerry calls some sickness we have not heard before, I say, people are suffering from this and God, you've healed them. Now, akola na want to me, mami be. I said, osteo, whatever he will cause. I said, no, I'm serious. I said, God, you are healing people of these things. And a child that you say is an inheritance from you, it should be very easy for you. And be easy on yourself. If you are not easy on yourself, mentally, your well-being, you are not even okay mentally to first off have the sex that you need to have, and secondly, even carry that pregnancy. Because you are worried, definitely, or perhaps it will drop. So, these are the few things that I will share with you, with my story in mind. The bullying, it will not stop today, it will not stop tomorrow. But it is how you receive. Thank God that Whitney has come. Because she has the story. Me, I don't have story. She has the story. She has a story proper. I've started to listen to Whitney's story, and it's a story that everybody needs to listen to. So, the bullying will not stop. People will call you names. But are you accepting the names that they've called you? I see, when I said, people called me Barry, someone said, nobody called. I can, me DM, chair, now me type it. Barren to so you see the messages. So you are sitting there talking about people, you are barren. If we call you barren, you say, why are we calling you barren? But you are barren. Do I want to run with that barren notes, like that notion? No, I am not barren. It says none shall be barren amongst us. So people would continue to bully you on social media. That's if you're active there. They will bully you in your family. But always remember to say, mewo amanaye ferof. Mewo amamwehu. Once they are saying that to you, to tell them. It is so undid in a 10 year. Oh, when I watch show and I'll buy where see how many tubu. Media nebefe. Nyame nim di oye me. We are who call closet ma. Now catch nyame say, God, you are seeing what these people are doing to me. Glorify yourself in my life so that I can brag some more. I can come and tell them that the God that sees me, in his time, he's done it. So it is how you respond to the bullying that matters. If you share with them now, usu free, I was free. What are you doing with the cry? Cry to God, as in, like, speak to him. And if you have the means to speak to people, please tell them to be kind to us, especially the men. Be kind to women. Na awono obetimi akofa wo baby anka wakofa de enya wo kra na wo beka. Now who says women don't want to have, except okay, there are people who don't want to have children, but why no person occur through sa atiti no? Nobody wants to go through that, the name calling and all. So nim say akola no owa metimi akofa shemefuma oba akofa. She's helpless. You can't even make it worse for her by allowing people to call her names. By allowing your inner circle, anything I want to mean, with the na woman, when na bejai. Please, the men, as much as possible, be kind to women. And woman, be kind to your fellow woman. Because now saying there's a competition. Muna mudi try and ma would 3 uti hana ya would 3. And now they won't ba kumpuye. Hey, sister. Yen who be our 3 ni nyina in one day. 3 ni nyina in one day gone. Time and punishment that so we need an answer nyame anhu moboa. Now we soon to me wobium. Will you be happy no be catch say umma 3 ni nyina omoko miss me die. You will not be happy to hear that. So women, let's be kind to ourselves. Be kind to your fellow woman. Because now saying they say, and yeah, men no can a trampuano. Fellow woman, oh yeah, bibi kakra yana koba. Oh yeah, now your fellow women are giving birth. You are there just boying life. I had a DM. Somebody say, stop wearing heels. You wear too much heels. Yes, I had a DM. And you know, that person had the guts to come and tell me after I had given birth, I told you stop wearing heels. When you stop wearing the heels, have you seen? Yes, it's in my DM. And I said to her that I think you didn't follow because I kept wearing heels until I didn't want to wear anymore. Or Becca Tremi in my DM said, you have to stop wearing heels. And then she came back and said, you see when I told you to stop wearing the heels and you stopped. And I said to her, I think you haven't been following because I kept wearing heels till I wanted to stop. This is a fellow woman. Who named the Ayemi? Who said, no, said, when whom say, oh, so you have, and people would do, so I can even imagine people that we get to interact with, we quite on you, and I know be on him. So, woman, please be kind to your fellow woman. Me, the bullying is what's key for me. Because as for Akolandi Obeba, I've seen people 53 giving testimony of giving birth. Obeba, but what you do with yourself before Akolani Beba no, any problem, no mami. And that is the most important one. Don't give up on yourself. Because eche sedenya Akolani die ube. But let the bullying stop. Let the name calling stop. In church, in schools, in, people who even say they are godmothers. Sincerely, I don't think all of them say it out of malice, but I think we should learn, to say silent prayers for people than to be telling them these things. Oh, me dem don't be like me. Don't be like me. Be quick, and you don't know what the person is going through. Say embaya is two things. That depending on pairness or emba. No emba na usan kasa asem we trainer. How do you expect the person to have a sound mind on a daily? Oh, pen and machine. Now there are people that when I was yet to get pregnant, when I see them, I don't want to see them again, because asem no bekano, enye asema opesowote. It gives you more cause to worry. So as I know that they are covering this thing, that's why I'm saying as much as possible, let's be kind to our fellow woman. Say a silent prayer for them if you can. If you cannot, just keep assuring them. Say, Ebeba. Ebeba, it doesn't take anything away from you. Say, Akolano, Obeba dudu. Obe wo, Obe wafa oba, afa onwafa oba. I think that's all I have to say. But I'm sure that it's touched somebody's heart. Again, Akolane die Obeba, but what are you doing with yourself? You will give birth. You are the one who matters. What you do with yourself during the waiting period, what you do with what you hear during the waiting period, how you handle what you hear during the waiting period is all that matters. Akolane die. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Ms. G. Let me say, in future, you have to consider pastoring a church, because it looks like you're in the spirit. All right, so we are moving on to call on Talata, who's going to share her survival story as well. Please give her a round of applause. I think when we're done with the survival stories, we're going to just, capture maybe 3 questions tops, and then we will wrap it all up.
Hello, good afternoon. I sincerely don't know what I'm going to say. I think when I saw a Joa post on Facebook a couple of weeks ago, I was skeptical about sharing my story, because I think my parents were a bit uncomfortable with everybody knowing the truth, and my family, except a very few people, including Adra herself. Because in the society in which we find ourselves, when they know the truth, they bully you. Then all sorts of lies are being told about you. When I was growing up, I used to black out a lot. Kaka, then I collapsed. I didn't even get the whole thing. I had this terrible headache. It would just go and come. When I was in secondary school, I'll bleed the whole term, come home. A whole lot of things. Then I was being told I had dysfunctional vaginal bleeding. So I had it in my head. That's like the first complicated condition I had had. Those who know me know that I contested in Ghana's Most Beautiful 2017. For some very weird reason, throughout my stay in the house, I bled. And if you know what that program entails, you can't bleed and contest in Ghana's Most Beautiful. After that episode, I was like, no, I think I'd have to look for what exactly is wrong with me. Because a woman cannot bleed like that. I understand we all bleed, but I didn't get why I was bleeding like that. That is when my journey began. From one gynae to the other. And I'm being told you have ovarian cysts, you have fibroids, you have this, you have that, you have to be operated. Okay. Then I was introduced to Dr. AK. For some very funny reason, today when he saw me, he said, "You are one of my most difficult cases. And even on the theater bed, we almost lost you." 3 times he operated on me. 3 times there was no result. The condition worsened. And I tell you, I bleed. It is not the bleeding you see. I bleed. I'm being transfused every day. My parents are confused. And people are saying all sorts of things. Oh, Yari, like there's something wrong with you. All my life, Charlie, I'm confused. And I'm being told I have endometriosis and adenomyosis. After how many surgeries? I'm here, and my last surgery was 4 weeks ago. And that was to remove my cervix, do a bowel resection, and my organs had clamped together. Before age 30, I had my uterus removed. Before I was 30, so I am 31. Before I was 30, my womb was removed. And for anybody in our setting, this should kill you. And I remember days before, I didn't have anybody to talk to because I didn't even know who to go to. Then I texted Ajwa, I'm going to have a hysterectomy. My mom could not even look me in my face because which mother on earth would want her daughter to go through that? And every nurse will just look at my folder and come and peep and want to look at the person who is going through that procedure. I was on the theater bed. My gynae could not even look at me. Everybody in the theater was just weeping. Because what at all is it? Women are suffering. And with my condition called endometriosis, it's very, very difficult to diagnose. My last surgery was my 16th surgery. I didn't think it was going to happen, but it happened. As Miss G said, we need very kind people. I bless God for my parents. I bless God for the family I was born into. And I bless God for the few friends and genuine friends I have. Regardless, I thank God. God has been good. If you are here and your only problem is money, you don't have a problem. If you are here and your problem is money, you don't have a problem at all. I am in pain as I stand here. There's no pain medication I have not taken, and nothing works for me. Sometimes I weep. Yesterday I was in my room alone and I was weeping. Tell God, Charlie, it's only you. You brought me here. You can't bring me here and leave me like this. I enter my mother's room. She has an altar with 2 children on it. She's praying for a child. I'm her only daughter, for Christ's sake. My mom is even better than my dad. My dad sees me, and I know the man is sad. Anytime I go to the hospital, everybody is fretting my house because maybe they'll say, this is wrong with her. 2 weeks ago, I had a CA125 test, and it's positive, and I don't even care, and I don't know how to even break the news to my mother. But I'm here to tell you that it is well. If I tell you it will be well, it will be well. God is good. He's overly good. When you see people who are sick or are going through certain things, don't just assume they want to be there. When I was growing up, people say, oh, this girl, forget it. Because I was always taking secure. You know secure. Usually that's what they give to us to manage the condition. But for endometriosis, it doesn't only affect the uterus. For me, I have traces and bits of it on my diaphragm. It's difficult to breathe sometimes, but it's not that bad. I'm used to it right now. There are people who have it in their brains. There are people people are suffering. Be kind to people. And for my ladies here, one thing I'll tell you is take regular checks. Take regular checks. Know what is wrong with you. Even for some people with endometriosis, they don't appear with their conditions. They don't get the signs till when they try to get pregnant. That's when they realize that they have endometriosis. I have decided not to cry today because I know people will cry on my behalf. People are suffering from endometriosis. That's why they don't have children. That's why they find it difficult to have children. When you hear somebody opting for surrogacy, be kind to the person. Because for somebody like me, that is about the only option I have. I have just one functioning ovary. Because I like children. I love children. When my condition worsened, I cut off everybody. I stopped going to church. I teach Sunday school. Imagine you being told that you can't have children, or you know you can't have children, and you have to go and pretend and laugh and carry people's children. I'm a Catholic. For 4 times, people have asked me to be their children's godmother, and I have refused. I can't do it. When it's time for me to do it, I will do it. Be kind to us. People have bullied me. People will ask you, when are you giving birth? When are you marrying? But this is difficult. We are going to start a relationship. What are you telling the man? oh, let's start maybe midway. It doesn't make sense. Even if he agrees at a certain point in time, he would want children. He will speak to his family. His family would disagree. As Miss G said, I like what she said. Please be kind. If you have a sister who bleeds, has painful periods every month, get her checked. She bleeds and she's vomiting, get her checked. She bleeds every month to the extent that she can't go to work. She can't do anything, get her checked. It might not be endometriosis, it might be something else, but get her checked. For my condition, it is not easy to manage it. Laparoscopies are very, very expensive. The last time I was done, I was handed a bill of 64,000 cedis. And if you don't have families who are kind, for my age, you should know that my father is on retirement. So for your father to dip his hand into his retirement account and give you 64,000 cedis, should know where that love is coming from. So I stand here and bless my father. I bless my mother. I bless whoever has been a support system in my life. And for the very few people who knew exactly what was wrong with me and were there for me, I say thank you. Sometimes your friends will not have the courage to tell you whatever they are going through. Please be there for them. When they are ready to open up, they will open up to you. Pray for them. Be there for them. And just know that whatever you are going through, it is well. And I'm leaving you with just one thing. I said earlier, if your only problem is money, then you don't have a problem. God bless us all.
Thank you, Talata. Very touching. Gosh, I don't cry very easily, but you almost got me there. And I know that this is really tough. This is really, really tough. And we definitely will carry you with us in our prayers and definitely support you however we can. Adra, you want to say something?
Yeah, I just want to say a bit, especially about the financial aspect that she said. I think those on my social media will know that when I graduated from my first master's from Kenya University, I wrote, there was a part that I said I went to start that master's in 2020, or is it 21? And then 3 months into it, I left. But I have never said the reason why I left. I left because I did not have money to pay my fees for that master's. And that was spanning from the fact that I had spent everything. My friends from the past, Lily is here, when she mentioned how much a laparoscopy costs, and knowing that I have paid it several times, I spent everything. I told people ask me, do you want to go back to media? I say no, I do not want to go back to media. Not that it is something that I do not love or I appreciate. In fact, before I decided that I wanted to be a journalist, right from primary school to JSS, all of my teachers were saying, TV, so that was always the conversation. But growing up, if you asked me what I wanted to do, I would tell you that I wanted to be a dancer. I was always dancing. Parties, wherever. So if you see me like that now, it is nothing new. I was always dancing. I would finish and still go and dance at Dwyer and Kete. I was always dancing. So it was always like that. The amount of monies that sink into these surgeries, with no exaggeration, you would not know. And if you do not have friends who will support you, I remember my very first surgery, when I went through it, it was my friend Sewa me here, who paid for it in full. The very first one, we were getting billed, and in fact, I got to know Apia Kubi through she and Nanaba, because before I met Apia Kubi, like I said earlier, I had seen about 12 different gynaes. I had gone to 9 different hospitals, and for a year and 7 months, nobody around me knew what was going on with me, except my sister and like my siblings. I would go to work. I started losing weight. So around that time, a lot of people were asking, what is your weight loss routine? And me too, I'll tell them something funny. Nobody knew what was going on with me. I'll go to work, Nanaba will ask, I said, Nana, it's family issues. There were times that before I got to the office, even when I was on the crew for the morning show, I'd go and take injections. I'll go and take, what do we call that thing? Drips. There was so much going on with me. And for some of us, we are always taking. We are never offloading our issues. So for a whole year and about 7 months, I was bleeding. I was going through this. I was doing that. It was on one day when a report, that doctor that said that he suspected that I had cervical cancer. When I went through the cervical cancer tests, that dawn, I think we were getting ready for the morning show. I was a co-producer. So I was holding my phone, and the results came. And how we are, we have access to each other's stuff, mail, whatever. She opened it and she dropped the phone. She said, Adra, what is wrong with you? And I remember how Bolare was mad that day, because I had gone through this for almost 2 years, and nobody. And these were people, these still are people, some of my closest people. And so if something had happened to me, they are the first point of call, because I spent almost all of my time with them. And I was going through this, and I told nobody at all, except my sister. And maybe I should say this, she's the one person that I am absolutely grateful for. Because for us, our parents live abroad. About 98% of our entire family, external, lives abroad. So here is just me, my sister, and maybe 1 or 2 uncles. Our great-grandma, who was also here, passed. And so there were times, my mom, I did not even tell her the first surgery, the day before the surgery, I called and told my parents that I was going to go through a surgery. My dad tells me that, my little sister tells me that my mom was calling everybody to look for a flight for her to come to Ghana. I had not told anyone for almost 2 years. And so sometimes when you talk about these things, when I say that I went broke, it's not even funny. When I resigned and left media, I left with not even anything 3,000 cedis or beyond. I'm not sure I had 3,000 cedis. I did not have. And I am that kind of person that even when I am in my brokest broke stage, if I don't say it, you will never know, because you will not associate me with being broke. And so the amount of financial commitments that goes into these things is not funny. Let's be kind. I have gone through my fair share of all these issues. The first time that Apia Kubi told me that it will be difficult for you to have kids, I called my dad and I called my mom, and I put all of them on speaker. I said, Dad, it's not a doctor. Then we had not even sent samples of that surgery to test or anything. And then he said, okay, the next step for us to do is to do an HSG. The HSG, it took me a whole year. And one person who convinced me well enough to do that HSG is Dr. Boedi Nyamiche. That's why I said in the morning that he and Dr. Apia Kubi and Auntie Charlotte, former EC, they suffered because I am stubborn. When I make up my mind that I will not do something, there is nothing you will do under the sun that will force me. If people report to my parents that, oh, Mommy Lydia say, my dad will say, until she decides she will do it, even me, I will not force her to do it. So it's a lot of money. It's a lot of mental fortitude. It's a lot of things. I came out of the first surgery and I was told that it will be difficult for you to have kids. I stopped praying. And for those who know me, you know that praying there, me and praying 24/7. I stopped praying. I stopped going to church. I stopped doing everything because I was asking myself, I have not lived a bad life. I have taken care of myself well enough. Menya basa basa in a shanty, when you say menya basa basa, many ne day na me stubborn, but menya basa basa. And so why am I going through all of these? So I went to school, first masters, realized that I had spent all of my money and I could not pay that fees. So my classmates, oh, Aja, why have you left? I said, oh, health issues. But the actual reason was the fact that I could not pay that fees for that masters. That is why I left. And so it's a lot of emotions, it's a lot of commitments, physical, spiritual, health-wise, mental. You lose weight. When I post my throwbacks, you know that I always add, don't tell me to go back to the side, because it talks about a period that was very dark, that was very painful in my life. And I mean, I've gone through a series of things. Now I know I'm good. And if I have not tried to have kids. Let me just say that for emphasis. I have not tried, not even once, to have kids. I do not think that I am ready. When I am ready, I will try. If I try and it does not work, whatever needs to be done, but I will not kill myself.
Right.
So I just wanted to put in that bit that when you start these procedures, if you can be of help to anyone, the financial commitment is not a joke.
Right.
It is not a joke. And if you do not have support, I am lucky enough to have a group of brothers and sisters that if I wish and I ask them, they will help. But the asking is also a problem for me.
Another whole conversation.
So I'd rather spend everything and go broke, and at the end of the day, I'll go to my house and cry. And my sister is always at the receiving end. So I just wanted to add that bit.
Yes. Okay, so I think that this has gotten a lot heavier towards the end. I didn't think it was going to, but I am the MC and moderator. I think of all the things I'm allowed to do, crying is not a part of it. So whatever you do, you guys, take it easy so that I can execute my job flawlessly without, you know what I mean? So I can, not break down. But one of the things that before I call Whitney, one of the things that I think that if I'm not going to go home with anything, I think that we all need to find our people. Definitely. Because hearing the stories that I've heard the entire day, I think that nobody has to go it alone. Because the whole idea of going through pain is to not have to do it all by yourself. You can't do it. It is not possible. So if you're here and you don't have a tribe, from today onwards, from here on out, tell yourself that I will find my people. Because as women, we have to do so much. There is so much that a woman has to do. Today we're having a conversation on fertility. But then there are people who broke when the mental health conversation came up. There are people who will break when the conversation on maybe oncology comes up. There are people who will break when the conversation of family comes up. There are so many things that women are having to deal with every day, and we have to be graceful. You know, they tell you that, but you can't be. But the whole idea of being a woman is to be able to hold it together. You have to manage it. You have to. That is how you are a woman. That is how everybody will see that you're a woman, and it's not easy. So I think that moving forward, if you do not have your people, find your people. I know that sometimes we're afraid because they're like, oh, if I tell this person that, and they're going to tell this and that and that, and we have so many fears and concerns, and so some people just want to be an island. But the thing is, you can't. It won't work. You will not survive on your own. So whatever you do, find your people. You will try and you will fail, but you will learn. And then you will know who is better to keep and who you have to let go. Because trust me when I tell you that you won't survive on your own. So find your people. Okay? Thank you very much for embarrassing me. We're going to move on very swiftly. And I'm going to call Whitney. I think that it's only about a month ago that I watched her story. Up until then, I didn't know her story. I mean, I only knew her as a very beautiful woman. And every time I met her at events, I would talk about her breasts. And I'll say that, oh my God, but you have really beautiful breasts. I think the first time we met was at a breast cancer event. And she came there well revealed. The breasts were well revealed. So, you know, that's how we met. So I had no idea what her story was until I watched her on Joy Prime telling her story. And I actually sat down and I said, what a graceful woman. Because, I mean, I would have never guessed. If anybody said, oh, guess what this woman's problem is, I'll probably have said that. Maybe, I don't know. I would have never guessed. And I listened to everything that she had to go through. And even before she comes up, I think let's give a round of applause. And then for all of you, for Talata, for Ms. G, to share your story, for you, Adjoa, to share your story is not the easiest thing. It's not. It is scary. You don't know who's going to judge you. You don't know what to expect. You don't, you know. But the thing is that because you have come from a place, so you are in a place where you don't care anymore. But it's going to take some people a long time to get where you are now. It is the reason why it's a good thing that you have opened your arms and said, let me hold your hand and bring you to the place where I have found. You know, let me not be the bearer of bad news. I know that for anyone who may have fertility issues, some people will have it resolved. But trust, some people will never have it resolved. It is the ability to be peaceful with whatever your results are, with wherever you're placed, because we all want the good things in life. I would have loved to come here this morning driving in my Mercedes. You know, there's a particular one that I'm trying to see if I can get. And we all want things, you know, go back to school, buy a house, do this, do that, do that. But trust me, not everybody will own a house before they die. Not everybody will own a car before they die. Not everybody will go to school before. And it is a reality that sometimes you have to get to a point and accept that this is my reality and I'm okay with it. Let me see how else I can give off myself to the world, to my society. If this didn't work, what can I give? What is it that I can give? Because direction, obviously, it's not going to work. And I've come to terms with it. But as I'm still here every day, living and breathing, what can I give? And find a way to give of yourself, because we didn't come here to live and breathe and have sex, which is very important. And then die eventually. That is not it. So please, with a round of applause, let's invite Whitney. She's about to share her story, after which we can all do a little exercise.
Usually my sections are very interactive because healing is it's not one way, it's two ways. But before I start, as for this one, she's family. So you are stunning. When you got up, that's what we were saying. You are so stunning. Listen, if we can swap shapes, I'll take yours. I think you don't even know how stunning you are. And I am standing on the words of somebody we both found comforting to say that your lines will fall in pleasant places. As long as his words are yea and amen, nothing broken. Nothing broken. This earth, it will not have you until you say so. And I'm telling you this, that today it is hard. It is painful. But it is a purpose. And that is why you can share today. So as you're sharing, he's turning everything. Everything around. Today is your testimony of wholesomeness, of the pain ending, of you taking your purpose and running with it. Amen. Adjoa, where do you want me to start from? I'm not even apologizing for wearing black. My favorite colors are black and white. But this is my 4th event today. Before I start, let me say this. For those who know me, one of the things they say is that I am no nonsense. Hi. See, I caught you today. I am very unapologetic about who I am. And I stand in my truth. I don't give a freaking toss who you are. This morning, the message I wrote about International Women's Day, I wrote Intentional Women's Day. And I had people saying, oh, did you mean international? I said, no. I meant intentional. Because, Charlie, we need to be very intentional about ourselves. If you have but a little life to lead. And then you waste it all so engrossed in other people's lives, other people's opinions, other people's daily affairs. You spend 24 hours, you spend half of it under people's comments, looking for, as if sleeping with who we are referee. When you have been given a platform, each of us have been given a platform, whether to preach, whether to make a difference, whether to sell coal to people who live near a mine, whether to sell ice to people who live in Iceland. We've all been given a purpose and a platform. What they know they are there. And I just didn't get up to be no nonsense. I had to develop being no nonsense. Because especially I don't get how we are women and we are so mean to each other. When we know what we each go through every month. When we each know how painful it is. When we have to try twice as hard to get half of what men have. and we are mean to each other. I am at a point in my life where I don't have patience for a lot of things. Even for long conversations, I'll find my way around it. And because this year alone, I've buried 2 very good friends in their 40s. One 45, one was going to turn 50 on the 19th of this month. And these are people who were full of life. So first, when it's 80, 90, you don't feel it. But when it starts knocking near your doors, and you realize that, I need to do something with my life. And I don't get how we have a lot of health issues. And out of that, we don't even have one empathy. One for each other. Oh, me, I have heard it all. I have, from random people who do not even know my home address. I keep telling people that they confuse my work and my personality. My work is to be in the public, so I'm a public person. I smile with everybody. I do what I have to do in public. But I'm a loner. I can stay in my home and not come down to the front gate. When they said COVID, we should have lockdown, I was one of the happy people. Because I like my home. I don't see how you build a sanctuary for yourself and you don't like it. And that's who I am. Give me a good book. And I'm good to go. But people assume that because I do a lot of public stuff, so Whitney, people know you. They know my work. They don't know me. Because if I asked you today, I've told you what my favorite colors are. But until I told you, you didn't know. So everything that somebody knows about me, it is something that I have put out there. What I haven't put out, you don't know. You make a lot of assumptions. A friend and a mate of mine, Selena Bebb, she was telling me 2 weeks ago that somebody told her that, Whitney, na cool school na ya down for no. We did dinechi, na menwo, na settle, na yet is all no. Then Selena said, Whitney Bay. So the person mentioned my full name. And I say, are you aware of one mommy answer? And the person was like, really? Assumptions. Then just last week, Kobe Hansen, we met at the kids' soccer practice, and he said, Whitney, I have a confession. I didn't even know you were married. I said, what has it got to do with anything? You know, I sat in a conversation where people actually think you've been scorned. You're a very bitter feminist. Because you talk a lot about feminism. And I said, say here. But it makes sense. What I say, doesn't it make sense? He said, yes, but you don't come across as somebody who is married. I said, that's good. Because I am from meeting some remo. And that's something you need to learn. Because listen, I understand being nice, but I also understand building boundaries. Especially in this journey we are all going through. And I also understand what it means to be there for somebody. Initially, I didn't understand what was happening to me. I come from a family that they have a running joke. Oh, yeah, they try Johnson obi onyem or Johnson krani try benyem. Then I get married. In fact, the married self, I think it's one of the things that later I had to tell God that some of the things we say with our mouth. I always said I didn't want to get married. Not because I love love. I'm a Pisces, so I'm a big lover of love. That's why when you ask me to plan your wedding, I make sure that you walk into your wedding and you feel all the butterflies. Because love is a beautiful thing. Especially when you find a son of Adam whose heads are on their shoulders and it's right. Because God knows a lot of you. It's not, the head is just there, nothing inside. Now, someone himself no American. And that is why, I'm sure that's why God gave me 3 boys. Let's see what you can do with them. So I'm a very intentional boy's mom. And I'm going to be a very intentional mother-in-law. When people ask, oh, all these shoes and bags, I say, my daughter's in law. But I'll check your passport color first. And I'll check your bank account balance first. Because I am not giving you half men. I am giving you sons of a queen. I am giving you kings in all their capacity. So I won't want one that will go to a party and should be doing Ajay. That won't come to my home. That will take off her shoes and start dancing and bloggers will. That's not coming to my home. Oh yes, you're shocked. I like the way you're looking at me. Yes. You should see my boys to see why I'm saying that. Oh, I've got very handsome sons. I know that. I cried, I prayed, and I willed for them. Thank you. So when it was time for him to give me, he gave me the best from his nursery. Even the ones that I nearly died having. You know that there's this thing you see online said, some mothers have very beautiful sons. I am that mother. Yes, I'm one of them. But before they came, I went through 7 miscarriages and 2 stillbirths. Yeah. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So under normal circumstances, I can fill 1 classroom. Because 7, 2, plus the 3. So when my family say we are very fair, true. Yeah. Oh, and they were all boys. That's why I say I'm a proud mother of boys. But you see, I didn't understand it then, why it happened. But today I have a very beautiful ministry. And there are days when I look at God and I say, I get it. So whatever you're going through, you won't understand it now. But someday you're going to stand here and you're going to be that testimony that someone needs. And your stories are going to change, however you see them. Amen. I like the positivity affirmation. I think the only way, because I always said I didn't want to get married, the only way my husband saw fit to get me married was to impregnate me. So I'm one of those people who, when I got married, because he knew also that I come from a family that is very prim and proper. I am the first generation of my family who is into entertainment. In fact, I had to do law at some point and stop so my mother would be happy. I come from a family where they are bankers, they are lawyers, prim and proper. My grandmother is the first female deputy governor of Bank of Ghana in Ghana. That's the family I come from. So imagine telling her that I want to do entertainment. It was unheard of. But guess what? Now she goes around saying, oh, you know my granddaughter? Yeah. Because even if it means you would dance, do it like David. Dance and let somebody question it and let God question the person. Everything you find yourself doing, put a finesse to it excellently. And in my family, you won't marry you won't get pregnant and then say, well, I just want to give birth. Every time I watch Bridgerton, they remind me of my family. Very prim, very proper. I wrote something and he said, I now get why you walk like that. When I said they used to make me carry books and I learned to walk carrying books. That's how you learn to walk in my family. But it's amazing when grandmothers become great-grandmothers, and when mothers become grandmothers, then they lose their senses. Because I see my children with my grandmother, and I'm wondering, was she the same person we grew up with? My children can sit in her hall and eat and do this and do that, and she's encouraging them. Hey. But she says, wait till you become a great-grandmother. So that's the blessing that you receive. So these are people who, they knew she'll get married anyway, and I did. And then 5 months into my pregnancy was a boy. I had a name. He was going to be named after his father. Then I woke up one morning, did what I had to do. I felt tired, so I went back to bed. I had been given days off after, went back to work, came back, and I had taken days off because I didn't feel too well. Then I was working with Ovation magazine. I woke up from the nap because I felt a sharp pain. And when I woke up, I was bleeding. Pregnancy and bleeding do not go together. So if you're bleeding, it means there's a problem with you. And then I started clotting. Fortunately, the clinic was not too far from home. So I called my husband that this is what's happening. Then I called my neighbor because I couldn't drive. And then they took me. When we got there, said the way I was clotting. Then by the time we got to the hospital, my contractions had started. So immediately they took me to the scan room, did the scans and everything, and I could hear that I was going in and out, that the baby's heartbeat was dropping. So immediately they started contemplating, should we do CS? Should she have it normal? Should we? All that while I was contracting, I was bleeding. And they were going Ghana nurses. That's another story for another day. By the time I was wheeled into the labor room, I was injected to have the baby normally. My babies are very big for some funny reason. So I had episiotomy. My baby was dead. So I was delivering a baby. I've had episiotomy. They've cut. And I was going to do it for nothing. But I still had the baby. And up until we started my Dear Sister Skipper GH, a lot of hospitals in this country do not know that mothers would be mothers. Even if it's miscarriage or a stillbirth, they have angel babies. They still need closure. So they still need to see their babies, hold their babies, have that moment. Because what most do not realize is that as soon as a woman is pregnant, she's already had plans for that baby. How that baby will turn up and all that. But 19 years ago, if our first child had survived, it would be 19. Second will be 18. They just take the babies because they assume they are helping you. So they just take the babies and then they go and tell you that, they have other bodies, so they will do mass burial. So you don't see your baby to even have that closure. So they took the baby. I saw him. He was a fully developed boy. But I was going through, they're sewing my stitch. I was going through all the emotions. So my husband came and they told him. So I think he also went to see him. And that was episode 1. Episode 2 was 7 months. Another boy. Also I didn't come home with him. And then after them, the miscarriages started. I hit 4 months, then it passes. And that didn't hurt me like the fact that, and that's why when you said tribe, it was very important. Where's Natalia? Tribe is very important. One of my bridesmaids deemed it fit to have a lunch with other people to discuss how I keep losing my babies. What she didn't know was that a mutual male friend of ours was at said restaurant for a meeting. So he called me and he said, don't say anything, just listen. Oh, and Whitney, it's because she and her husband, they're always having sex. I said, me, I am thankful. She said, me and my husband. What if she said me and somebody? I didn't want to listen to the rest of the story. But this is somebody who was part of my wedding. This is somebody who was sitting in a restaurant saying that, but even her, she didn't want to get married. And then she met this. And this is somebody who, when I met my husband, I keep telling people that if I met my husband today, I don't think I'll marry him. Because by the world standard, by my family standard, by even my standard, he is what he is today because I saw who he would be today. But this is somebody who told me that, oh, for the kind of people we've gone out with, this one, it's not good. But later, this was somebody who was hitting on my husband. Yeah. To even tell him that, oh, but even, are you aware that even she doesn't like marriage? So that's why probably this is happening. Yeah. So that is why you need to pray about even your tribe. I keep telling people that if I were to marry in this generation, I'd probably take the money and go on a world tour. Because half the people who come and sit at your event, they don't even like you. They come for the food and for the stays. So find your tribe. But I'm thankful that in all, I had one person, and she's always been my, I don't say besties, I say my sister. So she'll tell you, tune out of the world. When the 5th miscarriage happened, a very dear friend of my husband's wife, who under normal circumstances, and I'm not saying this in arrogance, hell yes, I'm saying it in arrogance. I earned all my certificates. Wouldn't even dare look at your face to talk to you, decided that, listen, I need to have a conversation with you. So see me at home, because she's just had twins. And I remember at a point, my mom used to live outside. So imagine her first daughter, my mom shopped, I think she shopped the entire London and shipped it. So now we have to, when we hear that, oh, somebody's had a baby, we have to start giving the things away because we were not getting ours. And then you go to a christening and somebody sees you, and then sometimes they will take the baby and come and hit your stomach. I feel say now one so wow. What they are not even aware of is that you're bleeding from a recent miscarriage. But I went to see her. And when I did, she told me that she goes to a certain church that they go to the sea at 12 midnight. You see, when you have a lot of these issues, you become a billboard for nonsense. You become a billboard for enkwasiasem. Because really, me wabani bianca sa on frame me entomefo. And I'm surprised society doesn't call the men first, because I cannot get myself pregnant. It is always us. It is always us. And when she said it, I said 12 midnight. She said, yes. I won't even listen. Me and my high heels. And that, am I even aware that my husband's people are trying to bring another woman? I said, that's good news. I'm not afraid. I said, listen. I am not afraid of some things in this world, though. The only thing I'm afraid of in this world is God. If you ain't God, your opinions do not matter. But I still need to come with her. They'll call the spirit of my mother and my father. They'll call the spirit of my husband's mother and father. The church is that up something. And then this is where she lost me. They would demand for 1 crate Guinness, 1 crate beer. Then I said, who is going to drink it? Said they will use it for the whatever. And that I should look at her. She's had a first one, had a second one, now she has twins. I won't think about myself. All I do is every day, I am wearing heels, I'm going to work, I'm doing this, I'm doing that. And as she was talking, I was just sitting there looking at her. Then I started crying. And she's not saying this for me to, and I wasn't crying because of what she was saying. I was crying because I was asking, me pa na me te hana. Because me neighbor. But I just thanked her and I left. You know, when I left her house, she stays at Dansoman Runabout. I walked from Dansoman Runabout to First Light before I remembered that me the car coffee. That was how sad I was. I was just walking. So I'm sure if I hadn't remembered that, I drove there, I'd have probably walked back home. That was how sad I was. As if that wasn't enough. Then the pressure started mounting. Fortunately for me, my sister-in-law didn't also have a child. And she's been married longer than me. So if you're coming to talk about my matter, I have reference. So they are very careful. So then they use her because she is soft. And she came to tell me, they're giving pressure, that they said there's a church of the Nkoko Road. We should go. When it wasn't working with me, then she started her brother. So he said, let's go and come back and see what happens. So we went to Nkoko. If you have to go to the church, you get there at 4 a.m. You don't eat the day before. And then when you get there, you are logged in according to the time you come. And then the junior pastors, they only believe in the Old Testament. So the junior pastors will start preaching from 6 to 3 p.m. before Dogboro comes. And then when he comes, he'll preach for about an hour, and then he will start consultation. Now, when it was my turn, I was in the room with my husband, thankfully. Then they said I should strip. When you're desperate, the things that desperation will make you do. We've passed on that road, and I've pointed that place to my staff before, and they said, Auntie Whitney, they were a whole time. I shook my head. I said, yeah. But you should have seen the cars that were there. So I stripped. The pastor was standing somewhere there. There was a calico behind him. His junior pastor is 5 on the left, 5 on the right. And I was standing here, my husband was standing on this side, and I took everything off. Yeah. And the beautiful breast you like. Then he came, touched my stomach. That is why I'm standing here talking, so you wouldn't go through that. Then he said, he can see on the calico that I was pregnant in the spirit realm. So they should give me some concoctions. So they said the two of us will need to bath with it first there. So we had a bath with it there. Then when we were done, they said we needed to drink some. So we drank some. And they gave us some other things and a gallon of it. And he said, when I deliver, we should bring the baby. Then we left. We were not halfway when I started bleeding black. I bled black for 3 months continuously. And to make matters worse, there was a stench in the house from the day we came back. And then you'll be in the house and you'll be hearing sounds and you don't know where it's from. The stench, we took everything out of the house. Thought something had probably died. Fumigate everything, it won't go. So we had to go and confess to my reverend minister that we went some way. In fact, when we got there, he said, "Where did you go to?" Was the first question he asked us. And we said, we went some way. He said, "Do you have any idea what you have brought back? Do you too want to have children that for the rest of your life you're roaming in hospitals and you have no solutions?" So he had to come home with us. And they literally had to do exorcism in the house to clear whatever. You would think that was enough. And they said there was some prayer retreats. I said, you have never been desperate. And we went. That one I went alone. When they were done, they said, more power, as usual, mana, moncheng. So I waited. And I'm standing here talking to you like this because I am not strong because I just got up to be strong. I am strong because I didn't have any option. You are not given an option not to be soft. But there were times when I was talking to Gloria, part of the interview we cried, huh? I think with Adam too, we cried. Today I've already done the crying. And like my dear girl said, somebody will cry on our behalf, so we won't cry. But they said we should wait, so we were in line. Then they'll go and see him. Then he will leave. They'll go and see him. Then when it was my turn, I went and he said, we here, Abba. I said, yes, obviously, that's why I'm in the queue. The sperm for you to have a baby is with me. This is the husband of a very big gospel musician in this country. Yeah. So I need to see him for the sperm. One of the things that I'm seeing it with my children, and I realize how very annoying it can be, asking questions. I ask questions, so especially when things do not make sense. So I asked him, if the sperm for me to have a baby to survive is with you, where's the sperm? How will you give it to me? Obviously, I needed to ask. So that then he got upset I asked this question. Then he's usually backing vocals. I am the only person who has come to sit here and I'm asking this question. All I need to do is take his number and give him my number. He will show me where to meet him to collect it. Then he added, do I know how many people they've done it for? Then I said, again, me patrol, what the bema me saying? If I'm not ready, I should get up. I should get up and go. I said, okay, then I got up. Fortunately, they then had those prayers in one of our Anglican churches. The Bishop of Accra is my godfather. So when I left, then I called him. I said, they are sharing sperm at St. Augustine's. And that they said they will give me some. He said, what are you talking about? I said, this is what I experienced. That Sunday, they called PC. In the Anglican church, PCC is like the parliament of the church. And then they said I should come and see. And I said, this is what he told me. So they banned him from the Anglican church and sent a memo to all Anglican churches that nobody can have prayers with him. I said, but by now he's already delivered some. My godfather said, the good thing is somebody spoke out. Because imagine how many children are in homes who are his children. And you see, I was desperate. I could have easily done it. I was that desperate. But I keep asking myself, my children, even the one that looks like my father, not me, they all have his entire birthmark on their bodies. They all have his very irritating allergies. And I look at them and I'm like, Ankamunfa bibi wa yenchempo kakre. But imagine if they were somebody's children. It means that for the rest of my kids' existence on earth, for the rest of my life on earth, I had a conscience to deal with. And it is no fault of mine because it is society pressuring me. And it is hard to wait. It is so hard to wait, especially when you are seeing everybody else getting their own. I have had a squatter opposite my house who every year she drops one. Every year. They are neither in panties or in any clothes. And I just called one to send him to buy something. And the next thing was, Yana Wubi. Now so somano. Meanwhile, half the time they were in my house eating. It's as if without that, you are not a whole human being. It doesn't matter what qualification you get. Uniba, unkahu. And it comes from women. 2 weeks ago, we had our free fertility working clinic. For the first time in 7 years, we had 80% men. And we had to promise them that they will have absolute privacy. Because I think we've gotten to a place where we need to start hitting on their doors. But it's amazing how society treats you if you don't have a child. It's amazing how society treats you. No, scrap that. It's amazing how women treat you if you chose CS. Now I say, one, you are not a Hebrew woman. But the Hebrew women, they were given that power and that mandate because they were in exile. So for them not to die in childbirth, God himself said, you will go and come back and come whole. Is my father a Hebrew? Am I in exile? So why can't I choose a birthing system that will save me and my child? After that prayer section, that I didn't take the sperm, it took 4 years. 4 years of waiting. 4 years of trying to act like your life is normal. Where sex now becomes a chore. Because you're doing it for something, that thing is not happening. Oh, raising your legs to the ceiling. Charlie. Injecting yourself. I sometimes tease myself that my stomach looks like the road to Paga because of all the scars and all the pinholes and all that. Meanwhile, in all that, I was top of my work. On the days when I say, oh, I am broke, about 16, 18 years ago, it means I had $1,000 in my bag. I had a good job. Society didn't care about that. You have a good job, so where's your child? Scan out the heading. I remember my boss's wife. I keep telling people that I am thankful she did that to me because I look at the prices of designer bags now and I'm saying, hey. But then she said, if you won't have a child, let's buy designer bags. Because when the children start coming, you won't be able to buy it. And that's how come I built a collection. But for 4 years, I waited. But in waiting, I was thankful. My boss's wife was going through the same. And like she said, if money is the only problem you have, you don't have a problem. Because if money can buy children, listen, people won't line up at fertility hospitals. I am one of those people who has never done a maternity shot because I didn't stay. So I remember when finally I got pregnant with my oldest. And you know how God says, I will make your enemies your footstool. When I got pregnant with my now oldest, 3 months later, my sister-in-law got pregnant. My son is 28th May. Her daughter is 28th August. So me, I tell the Kwawu people, I am the miracle that came into your life. Because somebody's miracle opens chain doors. But even when I was pregnant with him, we were not excited because we didn't know what was going to happen. And I remember the first time that it was my mother who called, and everybody now had become very funny. So when she called, the first thing she said was, don't scream at me, don't shout, don't say anything, just listen to me. I live in a place where everybody is coming down to take care of their grandchildren or coming up to give birth. I can't even say that for myself. I am not pressurizing you, but I'm just asking you, see this doctor friend of mine. I said, I won't go. So she went to my husband. I know how men succumb to pressure. He said, let's just go and see him and see what he has to say. He's been one of our sisters' keeper. He was one of the people we honored this year, Brigadier Saka. The first time I walked into his office, he was teasing me a year later that you had the look on your face that if you mess with me, I don't care if you are a brigadier, I will say my peace of mind to you. I walked into a consultancy that for the first time in my life, I sat with him for 6 hours and we never talked about pregnancy. We talked about everything under the sun but that. He said, because Wabre, you've been through it. And sometimes, even us as doctors, need the humane face. So when I was leaving, the only thing he said was, the only thing I want to do is to wash the entire womb. If they've washed your tubes before, realize that Jesus is Lord. How women go through that thing. So that was done. Then he said we needed to start a new round. The week I was supposed to go for the shots for the first one so that they'll pick the eggs and all that, I fell sick. And I stopped praying too. I mean, what's the essence of it? So I couldn't go. It started out as a cold, then it won't go. 2 weeks, 3 weeks, then I started treating for malaria. So I was taking malaria meds. Still won't go. So 2 weeks when it still won't go, he said, come in and let's run tests and see what's wrong with you. So when I got there, that was when I got to know that they can draw your blood to run pregnancy tests. Because he said he knew I won't want anybody to touch my stomach to see if there's something there. That's how trauma works. So when they brought him the results, I can't say no back. And he didn't know how. And this is one of the best OB-GYNs in this country. So he said, you look tired. Come and lie down. And I trust him that enough. So I went to lie down. Then he pulled a chair beside me. Then he said, let me try something and see what happens. When that monitor touched my stomach, Brigadier started crying. I was 7 months pregnant. And didn't know it. So there was on the screen. Initially, I thought it was somebody who had already done this. And that was on the screen. It didn't even click that the person was moving. In fact, my son was peeing. So that's what made him start crying. So I asked him what the issue was. And he said, I'm going to be a godfather. And I said, to who? Still, it hadn't clicked. And he said, Madam, you're 7 months pregnant. You know, first thing that came to my mind, I took malaria medicine. I took this medicine for cold. I took that. He said, pause. He's peeing. He's healthy. So, I didn't go home that day. They had to stitch me to lie down. Because he says, now the body is aware you're carrying something. So, it's going to fight it. Because that's what happens when I get pregnant. My body fights the babies. That's what I also brought to this world. My system is such that it kills babies. So here I was, no baby, no home. I had to be in adult diapers. And when you know what you want, you comply. So he asked me, from the way things are, I don't want to take a risk. 37 weeks. I want this baby out before we have any complications. I said, I'm not delivering. I can't go through that trauma of delivering again, ever again. Because it reminds me of doing it and not taking anything home. So I want to have CS. Hey! Kwefo. Oyere se obeye CS. Oyere se yebetwa no. Adonye Hebrew ni. They didn't care about the fact that this is somebody who is coming in from 7 miscarriages and 2 stillbirths. I just was not woman enough to have my child. So, on a very cold morning in May, 16 years ago, I was wheeled into the theater. As soon as I saw the theater lights, then my BP started going up. Last thing I heard was just knock her out. Next thing that happened when I opened my eyes, said, where's my child? The nurse said, you'll catch you later. In my head, I knew the worst had happened. But the meds were very effective, so I went back. When I woke up, here was my mother in white, my grandmother in white. In fact, I remember my entire first year of having a baby. At the hospital, they kept asking, who is the mother? Because I'll be in jeans and a top, and they are in white. In fact, there was a day that my grandmother literally had to stop at cuddling to get a boo-boo for me, because she said I was embarrassing her with the jeans and top I was wearing. But they wore white for 1 year. I didn't even know that we pass on our traumas to our parents. So their white was to say that but guess what? Society and people that talk. If you think not having it, they will talk. Try having one and not having any. Secondary infertility. Now me, I won't get pregnant. I won't even have a miscarriage. I was just there. But I had a child, didn't I? Wasn't enough. Your child needs a sister to play with. And you know the sad thing about this time, you having a child? They actually asked the child, don't you want a brother or a sister? For 7 years, it was just my boy and I. Yeah. For 7 years. He will come back from school crying that they had family. And you see, the education is so big that it's not only hospitals and nurses and doctors who need it, even schools, teachers. You are having family, whatever in school. His rating is just him, and you're asking, why just you? So you're telling him that just you is not enough. It is not right. So he starts questioning, why am I the only child? Don't you want to have another child? My teacher says that everybody has a brother or a sister. I know how my teacher says it's powerful. So for 2 years of his life, every morning when we are done praying, he will add, and God, I want brothers I can play ball with. For 2 years. because I am tired of playing ball by myself. And I'll see him. He'll play the ball to one end and then go and pick it and come back and play it to another end, like it's two people playing. Then I had another miscarriage. So I decided, well, maybe I was born to be a mother of one. Then another cold happens. This time, because I've had that kind of cold, I didn't take anything. And I took myself to my gynae again. And he says, you're pregnant. But you can't celebrate because you know your history. But he did have a brother. And then 9 months after that, this time I was very sick. So I was admitted. Then they ran tests. They realized that, okay, I had food poisoning and something else. But for some funny reason, he told them to run a pregnancy test. When he came back and said, Whitney, you're pregnant, I said, I am not. Because I'm breastfeeding. My baby is 9 months. How am I pregnant? He said, but you had sex. And I didn't even remember. But as soon as he said it, I remembered that how a man would tell me that, oh, for Valentine's Day, if you are breastfeeding, you don't get pregnant. And I believed it. So I have babies who are 9 months apart. Yeah. And they are. But when God says it's your time, I'm sure if I had made another Valentine mistake, I'd have gotten another one. But the sad thing is, for that last one, at 34 weeks, my service opened. And boys only survive when their balls drop. So we were told before we went into theater that he won't survive. He came at 34 weeks. He was blue when they took him out. Didn't cry, didn't do anything. And because I had lost so much blood, by the time they got me to 37, my blood was 0.4. Yeah. The woman on my left and on my right in that monitor room, the one on my right, every morning her chef comes to ask her what she wants for the day. That's where the money issue comes in. And then they will take what she's had the day before and go back and bring. And he's in a chef apparel. I was lying there because I was getting 6 pints of blood transfusion. And I was out of it, so I didn't even care what they were doing. The first time I came to was about a month or two later. The first thing I asked was, where's my baby? They said he was in NICU and he's fighting, so I needed to fight. I realized that in my husband's head, he's detached himself from him because he didn't want to have any emotions, lest he loses him. But when I came to, I said I wanted to see him. So they had to put me in a wheelchair and take him there. When we got there, unfortunately for me, as soon as they wheeled me into the NICU, 2 babies died. And I was just in the wheelchair looking. So they had to take me back. But I said I wanted to see my baby. He was like a rat. He was that tiny. They were drawing blood from under his legs because he didn't have veins. And I said I wanted to hold him. They said I couldn't. I should wait a little. So they took me back, brought him. 3 days later, I went. And I needed to start learning how to walk because they said if I don't, because the CS have been given transfusion, I'll start clotting. So I went there. I said, I want my baby. Then I was given the cloth he was in. He was even lost in the cloth. They said I needed to do kangaroo care. This time I'd been moved to the side ward in 37, so I could go there. As soon as I stepped out, I met the other woman who was on my right. And she said, "Oh, what are you doing here?" Because I was brought in from a private hospital, so my stomach was still big. So they assumed that I was pregnant and having crisis, and they were caring for me. And I said, "Oh, I came to see my baby." She said, "Where is it?" So we had to open the cloth for her to see him. And what she said is what changed my life. She said, "At least, so crowded. This is my 8th IVF. I am 55. I won't do again. My people are here to take my baby to go and bury. And then they will go and donate the blood that I was giving. So would you and let something come out of it." The other woman too, it was her baby that died the day I went in there. That year, my baby was the only one that survived Nico. So I made a vow to God that if we both come out of it, I will never let another woman walk this path alone. Because it is such a lonely road. And we did. And it's been 7 years of doing that ministry called My Dear Sisters Keeper GH. When I started, my husband, that people he's in the shadows, didn't know, found a way to reach out to him to tell him that I needed to shut up. But guess what? For every time we speak, somebody gets healing. Somebody knows they are not alone. And somebody knows there's no shame in what they are going through. It's been 7 years. And one of the things we say is, however motherhood comes to you, it is a miracle. I have seen women who have been told they have no wombs now mothers because they trusted surrogacy. I have seen fathers put shame aside and have adopted. I have seen people waited 18 years and now they are mothers of quadruplets. And like I said, just 2 weeks ago, we had 350 people who came to say, I don't want to live in this shame. Let me say my story for somebody to get healing. So if you are here today, there's no shame in what you're going through. And you are wonderfully and fearfully made. Let nobody tell you anything otherwise. Listen, the blessings of a child, of marriage, they are things you get along life. But before that, you are fearfully and wonderfully whole. Let no one tell you otherwise. And don't be ashamed however means you become a parent. That's your child. I have friends who, if I don't tell you that they adopted their children, you will never know. And for some, after they adopted, they got pregnant. You are a vessel that there are so many ways you are wonderful. But we let this thing become our one thing. Then we get stuck and we don't even live life anymore. Please, you have no shame. You have no shame at all. If you have come here from your homes, today, Saturday, you could be doing a whole lot of things.
But you put all that down. We see you. And we love you. And know that there are people who care for you. And know that you are so beautiful. Listen, the superpower is there's just one of you. Obia antese wubium. That's your superpower. Today, before you leave here, hug somebody. Hug somebody that they feel that hug in their soul. And let them know that you are, because we all are. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Whitney. Thank you so, so much. Whew. So, yes. So, I've seen that almost everybody has shed a tear today, and that's a good thing. You know, tears are really good. It just helps you, you know, and it is a form of therapy as well. It really helps you come into it. I'm going to invite Adjoa Osei Amofa. Adjoa Amofa. So how is this said? I'm always confused. Amofa Osei. Not Osei Amofa. Amofa Osei. Come. Come to me. So, look, I think that before Dr. Vanessa left, we mentioned that you have to start a support group that's like, we're not going to gather, you know, like plenty like this, but if there's a way that maybe, I don't know, once in a month or once in 2 months, people can come together, because I've seen today is such, we have all seen that people really need an outlet. And there are not many outlets available. Because today, I know a lot of people are stifled. I didn't allow a lot of people to speak, obviously because of time, but people had so much to say. So you can imagine that if we're doing, you know, little pockets where people can actually express, and it's a safe space and people can come and talk about, you know, things that bother them, I think that this is a good step. And we don't want this to be a once in a year event, or even a twice in a year event we will not accept. So, yes, we will do these big ones, but let's start taking also little steps so that we can help each other heal. We're going to do the vote of thanks. Unfortunately, we won't do any more questions. Like people have to go and do a benquietance. So, we're going to do the vote of thanks, obviously by Adjoa Amofa Osei.
I'm surprised I've been friends with Natalia for this long and she still cannot pronounce my name properly. What kind of a friend are you? Leticia, Matilda. It's been very overwhelming, a mix of emotions, from happy moments to sad moments to crying and giggling and all of that. The only thing I can say is that I'm grateful for the network and the tribe that I have. Because this event, I remember, I think a few days ago, somebody texted me and said, oh, you didn't do any media tour promoting your event. So there's always a media new. Getting slots will not be difficult. I said it's the least thing that I would even find difficult. But when we even opened the registration, the numbers were overwhelming. And for a maiden event, I was not very sure what to expect. Victor at the back took me around. We went around looking for venues. This person will tell you, they'll send you mails telling you, oh, we can't give you the venue without any reason at all. Some at some point I even thought was a sabotage, because I met some 1 or 2 people who have a score to settle with me from like 10, 11 years ago, but whatever. And so eventually we were able to put this together, and this was put together solely on social media. I have said time without number that I am the biggest beneficiary of social media and the kind of network that I have. because every support that I got for this event was through my network. I really did not have to call people to say that, support me with this or support me with that. But I had people calling me, what can I do? How much do you need? And this all came together. I mean, maybe I have been stressed a bit physically, but resource-wise, God has been good. I was able to do this with everybody, and a lot of them are not even here, unfortunately. And so I am grateful for the network and the tribe that I get to call my sisters and my brothers and my friends. Everybody played a part. It's been overwhelming. It's 4:34. When you look at the program lineup, I was thinking that by 2:50, latest 3 p.m., we'll be out of here. But these are sensitive conversations, and when people want to pour out, you don't stop them in their tracks, because then it defeats the whole purpose of why we are here. And so I am grateful for all of you. I'm not going to mention names now because I'll definitely forget somebody and there'll be war. So when I sit down and do my list proper, I'll come and do those specific thank yous. But I am grateful to all of you for spending your Saturday with me and my entire team. Everyone that contributed, everyone that volunteered, somebody that sent me rice, somebody that brought this, cocktails, local, everything. I am so grateful. I didn't expect it this way. I thought, okay. My sister said, oh, fees until now, fees no. Then I said, whatever it takes, I will have it done, because it's been on my heart since 2020, and I kept shelving it. As Miss G said, she kept pulling me to her show. Let's talk about it, because Miss G and we used to talk about I think around the time I was going through the processes, you were also, so we used to have a lot of conversations. And then finally, I'm grateful to God. I'm grateful to all of you. I do pray and hope that, like they're saying, I'll be able to pull resources together again, and we'll do those pocket stuff, and then we can do the big ones like you're saying. So does it suffice to say good night? I'm going to do my best with all of you together, and Mema Whitney, she has done this for a very long time. She has my sister keepers GH, and in fact she has a lot more experience. A few days ago she called. I missed the call. I called back, said, are you okay? I said, yes. I said, I'm checking on you. How are preps going? Are you sure you are okay? I said, yes, but I'm tired. But I am grateful. I have some sort of fulfillment. I'm not even thinking of how much has gone into this. I do not care. I'm just very fulfilled and happy and satisfied that this event was able to come on. And I do hope and pray that next year or the subsequent ones we'll be able to do it even much bigger. And thank you to you all for coming. I am so grateful. My emotional. Thank you guys so much. So let me now say good night. Thank you. Good night, yes. Oh, we are going to sleep. We are tired.
No, we are not going to sleep. We're not going to sleep. We're going to make our benquine. Okay, so I think this is where we, draw the curtain. And I will say to each of you that this has been so good. I don't know if any event outside of things that are personal, maybe spending time with family, will really, if I'm having to rate the year 2025 from January 1 till now, outside of private stuff that you're doing with family or people you love, meeting other people, I don't think anything will beat this for me, honestly. This is so profound, and this will definitely stay with me for a very long time. Stories that have been shared, people that we have met, and like Whitney said, let's build on what we have started here. I'm sure that you have identified this person or that person. You may have a story in common. You may just maybe like their story or something. Start a tribe from here. If you don't have one, it's okay to start from here. When we're done, socialize, ask a question, take somebody's contact. You know, eventually when there's time, sit somewhere, have a drink, talk, have conversations. It will amaze you how you would find your tribe starting right here. So let's do that. Thank you all so much. We did start with a prayer. So we're going to end with a prayer. And I mean, I pray really well, but the way Miss G came to do her thing there, it's like the Spirit is leading. A round of applause. Yes, a man should do something. So closing prayer.
Sorry, we have standing. Our Lord and Master Jesus, we thank you today. Father, we thank you for such a wonderful fellowship like this. A day that your children, women, will gather together and share their story to inspire each other. Father, we thank you for a successful program. We commit each and every one of us here. Everybody came with an expectation. Every one of us here has an expectation. I pray and stand on the success stories that we've heard today. Father, may you meet each and every one at the point of their needs in the name of Jesus. Father, may the next edition, may we come here and hear powerful testimonies. Now, Father, let's hear testimonies like when I went for a Joyce program. That was a turning point in my life. That was the day I found myself again. That was the day I discovered why you made me and why I'm going through such situation. Father, your word makes us understand that all things work together for the good of those that trust you. Father, we trust in you. Father, may this be a turning point in our lives. Even as we go, may we affect our communities. Father, may we shift perspectives. I have learned, I have unlearned, and I have relearned a lot of things as a man. Father, may we empower women. Even as today is it's International Women's Day, Father, empower men to help women find their voices. Amen. In the name of Jesus, we've prayed. Amen. Amen.
Powerful. All right. Thank you all so much. Network, socialize, get a contact or two, take photos, and do share your experience from this event on social media. And do not forget our hashtag Women's Health Matters and hashtag Stronger Together 2025.